branches of the government, and he's starting external conflicts through everything I just listed. Beautiful. Thank you for the glowing jellyfish.
So the things that like the Greenland, Gaza, until those things happen, we can't say he's starting war. Until it actually happens, we can say
no, because he merely said those things, it makes him a threat to world peace. Okay, not only does it fearmonger in those countries, not to mention the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians is already happening, but simultaneously, it is still yet a threat to world peace. Like, for instance, if an adult man said that he was going to grape a very specific little girl, would you say that that adult man is a threat to children?
yes.
Okay, so if Donald Trump says that he may use our military to invade and annex a very specific country, would you say that Donald Trump is a threat to
creates
world
tension.
peace?
Yeah, I agree. It creates tension, but until it actually happens, that's just
I think
he's
that's
just saying stuff.
I think that's
what
ridiculous.
Trump does. He says stuff.
When you just say he just says stuff, you're trying to undermine it being a threat to world peace. When he threatens to bomb Iran, is that threatening to Iran? Or is that just Trump saying things? It's like he can say anything and he won't get any accountability or responsibility for it because he's quote unquote just saying things. He says such outlandish things all the time that it's become normal to you. And what
I'm the person to say actions speak more than words. That's how I see it.
Okay. So but like you don't think words are showing of threats, you don't think words are showing of actions?
Yes,
of,
it's
like,
creating
what you're going
tension.
to do?
I totally agree with that.
So like
No, I'm saying it's creating tension, but what I'm talking about as far as peace, when he in his last term, he stopped the whole North and South Korea tension right there.
No, he didn't.
Because that was horrible.
No. Wait. Whoa.
What he did?
Whoa. What type of tension did he reduce between North and South Korea?
The whole between I can't recall it.
You're talking about his summit with Kim Jong-un. Fun fact, that summit materialized into nothing apart from propaganda for Kim Jong-un to show the people of North Korea, and North Korea continued missile testing offshore of South Korea as they did prior under Donald Trump's administration 2 months after that summit. So that summit occurred in July of 2019. North Korea continued to test missiles in August of 2019.
And what form of testing missiles
the same form of missile testing that they did prior. That was the tension between North Korea and South Korea. The same missile testing in which you believe created tension in the region was the same missile testing they continued after that summit. That summit materialized into nothing. That summit led to no peace.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like there was more wars during the Democratic Party than during the Trump's presidency.
What? Wait. Please do the calculus on that. There is objectively more global conflict today, right now, than there ever was under the Biden-Harris administration. How could you possibly say that?
Well, during the Biden, Ukraine and Russia were going at it, right?
So and now Ukraine and Russia are going at it, but it's at a higher level of global conflict. Because it is the case that we revoked our support for Ukraine, which means other countries in NATO are now putting boots on the ground.
You're breaking up. You're lagging on me.
You're the one lagging. You're the one lagging.
He's not even lagging. He doesn't have any bars.
I know. So would you vote for someone who like gave more power to Putin?
Okay, I guess we're just gonna go and kick him. What's up, Parker? How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How about you, man? How the debates been today?
Oh, I just went live. So we'll see. That's the first guess. What's going on, Robert? Do you support Trump? All right, Robert's not here. Hey, if you're one of the 5,000 people watching the live and you support Donald J. Trump, go ahead and let me know down below in that comment section. We're going to get you up here for a conversation. And if you're watching and you'd like to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal can be found in the link tree in my bio. 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. Going to drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you'd like to come up and have a debate. And as soon as we are able to get the first guest of the day up in the live, I'm going to go ahead and go live on YouTube. What's going on, Will? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean.
Make sure to like
Okay,
this
I
community.
actually don't, but I am curious about the arguments that they make.
All right, see you, Will. We are just looking to debate Trump supporters. Everyone, please just only hop in that queue if you support Mr. Donnie Dunn. Quite frankly, okay. Hello, Maddie. Do you support Trump?
Dean, your algorithms are
Oh my god, sorry,
fantastic.
that was an accident. I love you so much, though.
For real. Thank you so much, Maddie. Dude, yeah, the algorithm's been doing great recently. I can't tell because like there was like 2 days ago where I never added up my main account and we were able to break 10K. So I think maybe my main account is like slowing things down a little bit. I don't know. I'm still trying to determine what's going on. Yo, what's going on, Christina? Do you support Trump?
I don't think it's the main account at all.
I did it in 2020, but I do now.
You do now. Perfect, Christina. Real quick before we start a discussion, I'm going to go live on YouTube. So just give me one moment, okay?
Let Dean do his little intro.
Hello and welcome in for everybody watching from home over on YouTube. It is so good to have each and every single one of you in here with me today. We already have over 100 Trump supporters lined up for some conversations on live right now. And in fact, we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day, Miss Christina, on the live. But before we hop into the debate, we also have our buddy Parker up here who's going to be co-hosting with us today to run some of these debates. But Christina, go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support the Trump administration.
Dean, how many guest requests are there?
I don't even know if I can even take this serious. I voted for Kamala.
Okay.
Christina, don't troll like that, please, especially when I'm
He's just starting the live.
Yeah. So if you're curious, the conversation that unfolded before I went live on YouTube, I asked her if she supported Trump and voted for him, and she was like, yeah. Guys, don't do that. Come on, bro. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest for everyone on YouTube. I do apologize. I always try to start off with a debate. What's going on? The sweetest Jims, do you support Trump? Not here. Okay. All right, guys. If you support Trump, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section, y'all. We are really just looking for some conversations here. Now I feel like I gotta rush.
By the way, I'm muted on TikTok, everyone. JB, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Traceless, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I'm probably gonna have to do that right now. I tell you, I might have to do that right now.
What is going on, Lil Boosie? Do you support Trump? And they left, guys. All right, if you're one of the 6,000 people watching on TikTok, not YouTube, on TikTok right now, and you support Trump, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you want to come up here and debate. Let's try to get that next conversation running away right now.
Hey, Pillar, thank you for the $5. I hope today ends up better as well. We wanted to be with Dean for most today, so it should be better.
Loading up. I guess we're gonna try to get that conversation going. What's going on, Tyler? Do you support Trump?
No, I'm so sorry. You guys are just my.
Dude, Tyler's bio said, I support Trump. Guys, what are we doing today, y'all? What's going on, Big Baller? Do you support Trump?
Dumb, stupid mayor.
Okay, and it's a literal fetus. We're just going to go ahead and move on. Here we go, everyone. We do apologize for that, guys. Everyone just drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you want to come up here and debate. Wow. Hello, Kennedy. Do you support Trump? Kennedy, hello? Okay, Kennedy's not here. So here's the deal for everyone watching at home. Today we got a lot of bad news from the Trump administration. They just straight up came out and said that they will not facilitate the return of Abreu Garcia. They said that he is never coming back. And what does that mean? They are violating a Supreme Court order, and hopefully they will be held in contempt. But, you know, this only happened 4 hours ago, and the White House just straight up came out and said this very gross statement, meaning that the Republican media hasn't had enough time yet to spin it, meaning that the Trump supporters that would come up here and have a debate with us don't know what arguments to run, meaning that they're not even willing and coming up here and having a conversation with us right now. What's going on, B? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, but I have a better question. Do you support Charles Oliveira? Do you think he will beat Islam Makhachev in the rematch?
Don't know who that is. So why do you support Trump?
Low key, I'll just raise the Republican, but I don't know, to be honest. I just wanted to ask you about the Charles Oliveira question because All
right, moving on. All right, guys. Well, I mean, what we see is just thousands of people hanging out with us in this live. Not one soul that wants to tell us why they support the president. You know, sad day for Trump supporters. What's going on, Ravens? Do you support Trump?
I don't know. Definitely,
dude. I kicked him because he said I don't know, man. Dude,
Dean, that was rough. I feel you on that one. I do that sometimes. Okay.
Yeah, he said that he didn't know, so I kicked him. But then he went on to say definitely. Wow. All right, you guys.
Wow. I tell you. Wow.
Still just trying to get that first debate of the evening, y'all. We do apologize. Sometimes it does take time. Unlucky for the last guest. What's going on, Cash? Do you support Trump?
I absolutely do support Trump.
All right, phenomenal. Wow, look at that, you guys. We finally got a Trump supporter on the line. So let me ask you a question. Why do you support the worst administration of your lifetime?
Well, I really don't like illegal Mexicans being in my country. I think they all need to be sent to El Salvador.
Okay, so
this
is it
troll.
just like
What a fucking weirdo. Gross as
I'm
fuck.
not a
So-
troll. What are you
okay,
talking about?
so you're not a troll. This is how you feel. So is it
Yeah.
just like Mexican undocumented migrants?
Any undocumented migrants.
Why'd
Okay,
you
so then why did you
specify
specify Mexicans?
Because that's what the dude is, isn't he?
So
Everyone's supposed to be up in arms about, this dude getting deported.
Not. So unironically, no, he's not.
Wait.
He's El Salvadorian. But I want to clarify here. Why do you think that all undocumented migrants deserve to be sent to an El Salvadorian prison?
Well, they don't need to be here. That's for
Okay, so
damn
why
sure.
do they need? Wait, I mean, I disagree with you there, and I'll give you a counter argument against that. But I first want to clarify: why do you think they all deserve to be in an El Salvadorian jail?
Because it's a termination camp.
okay, he's just a troll. What
Okay.
a
I'm
fucking
not
gross
trolling.
thing. That's a
Okay.
gross thing to troll about, let alone fucking say you fucking weirdo.
So I
Yeah,
have a question.
justice for Austin, by the way.
What are the ideological separations between you and Hitler?
Nothing. We're both one and the same.
All right, moving on to the next guys. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute. So I'd like to clarify. We've seen a trend of the only people that support the president that are willing to come up here and have a conversation are Nazis. So, I mean, if you've been watching the YouTube stream, what you've seen since I started the YouTube stream is what? I think like 4 trolls, 4 liberals coming up here to just say, hey, and then one guy that was screaming the N-word, and then another guy that was saying he's Hitler. So I think it's funny that we have more Trump supporters that just want to come up here and say they're Hitler than Trump supporters that want to come up here and tell us why they support the president of America. And I'd also like to just clarify here for the 7.1 thousand people watching on TikTok, it's not a win, but it's not an if, but it's a win. This live gets taken down. Head over to the link in my bio, go over to the YouTube stream. TikTok will take us down at some point today. I have a feeling that it's like.
Why'd you cut your fluffy hair?
Tim, how old are you?
19.
Child. All right, Parker. I'm gonna go and give you mod power real quick. So
I think I have it. I can do it. I just I was having bad luck yesterday, so I don't want to add up, the wrong people,
We're gonna go to try to get that next guest up in here. There's a couple things that I look for. Just look for like non-zero following counts. Look for higher following counts.
I actually typically look for lower now because I don't want them to have camera access.
Hello?
What's going on, Arson? Do you support Trump?
No, but
Okay. We're gonna go to make this clear. If you were one of the people in the guest request on TikTok, make sure that means you support the current presidential administration. If your answer to the question, do you support Trump, is no, do not join the queue. And if you are already in the queue, leave the queue. What is going on, James? Do you support Trump?
How you doing? I don't support him or not support him. I just want to know why.
I know this is a troll. I accidentally added them.
All right, guys, we just went over the rules. So at this point in the conversation, we are going to go ahead and start banning people that request.
Oh, there's Dean got banned. Dean's already banned. Unbelievable. Let's go live myself. And let's immediately try to get some viewership. Okay, all right. That was fucking very early. How did he already get banned? That was diabolical. Wow, visibility restricted already? Unbelievable. Let me actually, because it got restricted. We're gonna do this real quick. That's boom.
You know what abortion is?
Oh, it's jolly. Alrighty, let's try it again. Oh, still got visibility restricted. What about if I do it without a title called debates? Hold up. Traceless, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. The little streams are getting taken down. Yeah, it's getting ridiculous. Yep, I'm still getting restricted every time. Let me turn on my. I'll turn on my Wi-Fi. Might as well. I'm getting restricted every time I go live. TikTok is actually unusable. Chat. It's censorship. Yeah, that's actual. It's actual censorship. It's like literally censorship. And I mean, I don't even know if it's just left wing. I mean, I do think that right wing accounts are probably getting taken down on videos, but they're not getting taken down as much, I feel like, as we are. Right? Like I definitely think it's targeted towards us. Like it's actually unusable, this app. TikTok is horrible. This is why I tell everyone every single day, go to YouTube. Cause like there's nothing I can do on TikTok here. It's like actually like Dean literally like what? How many minutes was that? That was like 15 minutes into the live. Literally 15 minutes. I've been on the live for 15 minutes and he already got banned. We barely got one debate, barely. That's unusable. And Dean also did get verified. Is he live on any account right now, chat? Because I mean, I would just join him. I'm restricted on this account, so. No, he's not. Okay, we'll just give it a second. Again, everyone, YouTube is the place to go. TikTok is unusable. It's unbearable. It's horrible. Yeah, but that's gonna be my goal, everyone. I'm gonna start trying to build up the YouTube because there's what am I supposed to do on TikTok at this point? Dean's not on. He said he's waiting on the appeal. Okay, we'll see. I hope he gets it appealed because that was just ridiculous. That was just ridiculous. Why banned? I don't even know. He must have just got banned for no reason there. TikTok is done. Yeah, TikTok is literally like it's cooked at this point. I keep getting my comments. Yeah, like it's an unusable app. I just got recommended your channel from debate with the Jubilee video. Great job, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Which one are you referencing? I'd love to hear like which ones. Appeal not approved on the TikTok thing. Dude, it's so ridiculous. Yeah, chat, I'm actually gonna be hyper fixating on YouTube at this point. It's like, dude, TikTok is so unusable. Let me make sure to open up my Gmail because I actually don't see all my messages completely. Okay, I sent like you know, like you get like those random messages of like from like the TikTok people. I sent a message saying my account is on account ban warning for no reason, so my account will get permanent banned. Is it possible to go live and do political topics? Debates right now without getting banned because of guest violations? Is it possible I could get my account looked at because it limits me from being able to do my job? All right, I right now can only stream on YouTube where I never receive bans. They say thanks for the update. Our community guidelines are in place to keep the platform a positive experience for all. If you have any specific questions on CGs, I'm happy to answer them. That's just like a complete bot response. Like that's an AI response. That's a total AI response. It's like every single thing I message just doesn't work. It's the AI responses. I'll say, is there a way I can get my account like that? Or are you suppressing political content? So we can get my account looked at, or are you suppressing political content? That's what I'm just gonna say. Like, bro, it's ridiculous at this point. I can't even. All right, let me go over to my emails and fix them real quick. Dean's live. All right, we can send everyone over to Dean's live real quick. He said it might be Dean. Is that what it is? What's his account name? What's his account name, chat? Jameson, thank you so much for the $7 for a good stream. Thank you so much. And Lily, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much for. Could you share thoughts on and sources for the Save Act? It should make harder for women to vote. So I don't have any specific sources references right now. Everyone go to it might be Dean, but I would just say one thing is that it does for specific women who don't have access to like a passport, they wouldn't be able to vote. I do know that for sure. At least for like some of the bills that are being passed. But yeah, go over to my Dean. It might be Dean, or I would recommend go over to my YouTube. Seriously, I would really appreciate it because like all viewership is going to be on Dean, so I'd really appreciate if y'all go over to my YouTube. But yeah, I understand y'all want to be on TikTok, so I love y'all. Alrighty. Alrighty, 81% following. Very unfortunate.
Longer or a chance at not living or no chance at living for longer? Well, I'm going to take a chance at living for longer, but how the hell does this relate to why you support Trump?
Wait, so you would take one of the 10 pills if it had a 10% chance of working?
So if it was a 0% chance I live to tomorrow versus a 10% chance I live to tomorrow, I'm going to take the 10% chance.
No, it's like a 20 year or a 40 year. So if you don't take the pill, you can live for 20 more years. If you do take the pill, you can live for 40 more years. I feel like I've debated
this guy so many times.
Okay, I'd choose living 40 more years over.
And at least one of these religions is going to have maybe a 10% chance of being true.
Have I debated you before?
No, I've never talked to either of you guys.
I swear to God, I've talked to you before.
I've not talked to you. I've talked to the kid that kind of looks like Dean, but he's not Dean, and he's a lot less popular. But he's a chill guy. I like that guy.
Okay, so how does this relate to why you support Trump?
Wait, but could you answer my question? Why would you not take a potential pill if it has a potential 10% chance of being true? Why would you not go ahead and take the pill?
What? I told you I would choose a 10% chance of living an additional 40 years compared to a 0% chance of living an additional 40 years.
Yeah, so that represents an eternal afterlife, the possibility of an eternity.
So that I know for sure this guy, I've talked to him. He's gaslighting. We've talked to him a million times, Dean. I promise you. 100%.
Never talked to
Shut the fuck up, you gaslighting. You're gaslighting.
Wow. Why are you being mean to me, first of all?
Because I know you're gaslighting.
Hey man, so this is a pretty popular argument for religion.
Yeah, they're just agreeing with Parker. I've never been up here. I'm actually dead ass.
He's totally gaslighting. I promise you. I 100%. I'm certain.
Can you give me proof?
Wait, think of the $5. Go to my YouTube. You can. I promise you, you're lying.
I'm okay. I've gone up on the kid that looks like Dean before.
Dean, and I promise you, he's gaslighting the entire chat.
I've been on Destruction Zone. I've been on Ian. I've been on.
Okay. I just want to know why you support President Trump. So you're running an argument for religion. It's called Pascal's wager. I could refute Pascal's wager, and I could indicate to you why that's not a good position. I just want to know why you support the president.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and switch, but I just
wait. What do you? So you would answer the prompt. I just want to know why you support Trump. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Switch over to the actual prompt. The reason I support Trump is mostly because I think that the left ideas are too far left, and I think that the conservatives more hold moral beliefs that they implement throughout society. I think.
So what's one of the policies that Kamala Harris ran on that was too far left?
Yeah, I think that, for example, her issues on LGBTQ people, her stance on abortion in particular, I think these are all issues that are way too far left, and I think that that's never going to work.
Okay, so it's kind of difficult for us to have a conversation about the LGBTQ plus community on TikTok Live because it's likely that it's a conversation that will get us taken down. But I would like to clarify, what were her beliefs there that were too far left?
Yeah, I feel like it's one thing to say that you support something. It's another thing to full-heartedly promote it throughout society. I feel like she wasn't just saying that abortion is a right, but more so forcing.
Wait! You think that abortion is is something? What does abortion have to do with LGBTQ plus?
No, you said that we were allowed to talk about that, so I switched it to.
No, I said which one of her beliefs as it relates to the LGBTQ plus was too far left?
Oh yeah, I think that it seemed like she was going after kids, youth.
How?
I saw an interview about these kids with their mom or like their parents, and these kids were literally crying because they have been influenced by the left. They were crying and saying that this girl was scared that she was going to walk around and get killed by a Trump supporter. These are the kind of ideologies that are being forced on kids. That
So
these kids are
like
fearing for their
indoctrinate.
lives.
So like having children be like pushing political beliefs on children, and that's why you voted for the right.
Well, why are these kids scared for their lives? And why are they scared that they're not going to get medication? These kids should not be having to worry about getting medication for a false ideology.
Okay, so I'm just really confused of like the argument that you're making. You're saying that you voted for Trump because children shouldn't be scared of getting medication for a false ideology. So
Yeah,
that sounds like
Trump would
gibberish to
never
me. I
support-
think that I need you to be a little bit more explanatory insofar as what that means.
Yeah, so I'm saying that Trump would never support this ideology.
What ideology?
That kids can switch genders. That
Oh, got it. So
Yeah.
you're basically saying that people on the left say kids can be trans, so therefore you voted for the tyrant that has walked America into a recession, has cut trillions of dollars out of the stock market, and wants to redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich. So here's a really funny part.
that's one of I gave you one
So
example.
MAGA in the 2024 election cycle spent close to $300 million on pushing propaganda as it relates to T people. Okay. So T people account for 0.01% of the overall population, T children even less. And that is why you vote and support the destruction and demise of this country. I just think that it is more so resemblant of you being out of alignment with reality, not having any genuine care for anybody outside of yourself, and more so treating politics like a video game where you could just hate for fun, even if it only generates negative outcomes. Like I'm pretty sure that a recession is more of a threat to this country than trans youth. I mean, wouldn't you say? I'm pretty sure that a president that has sent America into a constitutional crisis, ignoring Supreme Court order, specifically calling for the termination of the Constitution or rigging the outcome of a presidential election is more of a threat to this world than trans youth, right?
Yeah, so Dean, I feel like you're not being fair right now. I told you one of the reasons I voted for him, and I'm saying that I do not want to vote against my morals. So that is one reason.
Yes, you do. You vote against your morals. You're a Christian. In voting for Trump, you're voting against Christian morals.
I did not say I was Christian. When did I say it was?
What's your religion?
I'm non-religious.
Okay, you are the first argument that you're trying to run on me when you joined was to convince me that a God exists.
Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. That doesn't mean that I would resonate.
You see how he's a gaslighter, and you just caught him in a gaslight, and now he's just
How is that gaslighting? Many Christians, many people
So
who
I really don't like this guy.
Yeah,
Why?
me neither. Hey, real quick, what is the definition of the
don't like
word Christian?
Christianity.
He got a violation.
That
All
person
right, I
comes
guess-
on like all the time. That person's a troll. Like they literally like I promise you that's someone we talked to like literally like yesterday.
I don't even remember.
Someone said they brought up Margaret Singer yesterday. If that reminds you.
Oh, was that the same guy?
They brought up Margaret Singer yesterday.
If that was the same guy, he got absolutely shit on. I guess we're gonna move on to the next guest. Yeah, I think he tried. Oh yeah, if that was the same guy, he tried to come up and argue that access to abortion is racist. What's going on, Dr. Bob? Do you support Trump?
Oh shit! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come up.
No worries. I mean, I'd hate to be him. Like, imagine like being like absolutely like so fucking focused on like trying to like destroy Dean in a debate, but every single attempt, every single time you try to come up and have a conversation.
Samir, thank you for the
shouldn't
£5.
get
Thank you
embarrassed.
so much.
What's going on, Goober? Do you
I
support
really
Trump?
appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much.
I just want to say I'm proud of you, and God bless you, and you're great.
Thank you so much for the love. We're going to move on to the next guest, everyone. Just looking for some debates here. Linda, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal. That is incredibly kind of you, Linda. Thank you so much. Linda says, I searched for you on YouTube and a Charlie Kirk ad came up.
Oh, gosh.
Do you know that's intentional? Do you know, like, I worked in advertising forever. When you secure like ad slots on like any search engine, realistically, you basically give them targeted keywords. So that means that Charlie Kirk's PAC organization, Turning Point, most likely, in like their ad campaigns, has Dean Withers as a targeted keyword in their campaign, which is pretty funny. What's going on, Cold? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, he's just much better than Kamala, to be fair.
Okay, what time is it, to be fair?
Huh?
What time is it?
9.
9? Yeah, get out of here, bro. Just looking to talk to people from America, y'all. If you are in that queue, make sure that you're from America. You're at least 18 years old and you do support the president, y'all. We're going to go to get that next guest up in here right now.
And Janelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Happy Easter. Thank you so much.
Hey, what is going on, Chad? Do you support Trump? Chad, do you speak? I guess not. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Here we are, everyone. Let's get Emma up on that box, y'all. All right, up in that box. What's going on, Emma? Do you support Trump?
Bellarian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. And then Buck, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 for Keep Teaching the Real. Thank you so much. And then Traceless for the $10. Thank you.
Not a Trump supporter.
Please. I actually haven't seen that.
Like, do I need to say pretty, please? What's going on, Epic? Do you support Trump?
I rarely
Donald Trump hates China because they have a cooler wall.
Do I have to say pretty, please? Like what do I have to say to what do I have to say to stop you guys?
I also don't have a mod on this account, just so you know.
I'll make sure to mod you. We're gonna go and get the next guest up in the box right now. It's like is there any words that I could speak with my mouth? Hi Zay, do you support Trump?
No, it was by accident.
No worries. Moving on to Annie. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute, y'all. What's up, Annie? Do you support Trump?
It's confusing. I like some parts of Harris and some parts of Trump, but I'm more on the Trump side.
Okay, what's that?
I was wondering. I have a question. Why do you think Harris is better than Trump? Like, are there any reasons?
Yeah, for sure. But before I do, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2010.
What?
Annie.
What? People exist that were born in 2010? That's diabolical. Think of the galaxy, though. Thank you so much.
Yeah, they're like what? Like 14, 15 now?
Dude, that's diabolical, bro.
That's kind of crazy that people born in 2010 are like 14, 15 now.
I know. That's crazy, right?
Yeah. We're gonna go and get that next guest up here. I guess no debates today. Hey man, if you're one of the 4,000 people listening and you support the presidency, do a favor, hop in that queue for me and spam maggot down below in that chat. What's going on, D-Bomb? You support Trump?
I do.
Age, please.
18.
Okay, why are you making your voice deeper than it is?
I know some people saying in the comment section we're born in 2 is wild.
Hey, free Palestine. I'll leave.
Bro, what do I have to say to like stop you from requesting in the future? Just let me know, like seriously, because
Well,
like I'm
listen,
I have this struggle. Like, no,
since you're letting me talk, let me
ask you a real question. What do I have to say in the future to stop you from requesting?
Yeah,
Please tell me.
Yeah.
Tell me what I have to say to stop you from requesting in the future.
Yeah,
okay?
like,
Because
we
like
really need to know. There's like too many people that do this, and we gotta start studies.
I completely understand, but let me say one thing. Since I'm the one person that you haven't kicked yet, okay?
Can you just answer my question, please?
I don't know. I think there's not that many good, intelligent Trump supporters. So you're getting just these people.
Well, I know I'm talking about like people that don't support Trump that request, even though I'll repeat like 10 times, don't request if you're not a Trump supporter. So what do I need to vocalize in order for you to know that there's a clear boundary, which means that you should not join the guest request?
Dean, I think what he's trying to essentially say is there's nothing you could have said.
Yeah, I understand. That's fair. I get what you're saying. I'm just
so like, is there nothing I could have said?
Nah, not really, man.
Okay. So thank you, I guess, so much for letting me know. We're gonna go and move on.
That's what I felt like it was. That's what I felt like it was.
Yeah, bro. Hey, what's up? You support Trump? Get out.
I was like, I actually like the sound.
We're
that
gonna
was the best troll yet. You know.
What's going on, Nicholas? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, I would recommend you to like on Discord to like how do I say this, to actually pick people that
He was saying something other than he supported Trump, so he got kicked. What's up? You support Trump ending?
Do you?
Oh, hey, it's you, the guy that still hasn't been able to find my address after like a year and a half.
Let's compare pics.
He's been that was the Trump supporter, but he's a little too in the deep end for me. He's been trying to dox me for like 2 years and has never been able to do it. What's up, Cass? You support Trump?
No, I hate him.
Okay, why, Cass? What are you doing?
I don't know.
All right. So listen, I feel like I'm making this to be a pretty big deal because it is. All right. Like right now, we're on one of my backup accounts. And it might be Dean. I mean, look at the name. It says Dean X6. This is like my 6th backup account. A majority of the people that will inevitably find their way to this live are going to be liberals. Why? Because I'm a like pretty damn big liberal content creator, right? So what that also means is it's more important now than in like one of my typical streams on like my usual streaming accounts to stay very far away from the requests if you don't support the president. You know, if like you usually come up and troll or whatever, like this is one of those lives where you should not do that at all. And the reason why I say that is because like in these lives specifically, we are going to have a disproportionate amount of liberals watching, which means there's going to be a disproportionate amount of liberal trolls in the queue. All right. And like the funny thing is, if you guys like don't stop doing this, if you don't stop joining that queue, like the streams lose their value, because the values of these streams is for there to exist conversation between the Dims and MAGA. All right. Is for people like me, people Parker, me and Parker to converse with people that support the presidency. And when we just have a bunch of liberals hopping in that queue that don't support the presidency, well, there's no longer any value in the stream, right? So if you're liberal and you want to see MAGA crumble and you don't like the current administration and you want to prop up valuable conversation to help perpetuate good ideologies that oppose the MAGA regime, don't troll, okay? Because in trolling, you basically stomp on any value that these live streams can have to further the success of this country. All right. So this is like my small way.
I typically don't look over those. Those are
and you're
the
just
mods that do.
canceling that out. You're negating it. You're saying there's
so I
no
would have to
value
check
in these
later.
streams the moment you start trolling, because it prevents any productive dialogue from happening. So I really hope that you guys respect that. All right. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
So my suggestion is just to start banning more seriously. Just replace kicking with banning when people join and say, "Hey, I'm trolling" or whatever. Obviously not me, because like I'm saying this like not to troll. I'm just saying like if you're more intentional of banning, I feel like that's more of an incentive for people to not join.
I'm gonna lose my mind. But thank you. Thank you for the recommendation. Hello, Brian. Do you support Trump?
No, I hate Trump. Us liberals are stupid.
No, I think it's probably a
Trump supporter. Probably a Trump supporter. Why do you support Trump, Brian? We know. Yeah, we know you do.
You're wrong.
You totally voted for Donald Trump. I'm sorry. You just don't want to talk about it. You totally did.
Yeah. Only can we get Trump supporters to like troll and say that they hate him. What's going on? Yes, please. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Oh God. I never thought I would be this happy to talk to such an extremely crazy person.
How's the heart doing, Dean? How's the heart doing, and how many boosters are you on?
Well, I'm on my 17th booster. I'm actually scheduled for my 18th tomorrow morning with Dr. Fauci's niece. And the
Oh,
heart.
really? I've
is-
actually got like 42 at least.
Well, you're a better liberal than I am. But the heart is doing better. I mean, I just need to get more boosters.
Yeah, it looks like your little ideology led you to a heart condition there, along with millions of other.
Really? I'm vaccinated and I don't have any heart problems.
So I actually ended up getting a test. I'm all good.
Well, I don't know, man. It's pretty unusual for people your age to have heart conditions.
So why are you saying it's related to a vaccine?
Thousands of others.
Why do you think it's related to the vaccine?
Also, fun fact,
Because myocarditis is a documented
and it's significantly more likely to happen with COVID. Dean, have you ever got COVID?
No, I've never got
full
COVID.
of crap, man.
Yes, please. I want to point it out. When it comes to the vaccine, I've kind of been like a bad liberal. So I think for the original vaccine, I was supposed to get 2 shots. I only got 1, and I've never got any boosters.
Oh, geez, bro. Oh,
Did you know that? Yes, please.
Dean is an L, bro.
Oh, you're an anti-vaxxer now.
No, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I just never got it done. I was lazy.
Well, it looks like that's where you're.
So maybe I have these heart conditions because I didn't get enough vaccines.
Yo, dude, I'm not gonna lie, he just got cooked on that. But
J&J? What brand? Do you even remember?
No, I don't. I'm also not gonna lie. The only reason like I got the vaccine when I did was just so I could go out of country and it was required. I was like really lazy with that. That was like probably a bad decision of my own. But anyways, tell us why you support Trump.
Well, Dean, your life since then has been just mostly sitting in your room debating people on the internet.
Yeah.
So I don't think you have much contact with the outside world. But yeah, definitely get vaccinated, Like we shouldn't be lazy, of course.
Yeah, see, you're telling people to get vaxxed, and it's leading to young people with heart conditions.
Wait. Okay, so
How
again,
do you feel about that? You got a clean slate with that?
If you get vaccinated, you are less likely to undergo any of those types of issues. So obviously, I am happy with people getting vaccinated because the science is very clear that like it's better for them. Okay, so if someone can't, if someone, oh, you say it's false? Can you give me any evidence otherwise? Because there's literally 25 plus pages right in my bibliography of peer-reviewed studies that show evidence that the COVID vaccine is effective, safe, and good for people to take if they medically can.
Also, I'd just like to point out that this is nothing more than like an incredibly lackluster, illogical talking point. So, I mean, when we have millions of Americans, shit is bound to happen to people. Some people are bound to get heart palpitations. It's a statistical truth, alongside plenty of other negative ailments in which can hurt humans, right? Now, somebody on the right can look at a random person that never got the vaccine and say, oh, well, this ailment that they got in the year of 2025 is because they didn't get vaccinated with no evidence. Or somebody on the right can say, oh, this ailment that this person that did get vaccinated in 2025 got was from the vaccine with no evidence. It's just a lackluster word burger, nothing burger. That means absolutely nothing. So let's try to have a real productive conversation. Just tell us why you think the Trump administration's good.
Traceless, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Well, you know
I
what?
really
Maybe
appreciate
you
it.
guys
Thank you.
were right on a couple things because number one, he's really dragging his feet on the mass deportations, which we all voted for. And number two, he's starting to create anti-Semitism, hate speech laws and stuff like that. So he has worried away from who we thought he was, and he's disappointed a lot of his mega base. But I mean, he's still the best bet over Kamala. What she had to offer. We would have still had open borders. At least he's gotten rid of
one. Trump said recently that he wants open borders too. Can you tell me what open borders are?
Well, immigration to you guys is letting foreigners come and putting them up in hotels and throwing away their papers at the border before they walk across. And
you're just like, okay, I'm asking you like what is an open border?
Well, that's an open border. To you, an open
Isn't
border
like
is
no
where people can
restrictions?
just ditch their documents and walk across the border.
So like if you're saying
and
no
get their
restrictions,
text message instructions
so to be
the
clear,
Row Hotel
yeah,
in New
to be
York City.
to be clear, you think there were no restrictions on immigration under Biden's administration?
I mean, they allegedly led into 11 million.
Answer. What's the answer to the question? Were there no restrictions under
Well, I don't
Biden's
know the
administration?
answer to that.
You don't know? There clearly were restrictions, right? If you think that there weren't restrictions, I'm
There
sorry,
were-
but you live in an alternate universe.
We saw El Paso. We saw the tens of thousands of people.
In
there
what
crossing
universe? In what universe?
monthly, up to 50,000 people, gangsters. They've already sent back a lot to El Salvador. They found the leader of MS-13. I think it was Venezuelan gangster, 30 minutes out of Washington, D.C. How did he get there? The leader of MS-13, which originates in South America somewhere, and they just picked him up and they're deporting him shortly. How the hell did that guy get there? What to speak of all the other gangsters the Democrats brought in here and who are now terrorizing people by breaking into
The
their
Democrats.
homes
Wait,
and
so
stealing
to
cars
clarify,
and-
you think
and
the
doing all
Democrats?
types of crime.
So to clarify, you think like Democrats like hand selected like people who are committing violence into the country, right? If you're going to reference like people who are coming to the country and they're undocumented, multiple times lower rate of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime. This idea that there's like a bunch of violent criminals that were brought into the country under the Biden-Harris administration is ridiculous, especially because the Biden-Harris administration deported disproportionately more violent criminals than Donald Trump. Secondly, Donald Trump released violent criminals into the country who beat police officers on January 6th. Are you going to reference any of those people?
Yeah, if you want to see what a January 6th looks like, you should go over to Syria and see what happens when an actual insurrection takes place. With people with long arms and all types of sidearms and fire who actually take out political parties and overtake and do real insurrections. What you got over on that was a riot at best on January 6th. And you guys use that.
Can you define insurrection?
You do all your other crap. And
I would
use
love
it
a
as
definition of
stage for
insurrection.
all the other crap that you guys were going to pull.
Hey, dude, you have a definition of insurrection?
It wasn't January 6th. That's a riot. An insurrection is something that looks like Syria, where people are walking around.
I asked for like a definition.
AK-47s,
How many
taking
beers?
prisoners in
Dude,
the
it's
back
not
of
even 5
trucks,
o'clock yet.
Eliminating political
How many
people,
beers?
eliminating civilians. That's what a real insurrection.
How many
You have
beers?
no
Hey, dude,
idea
real question, man. How many beers?
I'm back. Sorry, I've been like spaced out.
Yeah, because you got the brain fog from the Pfizer, man.
Yeah,
Dude, can you tell me how many beers? How many beers?
Wait,
Seriously, dude.
Okay. All right.
Can you tell me how many beers he's down?
Yo, all right. Let me just hop in here real quick. Yo, yes, please. What's your name, man?
What's my name?
Yeah, I want to address you by name. You could give me a fake one. I don't mind.
Okay, you can call me Yes, please.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Connor.
Yes, Connor,
Okay.
I like that.
Connor, here's the deal.
Come
You're
on.
saying that I got brain fog from the vaccine. No, I got brain fog from people like you screaming at me for 4 hours a day. It's hard for me to handle. Okay. Anyways, let's just have a quick conversation. Why do you support Trump?
No, let's call him Gary, actually. He's a Gary. I saw that in the chat.
So let's just restart. Gary, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's cleaning up the mess that the 4 years of Biden Kamala left. The scourge of illegal immigration and the drugs being brought over the border and open border and all.
Oh, wait, I'm going to ask you a question about that. Then I got to kick you. So about the DRUGS over the border, let me ask you a question. What percentage of those are brought into America by citizens?
Well, I mean, we can only speculate on that, but it's
No,
every
okay.
11 minutes a young
So
person
I
dies
will.
in America from the.
I muted you because I didn't want you to say a word that would get the TikTok live to get taken down. Don't say the names of any DRUGS. I literally preemptively muted you because I don't want to have to kick
Yeah,
you.
I didn't. I know about TikTok
but
grooming speech.
Listen, and anyways, hey, so it's around 85% to 90 of the DRUGS that are trafficked are brought across the southern border are brought across by citizens. So if Donald Trump cares about the DRUGS coming into this country across the southern border, can you please name one time he's literally even just stood in front of a mic at a podium and virtue signaled about how he's going to crack down on these citizens bringing them into this country?
One time, come on, man. He's done it dozens of times.
Sure, then just give me one where he
Dozens of
specifically
times.
talks about the citizens. Because as far as I'm aware, every single time I've heard Donald Trump talk about immigration and talk about the border, it's just been to absolutely shit on undocumented migrants, calling them alien MS-13 gang members that are going to eat your children and like rape your wife. I've never once heard him talk about the real issues that exist with our systems of immigration, such as the mass amount of citizens in which are bringing DRUGS into this country.
41 bottles of beer.
Right, and
So
he
can you
stops
please-
that. The border is a ghost town now. You go to the streets in New York, you don't have all those people selling all their stolen stuff on the side.
So then give me one time that he's talked about citizens bringing DRUGS into this country.
He campaigned on that.
Okay, give me, then it should be
Dozens of
pretty,
times.
so it should be pretty easy for you to find me a clip then. Go ahead, find a clip.
Well, I'm not gonna go looking for it. You know,
Yeah, because you know it doesn't exist. It's because you know that it doesn't exist. That's right? I'm not gonna lie, Parker. I can't hear myself think with you singing in the background. I'm sorry. I'm really bad at like thinking and speaking with other people.
I
like,
didn't know you
speaking
could
at
hear
the
me
same
that
time.
well. I thought
No,
it
it's
was like a very.
no, it's
Well, all you guys do, you guys produce is homelessness. You produce hopelessness.
Can you give me one policy that Donald
There's
Trump
nothing
influenced?
good that comes
Wait,
out.
hold up,
What
hold up.
comes out of your
Hold up. Can you give me one
heart
policy?
conditions
Give me one
and young
policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that would reduce homelessness.
There's stuff happening now. We can't put our finger on it right now.
He's actually going to increase homelessness. He's going to increase homelessness and violent crime. My argument for this is that his economic policy redistributes wealth from the poor to the rich. This is according to the Institute on Taxation and Economics. It reduces the purchasing power of anybody making under $395,000 per year. And fun fact, that will increase poverty, which increases homelessness and, obviously also increases violent crime. So, yeah.
Well, anyways, I just want to say, yeah, your ideology leads to heart conditions in young people, and you're the prime example of that, Dean. So, well done.
Okay, so you're not going to respond to anything I just said because you know that you're wrong and you don't really care because you're.
I don't know the whole homeless thing. That wasn't one of his campaigning platform points, but all the people they brought in to kick all the seniors out of seniors' homes so they could fill them with illegal migrants. I don't know. Maybe those.
That's
people
just wrong.
will get
Wait.
their houses
Are
back.
asylum
Maybe they'll
seekers
have more options
is asylum a legal process?
when you cross that illegal entry point, which none of these people did.
Okay, no, that's
They
just
cro-
not
they-
true. The law prior to Biden signing in an asylum law specifically was that you could just come into the country through any means, and then you literally just identify yourself to authorities, right, as someone who's seeking asylum or certain designated.
They
aliens.
had
You don't have to go
the
through a
app,
port of
the
entry. prior.
CBP app.
Yeah, which
Parker,
existed under Trump.
where they could go and fill out the app. They
Under
have
Trump
people to
in 2020 because
who
of
use
COVID.
that app to fill out their details so they could fast process them over the border. They could fill out any details whatsoever.
Can I ask you a question real quick? What state do you live in?
None of it had to be anything.
What state do you live in?
Go ahead. I live in Montana.
Montana?
Thank you for the finger hearts.
What's the capital of Montana?
Butte.
Can you tell me 3 cities within Montana?
Yeah, I mean, why?
I just want to know 3 cities in Montana.
There's Butte, there's Riddell, and there's Yeah, I'm not from Montana, but I'm not going to dox myself.
You're not doxing yourself by giving a state.
All your crazy ass libtard friends.
He's a slur.
That's all they do.
All right,
What a
everyone, we're
weirdo.
going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just go ahead and just give us a moment to get that next guest up in here. We got Lissa loading in. That guy was a true cult member. That is like the staple. That is like the staple cult member. We're going to go and get that next guest up in here right now. Every one of you are in that queue. Make sure that you do support Trump. If you're one of the 5.7 thousand people watching on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping away on our phone screen. Everyone, just go ahead and just give us a minute and do be patient.
What you think you're doing? Don't you live in the Bronx? How the fuck you came all the way over here? You're taking this shit way too serious because
That guy's just watching TV. All right. Also, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. So hopefully we could shoot this
This guy. Look at his
TikTok
bio.
live out to more people. That would be
What's up,
phenomenal,
dude?
quite frankly. What's going on, James? Give me one moment. I got to thank a couple really kind people for their phenomenal donations. Vic, thank you so much for the 50 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Vic. I want to see at least 500 Vics down below in that comment section. Literally right now, you guys. Oh my God, Vic. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Vic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then also Allison with the $50 donation as well over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Vic and Allison. That is so incredibly kind of you guys. Everybody, please show some love to Vic and we will still try. Please give your mom my best wishes, and I hope that she is able to fully recover from whatever has landed her in the hospital. Guys, please, seriously, show some love to Allison and her mom, and as well as Vic, as well as two other people. Carrie with a $40 donation on Venmo, 400 Carrie W's. Carrie says, "Happy Friday." Quite frankly, happy Friday to you too. And then Olivia with a $50 donation on Venmo, saying, "I'm sorry, I promise I don't like Trump. I didn't mean to join the live or disrespect." Oh, if you accidentally joined, no worries, Olivia. Thank you for the love. Huge shout out to Olivia and Carrie, you guys. Thank you guys so very, very much. All right, Mr. James.
Can I say thank you to two
Sport
people real
Trump.
quick?
Yeah.
Sam, thank you so much for the $17. Thank you so much, Sam. I really appreciate celebrating my 25th birthday with my cat on my lap and the Comfort Americans debating the Americans that scare me. Thanks for all you do. Cheers. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Sam. Happy birthday. I hope you have a good birthday. As well as Sid, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I do. Don't worry. Thank you so much to those, Sid. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section? And then also Tree sent this just now. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I will make sure to look. I'll make sure to look. I haven't seen the message they sent me yet, so I'll try to look tonight.
So James, do you support Trump?
Absolutely. All right. So I'm not here. I'm not going to debate anything. I just have two questions,
James,
and
but
we
we
can
want to
debate
debate.
it. But well, hold on. You can debate this, but let's see where you stand on this. Do you stand with everyone else by impeaching President Trump for the stock market going down and up and all that? And
I think
I'm not going to give away my answer.
I think if Trump was to be impeached right now, it should probably be for
no.
a lack of a concern for the Constitution.
We're not talking about the other stuff. I understand, but we're not talking about the other stuff. I'm just talking about the stock market stuff.
Oh, like for his tariffs? I mean, if a movement started in
for like
Congress
his tariffs
to impeach Donald Trump for his economic policy that he's passed so far in his administration, I'd support the movement.
But okay, so Cory Booker went on and said that he wants to impeach Donald Trump because there's a lot of smoke, he says, that he influenced the stock market so his billionaire friends and other mega Republicans can get rich off the stock market.
So market manipulation?
Yeah, stock market manipulation.
Is that a federal crime?
Do you support that?
Is that a federal crime?
Yes, but hold on.
Do you support holding people accountable for federal crimes?
Okay, I'm gonna get there, but I'm saying, do you support?
Yeah, if Donald Trump exercised market manipulation and insider trading, I would support a movement for impeachment.
Okay,
you're totally against Nancy Pelosi doing it, but you're totally cool with Trump doing it.
Sorry, I got a phone
Wait,
call.
just
So did
James.
you say
James,
Parker?
James, you asked a very clear question, and I'm giving you a very clear answer. I just want to see where this is going. I would support a movement for impeachment for if it is true that he did manipulate the market and did do insider trading with his billionaire friends. Yeah.
Okay, so with me saying that, because I'm in agreement with that. If he did do that, then yes. But all we have as evidence for that is smoke, and maybe he did that. If there was clear-cut evidence of him doing that, then yes, he should be impeached.
Okay.
But
all right. So
what about all the other Congress? Wait. What about all the other Congress members that have gotten rich off the stock market? Should they be investigated before Donald Trump?
We asked you that question.
I think that everybody in Congress who has plausibly manipulated the market and committed insider trading deserves investigation. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Including Democrats like Nancy Pelosi. I'm actually surprised Nancy Pelosi is
Okay,
under
so-
official investigation.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all in
James, do you
agreement.
support
there.
that?
And this wasn't a left or right. Yes, absolutely support it. 110%.
Okay.
I didn't think you guys supported it only because there's been liberal content creators that don't support that and just want to see Donald Trump get investigated for it, but maybe he didn't do anything wrong. Nobody
I think
really
that
knows the truth,
everybody-
no one's investigated.
I
it
think
yet.
that everybody in the American government holds a lot of power, and with a lot of power means that you are supposed to be held to an incredibly high level of accountability. And I would apply this to anybody, regardless of their political affiliation. And I find that to be the difference between me and the typical Trump supporter, is that the typical Trump supporter forgoes, ignores, and expels any form of
Yo,
accountability.
Frank.
that
By
should
the way,
be
I muted
applied to
everyone
the
on TikTok.
president.
Frank, thank you so
But
much
now
for
I'll
the
just merely move on
$50.
and
Thank you
ask
so much,
to
Frank.
please
We
demonstrate
get some
to us
W's
why
for
you
Frank in the
believe
comment
that the
section.
Trump administration
They
is
seriously
Trump.
did get their degrees from Trump University. That's so real. The economics degrees from Trump.
Well, I'm
University.
not saying
That's so
that they're
funny.
doing a great job. There
Okay,
is a lot of
well-
things they can improve on.
So why do you
And
support the administration?
why do I still support it?
Yeah,
Or
why
are
do you
you
support
saying
the
why
Trump
do I
administration?
support it?
Yeah, like, do you think that Donald Trump right now is doing a better job as president of this country than Kamala Harris would have?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, why is that?
Only because he's going against the hard stuff. And for example, let's talk about this. The whole going against the courts and stuff like that. A lot of people, a lot of Congress, a lot of House representatives asked Pete Hegseth if he would follow the orders if President Trump told him to nuke, like say Greenland, right, or invade Greenland, and he wouldn't answer it straight up. But everybody knows you still follow the Constitution before the President of the United States. And so if the administration believes that they're in the right completely by ignoring a judicial officer, like say a judge that's doing mass completely against policies, like policies that he's trying to implement, and every judge is saying, no, you can't do that. And we're not saying every judge. I mean, like any one particular judge across the country can say that. That to me is like, we should have some kind of checks and balances there for judges, because there's over what 1,000
I just want you to stop talking real quick. Okay, I want you to tell us why you think that Trump is doing a better job than Kamala Harris would have. That was a question that I asked you.
I don't think. Well, I mean, Kamala Harris was going to come in and she was going to do the same thing Biden did.
Okay, so you didn't like the Biden Harris administration
for President Obama.
Okay, so you didn't.
I
Like the Biden
believe
Harris
Kamala
administration?
Harris would have done the same thing as the Biden Harris.
Okay, so what was one bad piece of legislation that the Biden Harris administration passed?
I mean, there's tons. So we've had this conversation before. That's why I'm not going to debate it again. The Jobs and Infrastructure Act.
What?
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, the Tax Cuts and Jobs
So
Act.
we've had this debate before. I'm not going to rehash it, and then
we've already had.
Like, I just want to get your guys' opinion. Yes.
Okay, according to James, we've already spoken, so I guess we'll just kick him and move on. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest, you guys. If you're in that queue, make sure that you support Trump. The last two guests have been a little bit incoherent, but, all right, we're going to hopefully move on to the next, and hopefully the conversations for the day get a little better.
Hopefully so.
And Michael, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal, as well as the message. That means the world to me. Thank you, Michael. Everyone, please show some love to Michael, as well as Haley with a $15 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much. And then Sam with a $20 donation on PayPal. Show some love to Haley and Sam in the comment section, and as well as say happy birthday, Sam, because Sam says celebrating my 25th birthday with the cat on my lap and my computer watching you. Everybody, happy birthday, Sam, in the comment section right now. Thank you guys so much for the love. On top of Allison with a $20 super chat on YouTube saying, thank you, Dean. I will tell her. I really hope that you guys are doing well. Thank you so much for the $20, Allison, and then Tracy with the 10 saying happy Easter. Is today Easter?
I think so. Some people have said that to me as well.
I think Easter's not until like Easter Sunday. So it's gonna be this Sunday.
I don't know what day of the week it is. I don't know, to be honest with you.
It's Good Friday right now.
So it's in
Catholic
2 days.
schools coming in.
I think they just mean like early Easter, like before Easter.
It's Holy Week. Happy Holy Week for all of the good Christians watching the stream. Love
Progressive Christians.
What's going on, Mr. Found? Happy Holy Week to you. I see the cross in your profile picture. Do you support Trump?
And Sandy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Sandy. And Russell, thank you
I
for $3.
accidentally requested up, but pre-election, I probably would have voted for him. But looking at the things that he's doing now, I do think he should be impeached, and
Hey,
he's doing a lot of horrible stuff right now.
W to you, bro. I appreciate you for standing by your values compared to Trump's. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, you guys. Just looking for people that support the current administration. Go ahead and hop in the queue if that's you. We got Joey loading up right now, y'all. Everyone just go ahead and just give us a minute. If you're one of the 5.7 thousand people watching, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen and let's try to get up 2 million likes. What's going on, Joey? Do you support Trump?
I do not, but if I
Goodbye, Joey. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just be patient and give us a minute
Jesse,
while we get
thank you
Matt
for
loaded up into the
$3.
box.
And
Here
then
we are, everybody.
Rebby with the $1. Thank you so much.
All right, y'all. All right, you guys. Yeah, I'm pretty. Easter is on 420. That's right. That's right. We're gonna have a great Easter.
I
you
just
guys.
realized that.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna be on a plane on Easter.
Me too.
Yeah, we're going out to Texas. Yeah, Texas. That's right.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next guest, everyone. We got Lils loading up, guys. If you are a Trump supporter, just spam MAGA down below in the comment section. We'll get you up here. Hello, Lils. Do you support Trump?
Thank you, Dean, for making this world a better place. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Appreciate you for the love, Lils. I will politely ask my supporters to please not join the queue, because we're just looking for debates, but I appreciate you guys nonetheless, including you, Lils. All right, moving on. Here we are. Here we are.
Hello?
With Travis. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
19. What time is it?
4:45.
Oh, yeah, really? What state are you in?
Philadelphia.
Sam, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Oh fuck no.
Philadelphia.
Philly. I'm in the state of Philadelphia.
And Kim, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kim. I really appreciate that. W's for Kim in the chat. And Daniela, thank you for the $1.
All right, guys. Where's that next guest at? Yo, honestly, dude, if you want to come up here in debate, just spam MAGA down below in that chat. What's up, Rena? Do you support Trump? Rena left. Quite frankly, there's nobody to debate, everyone. There's nobody to debate. All the Trump supporters. I've changed everybody's mind. That's right. If you're watching this live and you're a Trump supporter and you don't want to come up and debate, guess what? You are a liberal. I've changed your mind. That's right. Then also pointing it out, if this live gets taken down, go to Linktree in my bio, join my YouTube. You already know. All right, man. All right, you cooked them all. That's right. We have moving on. Who's next? We got AD loading up into the box. Actually, I didn't click on this person, but they're loading in nonetheless. TikTok's being a little bit buggy at the moment. Where are the guests at, man? What's up, AD? Sport Trump?
Hell yes, I do.
Okay. How many packs?
What?
Don't worry about it. Why do you support Trump?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, this is a debate live.
I just think the liberals are taking over.
Did you just say, what did you just say?
The liberals are taking over.
The
with these
liberals are taking over. Well, actually, our president's a Republican. Congress is Republican. The Supreme Court is conservative leaning 6-3. What do you mean the liberals are taking over?
Nope.
He left. Okay. All right. See, a big aspect of MAGA is this victim complex reliant upon being like this oppressed class. And the way that they've kind of perpetuated that identity is by saying that the liberals hold all the power. But obviously that's not true. So, you know, people that try to make that argument still yet they kind of get gagged rather quickly, I'd argue. Hello, Martin Time. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I voted for Trump.
Why, Wyman?
All right, listen, can we focus on this argument and not go sideways? Yeah.
Yeah, tell us why
I
you
promise you I
support
won't go
the
sideways.
Trump administration.
All right, so you guys, you liberals, you love two things or three things, right?
Well, I
You
love a
love-
lot more than three things, but okay.
You love, all right, well, okay, fair. But you love Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, right?
Well, I think that there's a lot of inefficiencies in our government, and I haven't done an in-depth view into Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security to make the evaluation that I love the systems. Arguably, I'd hedge a pretty strong bet that they could be significantly better, but I still do think that social systems as a whole are good for people.
Yeah, so like two things I would say for that is that what's up?
What, you work for Dodge or something?
Dodge? You mean Doge?
Doge? Yeah.
No, I don't think that they didn't even. I don't even think they like address like actually where the most of the waste spending is going to be in the Department of Defense. But secondly, if you want to talk about the Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, Medicare and Medicaid, I would like to be Medicare for all. I would like everyone to have access to, you know, healthcare access. That'd be amazing, free at the point of service. So everyone, right, is not discriminated against that in terms of, you know, things that they need, because it's security in terms of health, the same way we provide security in terms of health with like police officers or with firefighters.
So Parker and Dean, can we agree that these programs that we like, quote unquote, are not sustainable, right? They're going to run out in 10 years, right? 2035. We can't afford them anymore, right?
Not if we continue immigration, and it is the case that like we grow our economy. Secondly, like we can make the system faster, I mean, not faster, more efficient in terms of the revenue mechanisms for things like Social Security, right? If it is the case that like we over like the next 65 years or so, shift the like the funding mechanism from how it is currently to like a system where we get like $7,000 to $10,000 when we're born, and let's put in like an index fund until we are like 65. But for Medicare and Medicaid, if we have Medicare for all, that will save us around $450 billion a year. So you say we can't fund these systems? Well, we can't fund the current private healthcare system that is putting people in huge amounts of medical debt. That's what we can't fund. And what would save us money is a Medicare for all system.
Parker, you're lying when you say that we can fund this by doing XYZ. We cannot fund this like forever.
What?
It's not sustainable. We cannot.
The private healthcare system right now costs more by $450 billion a year. The current healthcare system is what's bankrupting Americans, not Medicare for all, right? That wouldn't bankrupt Americans.
So we can fund tax cuts for billionaires, but we can't fund health insurance for low-income Americans.
Yep.
You can tax the billionaires, millionaires all you want. It will not cover the funds that it requires.
No, but I'm saying that the funds required to cut taxes for billionaires can be covered, but apparently not the funds required to pay for healthcare for low-income Americans.
Well, I'm here saying like we should tax everyone, middle class and the rich class.
Marin, think about it this way. There's a private cost to healthcare that people already spend, right? That cost is no different from looking at it if we do insurance through the government, right? If you look at insurance through the government, it would be less costly for American citizens to get access to healthcare because there's not an insurance middleman between you and your doctor that is ripping you off for profit.
Yes, maybe it'll be cheaper.
But no, not maybe. It will be cheaper. It is cheaper in other countries that spend almost half as much per capita as we do here in the United States.
Parker, it will not be enough. It's not enough. We need to increase taxes on the middle class. That is
if the middle class will happily pay more taxes if it is the case that they are going to get something in return, i.e. Medicare for all, right? Because the amount they're paying in taxes will be less than what they're currently paying in private healthcare every year.
Okay, well, I guess I'll agree with you there that we should increase taxes. Also, will you agree with me that increasing taxes on the millionaires and billionaires will not be enough?
In order to fund vast programs like that, yes, we obviously need to tax everyone in order to be able to get a program like that. But if you close loopholes, that will give us literally trillions of dollars more every single year, right? In revenues. With just our
Dean,
current tax structure. Canada does not have that much higher taxes than us, right? And in plenty of respects, they have lower taxes depending on like the province. Or
I'll be
sorry,
honest,
I can't speak.
I don't know shit about Canada. But the point being is that people hate to hear this. So I voted for Donald Trump on the basis that we need to extend these programs that we love, or by we I mean Democrats. We love Social Security, we love Medicare, we love Medicaid, but they also can't figure out a way to pay for it.
We are,
But wait. Okay. Once again, I just want to relate back to the point. You're saying that we're having a crisis where we can't figure out how to pay for healthcare for low-income Americans, but then Donald Trump waltzes in and says, "Boom shakalaka! Here's $8 trillion worth of tax cuts for millions and billionaires. Pass it, deal with it, add it to our deficit. Here's my debt." Like, I wish that if we wanted a president that was more like fiscally responsible and good for government expenditure, you would have voted for Kamala Harris, not only because of the track record of the Biden-Harris administration spending half as much as the Trump administration did, but also because her policy this time around cost a third as much as all of his combined. So I find it funny when people will come up here and argue that, you know, we need a presidency that's more fiscally responsible. We're running out of money, but then you vote for the presidency that is spending more of that money that apparently we're running out of. Laura, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Laura.
Also, there's a cap on Social Security tax that you could, if you removed, would literally just like be able to pay for it. Secondly, I advocated for subverting the revenue mechanism to make it more efficient. The system that I'm talking about and would be able to be applicable like in the long run, not in the short term.
So you're telling me that if you break that cap that you're talking about, it would fund
along with continued immigration.
Those three social programs for everyone is what you're saying.
Yeah, we'd be able to maintain the benefits. Whereas like what you're advocating for is either getting rid of the benefits or reducing the benefits. Which one would you provide?
No, I'm not.
Why is what I said going in? Why am I not
increase
being addressed or responded to?
Sorry, Dean. Why don't we increase the age? Because the age that those benefits were originally devised from, right, where it was people were, their life expectancy was like what, 65, 70? Now people live a lot longer. Why don't we increase the age, and so those benefits will last longer?
Well, I don't know what he just said. Increase the what?
Like, you know how you receive those benefits, right? At like what, at 60, 65, right?
Yeah. So are you saying you receive them later on in your life?
Yes.
So how old should you be?
So increase taxes on the middle class and push back the age of retirement.
Yeah. So what age should they? What age should they be able to retire?
I don't know.
I just would like to clarify. It doesn't even matter because you run on that policy, you lose.
Yeah, but
it's already been tried.
I want him to tell me what he thinks it should be real quick though. Like what age?
Dean, that's the problem, is that no one can run on that platform, because if you say the truth,
that's not the truth. Answer the question.
No, it is the truth.
No, it's not. Answer the question. What age do you want it to be?
What is it now? Like 60?
It's 65 currently.
70.
You want it to be 70 years old? You think that people shouldn't be able to retire until they're 70? Here, chat, let me just ask y'all. Do y'all want to work until you're 70 years old?
Dude, I'm making a point here, and you know what I'm saying is reasonable.
Okay, all right. I would like to make my point again, and I hope that this time you're able to actually respond to it. Last time I said this, it just went in one ear and out the other.
All right, what?
If you want a presidency that's fiscally responsible and doesn't overspend, we're being more conscious of what we are spending, which seems to be the main motive that you're getting at here. why did you vote for Trump? Not only did he spend twice as much as the Biden-Harris administration in his first term, but his policy this time around costs 3 times as much as what Kamala Harris proposed. And a lot of his reckless spending is not going into very important social safety nets like Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, but rather into cutting the taxes of millions and billionaires, right? On top of his plan for mass deportation, which costs $175 billion up front, then $100 billion per year in reoccurring costs. So if you really care about the money that our government is spending, if you want to keep a closer eye on it, if you want to lock in, make sure that the deficit is shrinking, and we have more money to spend in places where it actually benefits Americans, seemingly Kamala Harris was a significantly better candidate.
First of all, I think that you're sidetracking because I was making a different point. But
so so if you think that this point is not conceptually related, I'll just merely ask you to leave the live, because I think that's just very disingenuous of you, and
that's
about it. I could go find another guest that won't be as disingenuous as you.
I know that's not the argument I was coming up with, but if you want,
so it's a response to the position.
No,
I'm merely just arguing that if you want fiscal responsibility and a closer eye on the deficit, so we can ensure the funds that our federal government has are spent in the right places, on top of just making sure that our government has more funds to be spent in the right places, Kamala Harris was the better stepping stone for the next 4 or 8 years.
All right. So if you want to go down that road, I'll go down that road. But the tariffs will fund some of that.
No. So we got a report from PBS that estimated that the tariffs so far have raised $500 million, and that's after Thanos snapping $10 trillion off the stock market. $0.17 trillion in projected GDP growth this financial quarter. So like you're basically saying that we are going to pay like a couple $1 trillion here for $500 million in return. That is a bad business decision, sir.
Does what you just said account for the increased revenue from bringing businesses back here in the U.S.?
So actually, the government revenue goes down when GDP growth does, given the same tax policy, and that is why government revenues go down, because we're heading into a recession due to the tariff policy.
Yeah, and if tariffs decrease GDP, it is going to be the case that overall you're going to get lower revenue in general.
Yeah, the government will have less revenue because right now American businesses are going into the shitter. Their exports are on the decline. The raw materials cost more. There's less consumer confidence in the market, which means investors are pulling their money out of American businesses, alongside the fact that we're now in a trade war with the rest of the planet. Tariffs don't drive more manufacturing back to America, at least the tariff plan that Donald Trump has today. And by the way, the Mr. Moneyman, Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed, agrees with me and disagrees with you. Even he said on a mic 2 days ago that the tariffs are going to be inflationary, as well as they're going to reduce GDP growth, which could indicate stagflation. So
and
everyone agrees with me.
Well, everything that you said, everyone agrees with you. Sure, whatever. Everything you said, will that pay for those 3 programs: Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security?
So it's going to give us less money to fund to these programs. The reason why it's going to give us less money to fund to these programs is because government revenue will go down with negative GDP growth, as well as the money that the Trump administration is spending is in the wrong places, such as trillions of dollars for tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. So I mean, it actually cripples these programs even more, and that's on top of the direct cuts that the administration has already made.
So, Dean, tell me.
No, you respond to what I'm saying, man.
What is your suggestion to?
I know I'm not going to give you my suggestion on anything, because I want you to respond to the argument I just gave you.
Can you say it again?
No.
The point I'm trying to make is that these programs are not sustainable.
Okay, so you are trying to completely eliminate everything.
I'm not trying to
ignore it. You're going to leave it in the dust. You're not going to consider it even for a second.
I'm not trying to eliminate it.
So then respond to what I said, please.
Which was what?
Chat, should I repeat myself or should I kick him? We'll leave it up to a vote from a democratic vote from the viewership.
Like like Mara, the point that you're saying is that like you keep saying it over and over again. We've responded to it multiple times. We get that you don't think that it's going to be able to fund itself, but we've given you multiple reasons that it would be able to, and like we can do certain things to keep it around and to not cut and slash benefits for people who need it.
Heavily swayed towards kick, so we just.
My
Okay.
phone's
Mostly
dying.
on.
So you think that abortion?
Instances where people use abortion too freely as a form of birth control.
Okay.
Many times, people close to me, cousins, having multiple abortions a year.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Continue.
So I feel like that should be limited.
All right.
So you think your cousin should be in prison?
I'll just run this argument real quick.
Go ahead.
I promise I'm setting up for a position here. Go ahead, Ray.
To at least where before a heartbeat is detected.
All right. So is
'Cause I
there any
believe
other
that that's
reasons
one-
why? Is there any other reasons why you think that abortion is wrong outside of saying that you think women use it as birth control?
That I believe that once a heartbeat is created, that's when the soul would enter a body.
Oh, well, I'm just going to say that the soul enters the body when consciousness begins at 20 weeks. All of a sudden, we both have unfounded, unjustified hypotheses with no evidence to point towards them that are purely dependent upon our emotions and feelings. Where do we go from here?
You said what was that? Was that again? Sorry.
Yeah. So I believe that the soul enters into the body at 20 weeks with the occurrence of the ability to deploy consciousness. Once again, my hypothesis, just like yours, has no evidence to justify it, no fact to substantiate it, and is purely dictated on my emotions and thoughts and feelings, just like yours. Where do we go from here?
Are you familiar with Schrodinger's cat?
I'm not so sure how Schrodinger's cat would relate to a response to my question.
Well, we don't absolutely know when I guess sentience becomes into when you're birth.
I do. It's at 20
and all that?
weeks.
Okay.
I do. Once again, just unjustly founded upon my emotions, my thoughts, and my feelings. Just like your position about the soul entering into a fetus with the permanence of a heartbeat is unjustly founded upon your emotions, your thoughts, and your feelings. Where do we go from here? So we have two conflicting hypotheses of when the soul would enter the fetus, the body. Both of our hypotheses have no evidence for them. So how do we determine which hypotheses to operate our legislation upon?
Okay, let's steer away from the soul then, and let's just stick with the heartbeat because that's when I feel life begins.
Okay, I have a question. Do dead things grow?
Yeah, some things, some dead things.
The answer is no. So the dead things don't grow. Would you agree that organic material is either only in two states? It's either alive or dead.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to clarify, if you think that life begins at the heartbeat, then before the heartbeat, the fetus is dead, right?
Yeah, so that I'm okay with abortions before the heartbeat.
Okay, so a fetus before the heartbeat is dead. So then why does a fetus before heartbeat grow? Are you saying that not only is the life of this fetus reanimated because it goes from being dead to alive, but then also this dead thing is growing, contradicting the last answer you just gave? Are you saying that all humans are technically zombies because we were all reanimated from being a growing dead thing to being alive?
No, because it's before the heartbeat, it's essentially a cancer.
Oh, what? No, is it dead before the heartbeat?
No, it's was it?
Wait, if it's not dead, then it's alive. So
it's
now
the
you're
pregnant
saying
person's tissue is what I see it as. So
is it dead? Is it dead or alive?
It's alive, but I see it as part of the pregnant person's body, such as a finger.
If it's alive before the heartbeat, then life doesn't start at the heartbeat.
Well, it's the mother's heartbeat.
So wait, pregnant women have two hearts?
No.
Well, I mean, the heart has to develop in the fetus before it starts beating.
Yeah.
So pregnant women at like one point or another have two hearts.
Yeah, I guess if you're like if you eat a heart, you'd have two hearts inside of you. But it isn't until it starts beating on its own that I see it as its own being.
So if my heart stops beating, I'm no longer an individual person. Do I go back to being a part of my mom?
No, because you're no longer attached.
Okay, but I'm not my mom, but I'm also not my own person, right?
Well, you'd be dead if your heart is
So
stopped.
you think people whose hearts stop and then they get resuscitated, do you think that they died and came back to life? They resurrected from the dead?
Yeah, just like Jesus.
Just like Jesus? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then here's my question. Someone who gets a heart transplant, right? Are you saying that they are different?
Become a new
Are they still alive even after the rest of their body's dead because their heart is in another person? Like
No.
No, but they're still alive.
No,
Their heart's beating.
That would be I guess the brain is who you are, but your heart is essentially your motor.
Why do you care about the motor and not who you are?
Wait, I want to clarify that like functionally, there's a lot of parts of you that make you function, and if any of them were to stop functioning, you would cease to be alive, right? If you lost your brain right now, you're dead. If you lose your heart right now, you're dead. If you lose your lungs right now, you're dead. If you lose your kidneys, you're dead in 24 hours. I mean, there's like if you lose your nervous system, you're dead. If you lose your like blood vessels, you're dead. Like the way that humans operate is via the independent action of multiple organ systems in your body that cooperatively work together to support your life. So when you say that,
do you know the
heart,
boat
why
argument?
are you interrupting me?
Sorry. Go ahead.
So did you listen to anything I just said?
Yeah. You're saying that.
Okay, listen, I just want to go back to your claim. So you're saying that the fetus's life, so life doesn't begin at conception, right?
No.
Okay, so then dead things can grow because a fetus grows from conception until the heartbeat occurs.
Well, it's not essentially dead. It's the pregnant person's tissue
it's either
growing.
alive or dead. So which one is it? Is it alive or dead?
It's alive through the pregnant person.
So then life does begin at conception through the pregnant person.
No, because life was already there before conception.
What?
Life was there before conception. What are you talking about?
The pregnant person is alive. It's essentially a cell going through the body into the
wait, like
into the womb.
I mean, just talking about like biological fact, like a unicellular human zygote, the first stage of human development, moments after conception, is not just the tissue of a woman. It would also include the sperm of a male reproductive system.
Yes.
So I mean, it's not simply the pregnant person's tissue. And in fact, it would possess distinct, unique human DNA apart from the pregnant person.
Yeah.
So it's not identical to the pregnant person.
It's part of the pregnant person. Such a I was trying to bring up
it's a part of the pregnant person.
Yeah.
So why is it no longer a part of the pregnant person after the heartbeat?
Because it's its own what is it? I see it as its own person, its own being.
Okay, but why don't you see it as its own person or its own being before the heartbeat? Because there's realistically, there's no biological distinction between the existence of a fetus prior to and after the heart begins beating.
Mhm.
It's only like the function or lack thereof of an underdeveloped organ. This is just a very arbitrary line that you're drawing to say that this is when this human life starts, or this is when this human life does not exist, and it's rather just a part of the pregnant person. I mean, it has its own unique human DNA from the moment of conception.
Mhm.
And 97% of biologists agree with me.
Mhm. Well, it was the reason I voted because I don't. I feel like.
But I want you to respond to what I'm
Mhm.
saying. How could something that has its own unique human DNA, right,
Mhm.
that is growing, right, be a part of a pregnant person, but then when it grows to a sufficient degree to have semi-function of the underdeveloped organ of the heart, it is no longer a part of the pregnant person?
Well, it's attached to the pregnant person, but it's its own being, similar to a virus or a.
But this would
virus
be,
or a
but under your view, this would be true before and after the heart begins beating.
True. You got me there.
Okay, so then it's also a part of the pregnant person after the heartbeat.
Yeah, so there should be a moral, what is it? Obligation to keep it alive after the heartbeat.
Because it's a part of the pregnant person?
Because she's because they're what is it?
Why are you asking
I know
me to
there's
tell
there,
you what
I
your
know there's
argument is?
I know there's an entire argument of what is it, when people have sex, they're consenting
What?
to the risk of pregnancy.
We're not done talking about your views on the fetus.
Mm-hmm.
So you just conceded that under your view, it's a part of the pregnant person before and after the heart begins beating. So why does that obligation to keep it alive only begin when the heart begins beating?
Because it's its own life is what I'm trying to say.
But why is it not its own life before the heart begins beating? Last time you answered this question by
Because
saying, well, it's a part of the pregnant person. But remember, 30 seconds ago, you also conceded under your view that it's a part of the pregnant person after the heart begins beating, which would mean, given your logic, it's not its own life then either.
It is attached to the pregnant person.
It is also
I feel like-
attached to the pregnant person after the heart begins beating.
Yeah, so there's
so it's
obviously
not
the
its own
fetus
life,
wouldn't be able to.
according to you.
I would say it is its own life, but
okay,
it's
even though it's
feeding off of
attached.
the
Wait.
pregnant person.
So I want to clarify
Feeding off
that
of-
before the heart begins beating, it's not its own life because it's attached to the pregnant person. But after the heart begins beating, it is its own life, even though it's attached to the pregnant person. So what's the relevant distinction? You're arguing in circles here.
Well, like virus would be its own life, would it not?
What?
Even though it's growing inside of a person.
So you're saying, okay, it's a virus once its heart begins beating?
No, I'm comparing it to a virus. I'm not saying it is a virus.
So it's like a virus when the heart begins beating. So why is it not
Before.
like a virus?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
so it's like a virus before the heart begins beating, but not like a virus after the heart begins beating. Why?
Sorry, I confused myself there. So once the heart starts beating, it is like a virus. But I'm not.
What? You just said that it's like a virus
No, I know.
before the heart begins beating.
I had confused myself while I was speaking. Sorry.
Okay.
So
sorry for yelling at you.
Before the heartbeat, it is essentially like an organ of, or a, what is it? The tissue of the pregnant person. After the heartbeat, it is a life.
Okay, why?
Because it has a heartbeat. So like
Okay, so your argument is circular. You're saying there's a difference at the heartbeat because it has a heartbeat. Ray, I'm going to go ahead and just move on to the next guess.
Thank you.
What the fuck is going on today, bro?
I don't know, man. Haven't had a good few days. This has been brutal.
Dude, what is this shit, man?
How are you guys doing?
What's up, man? You support Trump?
Yes, socially. Yes, I think he's great socially.
So
he's
overall, do you think he's doing a better job than Kamala Harris would have?
I can't determine that. These presidents are random as hell.
Really?
Yeah, I can't determine that. I don't know what the hell she would have did and not did, or what would work or not work. We can't determine that.
Can't you judge based upon like the positions you agree with if they have or not?
It depends on how shit work. You know how it goes. Sometimes shit you can have a good idea that don't work, and sometimes you can have a good idea that works. You can have a bad idea that works. You can have a bad idea. It's a fucking America.
Can I ask you like what policies of Donald Trump's that you agree with and what ones you disagree with on Kamala Harris?
Well, I said socially. I love the conversation we having about like gender identity and the abortion debate. I like that little debate you had, even though you was misleading. You know good and well that something can't be considered dead if it never was alive, but that dude wasn't smart enough to call you out on that. I love these debates. We wouldn't be having this deeper talk about what we think and what we feel without Trump. He's a wrench in the system. They voted for him. He's president. So what are people thinking about? Why is he president? It ain't because of policy. I ain't vote for him because of policy. I vote for him because he made me feel good about what I think and what I feel. Sometimes it's just feeling. Sometimes it's not the facts, Dean. Sometimes we feel like, yeah, I don't like having to call somebody that look like a dude to me a woman.
Okay, so
I don't like
it's
that.
it's just vibes. It's just vibes.
Yeah.
So
he
so
won,
by the way, if you
what policy did he win on? He won off of vibes. He jumped out of garbage.
So am I able
like
to
Barbie.
explain
He
my
was
position?
he was President Barbie. He was dressing that. He was a McDonald's worker. He was a truck.
What a fucking weirdo, dude! Like, why is he screaming into the mic about random
I'm
fucking
a
bigoted
weirdo.
shit?
I'm a weirdo because I'm explaining
Yeah,
myself.
no, because you're
Y'all
bigoted.
weird. Y'all
Because
get on here
because
and
you're
argue
bigoted
the
and you're not
same
willing to address
arguments
it.
every day.
You want to let me respond to it?
Are you gonna let me cook a little bit so I get my personality?
Yo, NASA, how about this? You just let Parker speak, and once he's done speaking, you
I
speak.
apologize, Parker.
Okay. I have a question. Do you have an issue with like pronouns? Do you
Not
have pronouns?
because he and she is pronouns.
What are your pronouns?
My pronoun is he. I'm a he. His.
Okay. So
if I'm in a group, I'm a them they. If I'm part of some people, I have a problem with.
you know that they can be singular
let me
as well.
Your question. Well, let me ask you what I have a problem. Let me answer what I have a problem with. I have a problem with you trying to make me call you what I view you as, right? If a dude identifies as a woman, right? I don't care if you do that in your own social groups.
Wait.
Or
We have to talk about what we can talk about. If I think that like when I see Dean's face, I'm like, dude, he looks like a Seth to me, right? Would it be respectful for me to call him a Seth? He looks like a Seth to me.
You can call him what
I can call him whatever I want. Is that not disrespectful?
I also want to just reiterate here, guys, we can't have a conversation about T individuals on TikTok. It'll get you banned and me banned. It'll be a bad day for everybody. But I really do hope that 0.01% of the American population that has never done anything to hurt, harm, or affect you in a negative way caused you to vote for the wannabe authoritarian dictator that wants to coup the Constitution, terminate it too, and ignore the Supreme Court while passing tax policy that redistributes wealth from the poor to the rich. So, is there any other reasons why you support him?
Can I answer Parker's question? Or y'all fear people with a mind?
I mean, like, preferably no. The reason why
y'all let slow people talk for hours up here.
The question was about names, so I tried to make it so we can talk
a long time.
Hey, Nasa,
I was trying to tell you.
Okay, first and foremost, don't call people slow, dude. Like, how about let's just have a conversation here.
Yeah, well, I'm getting muted.
All
Those guys were saying the silliest stuff. Y'all just let them talk. And because I'm kind of loud, and I'm kind of got a little personality, y'all mute me.
Listen,
I feel bad.
Once
Y'all,
again, the reason I'm asking you to have a conversation with us about another subject has like nothing to do with you. But
I get what you were saying.
NASA, because you're talking about T individuals.
Yeah, I agree with you.
TikTok bans us for that.
Okay, I apologize for that. I didn't want to get into that, but I was just saying that was one of the reasons. Parker seems like it hit close to home.
So, ma'am, if at this point in the conversation you would now tell us another reason why you have to support Trump, would be great.
I take that. So that means we on the same. We can call anybody what we want, right? Social feeling is mute each other. We don't have Trump is causing the conversation. We're having these discussions. You made more money because Trump exists just from doing this. Look at this.
So
Look at this
actually,
platform. These platforms were not
so
popular.
I don't
about
mind
politics
I don't mind
before Trump.
responding. I don't mind responding to that, and I will right now.
Okay.
I actually I think what you're saying about my platform is true. Okay, like yes, I did have
You
a
got a great
platform.
platform.
NASA. I did have a platform before politics, before I got into politics. But I will
Okay.
say that the size of my platform has exploded because I've spoken against Donald Trump and his administration. But I don't think just because there's like a second, a third, or a fourth, or a fifth order consequence of something that is good, that makes the original action good as well. Like for instance, here's an analogy that I often use.
Okay.
One moment. Here's an analogy that I often use is that let's imagine a woman got raped and then she went on to be one of the most prolific pro-women anti-rape advocates that has ever existed in the history of ever, and had a significant impact on reducing rape culture in America. Well, we would say that the consequence there of reducing the impact of grape culture in America is good, but that doesn't mean that she should have gotten raped. So even though the consequence of my platform is good, having more critical discussions or even like self-interested ideas that you pointed out, such as making more income, etc. Like this doesn't mean that the original action of Donald Trump doing all these bad things that we discuss on this live is good.
Well, you're still alive, man. I don't think you can compare.
Dean got banned. All right. Let's go live myself. Let's go live myself. Alrighty. We'll still be restricted, which is very unfortunate, but maybe we'll get a debate or two. Appeal already not proved. Great, dude. What do we do? So, I don't have a single account I can go on without getting restricted, y'all. What's up, everyone? Dean just got taken down. Dean just got taken down, everyone. I don't know what for. I'd have to ask him and see what it was. What's up, everyone? Everyone joining the YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Everyone, make sure to like the stream. Hopefully, we can get some debates here for today. Hopefully, we can get some debates here for today. What's up, everyone, though? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Was it banned? Yep, Dean got banned. Dean did get banned. But yeah, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Everyone, do tap that screen here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Yes, I always recommend people to go over to my YouTube. YouTube is way better. YouTube's just way better. I'm like, honestly, like, I'm so annoyed of TikTok right now. It's just, I don't even, I'm almost at a point where I don't want to use it, to be honest with you. Traceless, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Susan, thank you for the $20 super sticker. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Susan and Traceless in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, y'all. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
What's up?
hello?
How old are you?
I'm Tony.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
Fentanyl's on Instagram. Fentanyl's on Instagram. Fentanyl's on Instagram.
It's like, well, they do this every day. I'm quitting TikTok. I'm so done. It's like they make new accounts just to do that. Do you see? It's every day. It's every day at this point. It's every day. I'm so done. The first person I brought up on the live. The first person. These people literally have nothing better to do with their lives. They actually genuinely don't. Yeah, I guess I just have to do StreamYard for the day. It's just like I'm so annoyed with this shit. It's really annoying. It's like these people have literally nothing better to do. But thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm so demotivated, chat. Like honestly, like it's just like at this point, it's like TikTok's not going to do anything to fix their platform. It's really frustrating. And it's like every day I have to deal with this shit. It's like I put so much of my time and effort into building everything on TikTok, and it's just like I get nothing from it. Everything just fucking doesn't work. It's unusable at this point. They don't care. They don't respond to any of the messages. It's just AI responses. I'm so done. I'm so done. It's unusable. It's just that one person that keeps doing that, and they just don't hold them accountable. It's literally like so frustrating. And like the police won't do anything about that. Probably they literally they won't. Like it's just like we live in a useless society at this point. It's like so annoying. It's so frustrating. When it comes to these things, it's literally useless. Like totally useless. Like there's what am I supposed to do? Russell, think of it $2. Thank you so much. It's okay. It's okay. No, don't worry about that, Russell. I'm not worried about that right now. Everyone, I'm probably gonna be bringing people up on Streamlabs here in a little bit. Only send a guest request if you do want to debate. Please don't send a guest request if you don't want to debate right now. I am just looking for some debates right now. Please, everyone, do respect my boundaries. Just looking for some debates right now. So only do send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Taylor, think of it $2. Alrighty. We'll see if we can get some people over on StreamYard. If you want to debate me, you have to go over to YouTube, everyone. You have to go over to YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? All right. Yo, what's up, Matt?
Hey, how you doing?
Horrible, honestly. I hate TikTok right now. It's really
I figured.
frustrating.
Yeah, I'm not gonna stay because I know you want debate. So I just I'm assuming Dean got banned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. If you want to or anything, like I said, you can use one of my accounts if you want. But just let me know. I hope you get some good debates in, but I won't stay and and bug everybody. So I hope you have a better night.
Appreciate you, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Chris, I think it's
Bye.
$10.
Take care. Bye, chat.
Thank you, man. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hello.
How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Huh?
Why so?
I like his policy on abortion.
Okay, what about it?
I don't really think that it's like just okay because I view it as like I don't have like a
What's your
certain
birth
point.
year?
What do you mean? What'd you say?
What's your birth
2006.
year?
2006.
And you said you're how old?
19.
Okay, what month?
January.
Okay. All right, continue.
I don't like how people like oh, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Kind of mixed me up a little. I don't have like a certain point where like during like when the woman's pregnant, I'm like when like it's okay. I feel like it like never should be because, well, except for if the mother's life is in danger. But because like it's still like a person chance of being born, and it still has a chance of being a conscious person, and I don't feel like it's right to take that away from someone.
Okay, so like a 10-year-old rape victim should be forced to go through pregnancy?
Personally, I don't believe so, but then the argument is used like against like why is it okay? Why would like
So you do believe they should be able to get access to abortion, right?
I think they should, but if I like use that and say they should, then I would have to say everyone should, and I don't agree with that.
Oh, okay, so then you don't believe that they should be able to.
I do, like I don't think it's like okay, it's very like an awful thing. Personally, I probably would not have like if I had a child, like my own kid went through that, I probably wouldn't care about my own morals and I would probably let them get an abortion.
Okay, so then
It'd just be a very hard thing to
so
get
it should
myself
be
to do.
legal. It should be legal, correct?
Well, if I say then that should be illegal, then every form I would have to say every form would be illegal, and I don't agree
Then
with
it
that.
shouldn't be illegal. Or it should, no, fuck, just tell me what you fucking believe. Jesus Christ, dude. Why are you beating around the bush so much? Oh my god.
You get what I'm going out there? That like
No,
if I say one thing,
answer the question. Which one do you believe in?
so give me the options again. I'm sorry.
Do you believe it should be legal or illegal for women to get access to abortion or rape victims to get access to abortion?
Regular woman, just in any circumstance, no. If great,
This is not a complicated question.
Well, because if I say yes, then it's gonna have
Do
to
you
be
want me to
yes
just
for
pick
every
you and go to the
form.
next person? I don't know why you have to beat around the bush like this.
No, sorry, hold up.
I'm really annoyed with people right now.
Hold up, can I ask?
Don't let
I
that
understand.
continue.
I
Answer the
don't
damn
understand.
question. I'm not playing with shit today.
All right, sure, yeah. Also, I'm sorry about what happened to you on the live. I was there, and I think that's
Okay.
really fucked up that people do that.
Okay, so answer the question.
Yeah. I think it should be legal. Yeah.
Legal? Okay. So then you think they should be able to get access to it. So what was that whole nonsense about? You think that like if that's legal, then you have to say all abortion should be legal.
Well, like if I said like one form, then you could say, well, like, then why can't this person have it if it's the same? Like, because I'm in the Charlie Kirk Jubilee video, he used a thing like saying I think it was the dean saying like you see, or it was that girl that like said that I was speaking that like what's the difference between these two? It's like the picture of the thing when they're like had the thing on the pregnant woman's stomach. I forgot the name of it, what it's called, like the picture. Do you know what I mean?
No.
It's like to show the baby in the stomach.
You're talking about like
Ultrasound.
Ultrasound, yeah. Like what? What
If
about?
you look at, he used the argument. If you look at which ultrasound picture,
I'm confused why you just randomly brought that up.
because it's gonna help me with my point real quick. So Charlie used the argument that I don't think he's the brightest person when it comes to this. He doesn't make us sound like very smart people. He's not the smartest. But he used the argument that look at two ultrasound pictures, one of like a grape conceived child and a regular like happy couple. You can't tell the difference, which is why like if you use the argument that a grape victim should be allowed to go through abortion, then a non-grape
The distinction
victim
that
also
you would
should.
provide is the fact that they didn't cause the pregnancy.
What? You cut out.
The distinction that you'd provide is the fact that they didn't cause the pregnancy.
I don't
It's
get what
not
you're trying
about
to say.
the distinction as to why someone should be able to get access to an abortion when they are literally when they have been assaulted is because it is the case that they did not cause the pregnancy. They have no obligation to maintain a pregnancy they didn't cause.
I'm kind of lost on what you're trying to say. I'm sorry.
All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I was mute. 24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but you missed a dono from me earlier.
Okay, I'll make sure to look. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, Parker?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. Did vote
Go
for
on,
Donald Trump. What? Can you repeat that one more time?
So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, you know, nobody really has all the reasons, right? Nobody's 100% correct. I voted for Donald Trump because he was closer to, he was closer to Nayib Bukele, right? I'm Salvadoran. I was born and raised. I moved when I was 20 years old, and I lived through the worst years in El Salvador. And United States and our allies never did anything, right? So this is the time where we've heard El Salvador being spoken like never before. People were being killed. 15 people were being killed every day, and people were like, "Oh, that's normal." And academics were studying the phenomena of like gangs while we were living hell. So Biden stupidly was against Nayib Bukele, not really understanding. They don't care. At the end of the day, we're a third world country, and he took measures. And let me ask you, are we on the topic of abortion, or are we on the topic of, or any topic to debate?
I'm asking you, what was the reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
Oh,
over
just simply
Kamala Harris?
because he's more akin to Nayib Bukele. That's all. There really isn't too many choices,
Within what respects?
Within the respect of international relationship, it didn't look like the Democrats were going to be beneficial to the Salvadoran president.
Okay. So you're not going to look at any of the domestic issues in the United States. It's only going to be in relation to our relationship with El Salvador.
Well, it's either corporatism or fascism, and at the end of the day,
Did you hear my question?
no, yeah. Actually, no, I'm not going to consider, factors that are not too relevant to my individuality, so.
So you don't consider anything else?
What would there be there? What is there to consider? Could you?
Him being a rapist, undermining the Constitution, our democracy, our rule of law, our court system.
It wasn't really that relevant to me, to be
That's
honest.
not relevant. Raping an American
No.
woman is not relevant to you?
I do think it's relevant, yes.
So then why did you act like you don't care about it?
Because you guys don't care about the rest of the world. So why should I care about you? Why should I care
Who
about
said I don't care about the rest of the
your
world?
reason? Well, the majority of Americans don't. They live in their own fantasy
Okay.
world and simulation of reality.
So I do care
And-
about the rest of the world. So then are you saying that to
Well,
me as
nothing
well?
has been done,
So are you saying
what
because you
occurred-
think E. Jean Carroll doesn't care about the rest of the world that you think it's okay to like not care about her being fucking raped?
I do care about her. But what I'm
Okay.
saying is that in a utilitarian perspective, I think that most of you
Are
guys
you
are
a
reactionists.
utilitarian?
Of course I am. I mean, at the end of
You
the day, in
course?
practice,
Okay.
well,
Okay,
how
then
can it not be?
I'll
Because
ask
at the end of the day, if we look at if we look at actions that occurred 100 years ago, we're leaving the repercussions of the actions
Can I ask you
100
a
years
question
ago.
then?
What's
If
up?
Kamala Harris made things better off, right, in terms of consequences, would you have voted for Kamala Harris?
Of course, I'm not a.
Okay, so then if you're a
cultist.
utilitarian, you have to consider all factors, correct?
I think if you're more of a deontological individual, I think you
I'm
have
asking
to.
you
I don't think you
I'm
can.
asking you as a utilitarian, do you have to consider all consequences?
Well, that's a very broad question. I think
No, it's
yes.
not.
I
It's a
think
very
being
specific
responsible.
question.
I think if you're responsible, then of course you have to consider all of the consequences. And
As
then
a
of course, I mean,
utilitarian, principally, you have to care about all the consequences. That's what about utilitarianism is, right? It's about the positives versus the negatives, right?
right. Well, then what would be a deontological perspective?
Okay, so you're referencing like your some duty-based moral system, right? I don't even
Right.
think you have to prescribe like yourself as a deontologist or a utilitarian. You can be like a moral particularist, and it's predicated off of like your intuitions in different scenarios. You don't have a certain set of principles that you apply to every single scenario. Right? I think that's a better way than running it on like these moral principles.
And I think that
But like, yeah, if you want to talk about utilitarianism, you have to consider all of the relevant qualities and consequences. So then you have to look at the policies. Can you name 2 of Donald Trump's policies?
no, I cannot. I really don't care.
So then you
I
as a
just joined the
utilitarian can't even
Parker.
determine who you want to vote for.
No, well, the thing is that I just joined the debate because, El Salvador was being mentioned, And at the end of the day, I mean, I don't agree with the philosophy that has been pushed by either party. I think you guys are screwed. Definitely, I think this country's cooked. But at the end of the day, it is intuitively obvious for me that voting for Trump was the best decision because at the end of the day, it was action. And of course, I haven't really studied. I just joined your chat. I don't have that much expertise, and yes, I don't have a lot of knowledge to have made the best decision. I think the best decision was outside voting Kamala or Trump. But at the end of the day, we were
I
if
don't
we
even
would have
think that
put
makes any
Kamala,
sense. If the choice is between Harris or Trump, then how could it be outside of that?
does it have to
You know,
be
between
that?
the $2.
Does it have to be that way?
Yes.
The thing is that you Americans don't really. You're not. You're so comfortable that you think that those are your only options. You really haven't suffered. You haven't gone so low to consider other options. And I think you will
Those are
eventually.
those are the only 2 options in our system. That's how our system functions.
Which is sad. It's sad.
I
You
know.
guys
I
should be
agree.
ashamed.
I would love for it to be a multi-party system where it is the case that other parties have a shot. Are you a
Yeah.
U.S. citizen? You said you Americans.
Yeah, just recently.
So then you're also an American.
Right.
So then why did you refer to
Just
you
recently. Well, I
Americans?
haven't been an American for more than 2 years. So,
But you're still
it's been very difficult.
an American then.
Right, but then that's the discourse creating reality, right? So just because I'm American on paper doesn't mean that I'm on practice, Of
What?
course, I speak their language.
So you're not American.
Well, on paper, I am. There's a paper that says I'm American.
But like, do you
What does
agree
it
that
mean
you're
to be American, Parker?
Well, it's
What
going to
does
be
it
that
mean to be American?
you're obviously when we're typically referencing that, we're just saying that someone's like a citizen, or like someone's legally in the country.
Yeah, I mean, I came legally as a resident. I paid thousands of dollars.
So you chose to be an American.
I didn't choose to be an American. I had to travel because my country was a shithole, and we were getting killed.
Okay, I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry to hear that, and I think that's why we should have legal systems so that people can immigrate here, and people can seek asylum here. And Donald Trump is trying to undermine those systems and make those systems take longer.
That's true. My dad has been waiting forever, and he's my mom's spouse. So we're paying we're going through the through the whole process. I'm definitely very lucky to be able to use my brain to work, to be able to have a house and be able to pay rent. I'm getting involved as much as I can. I mean, I have to be honest. I didn't vote for Trump just because I'm a reasonable person. Like it's stupid to think that that we can tap into this ethereal, logical thing that just use logic. Do this because this is the right thing to do, and this is what we're supposed to be doing. We have to respect the rule of law because that's what was going on back in my country, but people were still being killed. Like the repercussions were more dire and more immediate, if that makes any sense. So
Okay,
yeah.
so when you say it's more dire or more immediate, you have to reference like who you're talking about. For plenty of immigrants who are trying to come to the country, or plenty of people who are seeking asylum, right? It is dire and imminent for them. For women who don't have access to abortion, it's dire and imminent for them, right?
Yeah,
For
100%.
yeah, for our democracy, it's dire and imminent when the guy literally threatens to do a third term, which is against our democratic institutions. He denied the 2020 election results, sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election after he lost it.
Mm-hmm.
And he got literally a fourth of the country to believe in that nonsense.
Well, I mean, we have to consider that most Americans have the ability, the sixth grader ability to read, so he's a liar. Trump is a liar. He's a pervert. And at the end of the day, I just did it for very selfish reasons. I voted just because it was going to benefit my country. That's all. But I really don't know the repercussions of this. I really.
Wait, so then would you think it's justified for an American to vote for like an American candidate that harms El Salvador but benefits the United States?
No, I mean, if I have to
No. So then
choose,
why are you justified in doing that?
well, the
Harming the
thing is
United
that
States to benefit El Salvador.
things are never really
I
black
think
and
that
white.
Kamala Harris's policy is not only better for El Salvador, but also better for the rest of the planet, right? And for the United States.
And that's purely utilitarian. I see your points. That's really
That's not
good.
even utilitarian. I'm saying better because I'm comparing the views. I don't have to
But
use a
is it
utilitarian
really?
framework to identify that.
But is it really? I mean, Democrats have been in power, and just because of them, we had Trump.
Yeah,
They were
Donald
the
Trump is
reason.
tariffing El Salvador.
It's what?
Donald Trump is tariffing El Salvador.
What is that word? I'm sorry. What?
Do
It's
you know what a
tariff.
tariff
What?
is? A tariff?
Tariff. Oh, tariff. Oh, yes. Yes, he is 10%, I believe.
And
This is
doesn't
an
that
idiot.
harm El Salvador?
It does harm El Salvador, but I mean, I really never knew he was going to go ape shit in the economy, just to benefit a few of his billionaire friends,
And he's going to cause a recession too.
Right. He's going to cause a stagflation, I think it's, but
you think he's going to
my,
cause stagflation? You're just like, fuck it.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, that's how I've been my whole life. I don't have a plan,
How
it's
am I
not
supposed
like,
to talk to you about this? How am I supposed to convince you of anything legitimately? Like, if you just are
Well-
totally okay with him causing a recession, you don't care that he raped a woman. Those are not things that you're going to, bring up in terms of saying like, oh, I'm going to vote against him. Then what could I possibly say to you to convince your mind otherwise?
well, how should we, what is the rule that we should use? What is the template that we should use to know how to vote? How do we know we're voting for the right person? Because I had my reasons to vote for him, and I had my reasons to not vote for Kamala Harris because she was going to continue to support the genocide in Palestine. It's like,
Oh, okay. Wait, so
yes,
you're
it's good.
pro-Palestinian? Wait, Donald Trump supports that, and he also ethnically cleansed 2.1 million Palestinians, right? And then literally give them no right to return, and then turn Gaza into Trump Gaza, right? So we can own it as real estate development for the future.
Yeah, he's a fucking liar, but all politicians are liar. I'm not justifying his action, but
Wait, but like if
at
you're
the
going
end
to
of the
say that
day-
you care about Palestinians and that's the reason why you voted the way you did, then why are you voting for a candidate that did worse for Palestinians and is going to do worse for Palestinians?
because at the end of the day, he just pretended to care to end the war immediately, whereas Kamala Harris didn't
End what
seem
war?
like she was going to end the war. The genocide. I mean, I'm sorry.
Donald Trump didn't end the genocide.
He did not. He lied to us. He lied to everyone.
Not only that, but he also literally, right, perpetuated genocide in Yemen.
Okay. Yeah.
The
yeah, of
Democrats
course.
were against and undermined his ability
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. But my question is again, like, how do we know how to vote correctly? Because I am not pro democracy, to be honest, because people are dumb.
You're not
like me.
pro-democracy?
No, I don't think so. I
Then
don't
why
think
did you
that
vote?
decisions. Because I'm participating in a society, Parker.
So you don't believe in democracy. Why do you vote?
Because I'm participating in society. There isn't a reasonable answer to like, oh, I voted because this is gonna trickle down to like in 10 years from now we're gonna blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
but you don't even believe in
We have
democracy,
to
so
have
why vote?
experts. I shouldn't have voted, right? Now that you mentioned, but I did
Okay.
because I wanted to participate in it.
So
But I
to
think
clarify,
it
you
should be
regret your
different.
vote.
What?
So to clarify, you regret your vote?
I do. I really don't care because I think it would have been. Would have been.
All right. Well, got him to regret his vote. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote? What's your birth year?
My birth year is February 2007.
February. Then you didn't vote for Donald Trump, did you?
I just have some issues that I disagree with you on, Parker. Do you mind if I ask you about them?
Would you vote for Donald Trump in the future?
I would not.
Okay. We are just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump right now. Todd, you're all I got right now.
Huh?
Welcome back. You want to try again?
Yeah. I had one point I wanted to talk to you about because I've seen you use this argument a lot before. and I'm not going to go into like depths with it. But so I saw this. I don't know if it was you or someone else on a podcast thing where they asked a girl, like the part, like if they should leave it up to the states, which I don't think they should.
That's Dean.
Huh? That's Dean that likes to do that.
No, Dean was on the podcast that you're referencing.
Oh,
Nathan, think of the
thank you.
$5. What about it?
Well, here's the thing that if you believe in that, like if you believe that it should be up to the states, like if you're pro-slavery because you believe that slavery is like okay in one instance, then you're pro-slavery, correct? Would you say?
If you think slavery should be left up to the states, you are pro-slavery. Do you agree?
Yeah, but I don't think that should be left up to the states.
Okay.
Just want to clarify that.
Yeah, if you say that if you think slavery should be left up to the states, then you are pro-slavery.
All right, but so if someone says they're anti-slavery, but they say it should be left up to the states, all right? Does
Then
that
they're
mean
actually pro-slavery?
All right, so do you think that abortion should be allowed like a day before birth?
No.
So wouldn't that make you anti-abortion because in one instance you're against it?
No. Because it is the case that like you'd say that you're anti-abortion in some circumstances. So like when you say lethal abortion after the point of sentience, meaning that like at that point it would just be an induction of labor. Right.
Alright.
So that's all it is.
All right, but wouldn't that?
I could say I'm pro sentient life.
All right, thank you for clarifying that because that was something I've been wanting to ask because I feel like a lot of people you can't say like I was saying earlier. The way I think is if like you sound hypocritical if you say something, but then you say something that also like counteracts it. Isn't that's the definition of it, isn't it? Where if you like say something and then you
Did
say
I say something
that,
contradictory?
no, you
Okay.
clarified your point, which kind of makes the point I was trying to make sound dumb.
Okay.
But
JB, think of the dollar. So like what are like the main reasons why you voted for Donald Trump?
abortion and like immigration.
Abortion and immigration. So can
Yeah.
you name one Trump immigration policy that you agree with?
Not really. I don't really know also like any policies.
Okay, so if you don't know any policies, then how are you going to identify who's better for immigration or who's better for anything?
Well, from what I've heard, and I haven't like heard enough to prove like one to prove that Harris is better than
Then why'd
Trump.
you vote?
Well, because it'd be dumb not to. Like,
Well,
is
then you
either
should have done that research before. Did you
I
watch my
was
lives before the election?
yeah.
Then why didn't I convince you?
It's like, well, you have to say something. I know this is something you and Dean do a lot. You guys try to convince people to be on your side of an argument or like your side of like the political parties and stuff based on like what you think. If you need to convince someone of something, you need to be able to like you need to be able to convince them off of what they think so that your beliefs sound correct.
We give you hypotheticals all the time that base it upon what your views are.
Oh, from what I've seen, I haven't seen that before.
What?
From what I've like seen watching you
How
and
have
his
you
lives,
watched my content and never seen that?
I don't know. Just haven't.
Okay. Well, I give people hypotheticals all the time.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this before the election or before this, I was like, you guys have convinced me a lot. Like I used to be, like when I was like 15, 16, I was like extremely like thought using like the R word was okay, just throwing around words like that and saying stuff like that, and was extremely far right. And you and Dean and other people in like the party and like your work like debaters and stuff or like that try to convince people. You have done like a lot to convince me otherwise, but it hasn't been like enough, in my opinion. If you would.
I'm glad that we've progressed you in a positive direction, and I do think that we'd be able to convince you. I think that you need to like rely on like the policies and stuff. Like Donald Trump's worse for us economically. Donald Trump's character is worse. Donald Trump is worse for us socially, right? He's going to harm people, right, in the context of getting access to abortion. Like what we brought up earlier, if you think that abortion should be left up to this, or I mean, not sorry, if you think that slavery should be left up to the states, you're pro-slavery. Well, then, if you think that women who have been assaulted, right, their access to abortion should be left up to the states, well, then you're pro-restricting women's access to abortion if they're assaulted in some circumstances.
Yeah. I guess you could say that. Yeah.
So then doesn't that like seem like a really big issue? Like you probably shouldn't support Donald Trump's position if it entails that in a good amount of circumstances, women who have been assaulted or girls can't get access to abortion when they've been assaulted.
I'm sorry. You like talk like kind of fast for me, and like I kind of lose you after like a little bit, and then and I just get like sidetracked. So can you
Well,
repeat that?
it could be because you're playing a video game.
What? That's crazy. I'll turn it off for you.
What part did you not get?
Like that last sentence you said right before.
Tell me what you got up to.
I don't really remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So if you think again, if you think that slavery should be left to the states, you're pro-slavery. So if you think that it should be left up to states, women's access to abortion, even after they've been assaulted, well, then you're pro-restricting women's access to abortion, even if they've been assaulted in certain circumstances.
Yeah, from what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, and that's a bad thing. You don't want to be supporting that, right? You would prefer to, again, be in Kamala Harris's position, where she wanted to protect Roe versus Wade, where it protected women's access to abortion prior to viability.
Well, I know I have seen that. Isn't there like stuff that Trump talked about? He supports like abortion if like it's been like grape mother's life or incest. Hasn't he said that before?
Yeah, but like then he doesn't actually engage in that policy when he leaves it up to the states, because certain states are able to restrict against those certain things. So why didn't he do like a federal policy that would protect those exceptions?
Well, I don't know. He didn't.
Yeah, there should be a federal policy to protect all of those exceptions everywhere.
Yeah, but then Kamala, she how do you say? I'm sorry. I've only ever heard it like pronounced like that, except for like that's how everyone around
Yeah,
me says it.
it's just Kamala, or you can just say Harris.
I'll just say Harris because I don't want to mispronounce it again.
Okay.
But couldn't like Harris? She decided she wants to just make it like legal in all states, not only for those three exceptions. I don't think it should just be allowed, just like regularly, unless it's one of those three. And like she's trying to just legalize it everywhere, which I rather it be like illegal in some areas, and if like the mother's life is really in danger.
No, what Roe versus Wade does is it protects access to abortion federally, right, up until viability.
What does viability mean?
Viability is essentially when the fetus is able to live outside of the womb with help of medical services.
All right. When would that be?
It's around 22 through 26 weeks.
All right. I mean, personally, I just don't think it's right even before that, because like it's so hard for me to like morally to support someone like getting an abortion on a being that could have lived, and it could have had like a life, but now they don't get the chance of being conscious and being able to like live a life anymore. And I just don't agree with that.
I'm confused. Restate your point one more time.
Like, I would feel wrong morally voting for someone that's gonna like make it so it's legal for people to just have an abortion at like any point, or not any point, like
after
even
viability, it was left up to the states.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, not at any point. I mean, even before that. Yeah, even before that, like after like 22, 26 weeks, even before that, I feel like it's still wrong, because morally, I feel you're taking away a chance of someone to have a life, live consciously, be able to actually have a life and like on the earth and experience it. and I just feel like that's wrong to do.
Oh, experience it. Yeah. So then you care about the experience of life, right?
Yeah.
Life experience. Oh, if you care about that, well, then you're going to care about the same thing I care about, sentience.
Well, the thing, just because they haven't like obtained it yet through like living, they're still going to, unless there's a force that like changes it, that like makes it so they're not. Like it's still gonna happen whether it's still gonna happen. It's not like if the it's hard for me to say that what I'm trying to say there. Like just because it's not there yet doesn't mean it's not going to be.
Yeah. Again, in the future, it could possibly be, but like you don't just value things for their potentiality in and of itself. You value things with potential that have already existed or do exist currently. Oh, they left. Like you care about experience of the future once they have established an experience, right, in the past or present. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we have no guests right now. Make sure to send a guest request through the pinned link right above the comment section. Right now, we have no people currently in there. Hear audio. Yep, you have to go on YouTube in order to hear everything. It came back. Welcome back. Oh.
Tweaked
Welcome
out.
back. What'd you say?
My thing like messed up.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. I think I actually hit like the back arrow. You were talking about like just valuing something that's already been like achieved compared to like something that's going to happen. I think it was something. It was like that.
Yeah. You're gonna value potentiality in a future so long as there's a past or a present established. You wouldn't just value a future by itself.
I get where like the point you're trying to go after. It's just like personally, unless like something really like were like something that's big enough to change my mind does, I feel like it's not gonna happen. Like I'm always just gonna believe that if it has the potential to happen, it should.
Okay, well then I'll reduct you that. Right, 0.1 second prior to conception were the set of conditions valuable. Like if I were to, through the magic school bus, go down and prevent the sperm from fertilizing the egg 0.1 second prior to conception, that would have led to your existence. Did I murder you?
I wouldn't say like murder. I would say you like if you didn't do that, that would have been like it's still like if something like that did happen, I feel like whoever did that would have been morally wrong on their part. If you get what I'm trying to, I'm not trying. I wouldn't say you murdered me. I'm just saying it would still be like the same concept of like what abortion does.
So you think I should go to prison?
No, I just said like I
killing a
don't think
sperm
it's
cell?
no, I don't think it's murder. I just think it's still like on the same moral level as that. Unless wait, if a sperm cell reaches like the egg, is it always a guaranteed chance that the person is gonna like end up having a child out of it, or they're gonna get pregnant out of it?
No, actually, plenty of zygotes are flushed out of the system.
Okay, so then I wouldn't say that is. If it's like already has like a life
And
that's gonna.
it's not valuable at conception, even though it's living. The zygote.
I don't care about living. I can care about like that it's gonna be able to have a life experience, which is like very like rare and
Okay,
like
so then care about it once the life experience exists and it's going to be there in the future, instead of caring about it prior to the point in which it has a life experience.
because it's not guaranteed. Well, if you had it like there, like during conception, with what you just said that it's not always like guaranteed to happen, and then
It's not guaranteed to happen at any point in pregnancy, because it is the case that you can have a miscarriage.
Yeah, but miscarriages are like aren't those extremely rare? Like those aren't like just common things that happen like all the time. Those are like, what do you know what the odds are for those?
My mom had a miscarriage.
Oh, that not trying to be rude, but that never mind. I was gonna say that sucks, but
it does.
Yeah. But like, do you know what the odds are for like a miscarriage happening? I'm not.
I don't know the odds, no.
All right.
But like you do have the idea that like it can happen, right?
Yeah, I understand that, and I've like thought about that as like a point to my argument, but it's still that hasn't like changed it for me personally.
Okay, so then you don't think it's valuable as an embryo because it could
Wh-
miscarry and it might not lead to the circumstance where it is the case that there's a life experience.
What? Say that again. Or like, yeah, just like
There's a chance it won't lead to life experience. So then you said you wouldn't consider it valuable if there was a lack of a chance, or I mean, if there was a circumstance where it is the case that it wouldn't lead to it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there, but I feel like miscarriage is like a lot, like less likely to happen than I kind of lost myself there, but I don't think
All right,
that
Todd.
the miscarriage thing doesn't really help it.
Real question: are you elevated by any chance?
No, not anymore. Well, not like recently. It hasn't happened for a long time.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, man.
All right. Have a good day.
You as well.
Oh,
What's up,
cool.
how old are you?
19. I had a quick question for you.
Go ahead.
Who would you want to run as a Democratic nominee in 2028?
AOC.
Oh, I'd honestly agree with you on that one then.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Hope you get some good debates.
Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You seem old enough. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
If I'm on, I'm sorry. I'm at work. Call me back in like 10 minutes.
Okay,
I'll get my last break.
Got you. All right, we'll wait for a second, everyone. Only send a guest request. If you did vote for Donald Trump, click the link in the top right, right above the comment section, and then you can join that way. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal is in the description of the YouTube, as well as what's it called? You can support me over YouTube Super Chat. It's the only way you can right now. Just letting everyone know. We'll be back to normal debates probably tomorrow, and then I will be on really early on the 20th. Everyone, just letting everyone know, really early on the 20th. Like I'll probably be getting off like at probably like 2 my time, which is typically like when I start live. You know. Yeah, give it a second, everyone. We have literally no guest requests currently, so do give it a second, y'all. Audio issues. There's audio here on TikTok. Yeah, just for me. I meant like audio for guests. I currently don't have a guest right now. Jeremy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. 1 in 4 pregnancies end up in miscarriage. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, let me make sure I get to that real quick. Raven, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yeah, seriously though, that's crazy. I don't know what they were saying. And then Sid, thank you for the $35 for literally in a room with 25 kids and can't even be in the chat, but felt weird to not donate. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Sid. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Sid. That is diabolical, though. Thank you. I really appreciate it as always. Good to see you, Sid. Good to see you. We currently have no guest requests right now, chat. Should I just hit a restart on the TikTok? I think the TikTok, because it's restricted, is not sending out. It's probably because everyone's going over to Dean's Live on TikTok. Sithel, because you don't believe in democracy in all instances doesn't mean you don't believe in democracy as a whole. All right, I'll try to hit a restart on the TikTok. Alrighty. We'll try again. Is he good now? All right. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did. Parker, I really respect your intellectual mind. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Donald Trump because his policies best align with my values.
How so?
Well, for example, if we look at capitalism, the free market, his stance on anti-socialism, anti-communism, that goes in line with my values, not only for society, but also for my faith as well as my family values.
Then you're pro open borders, right?
Pro open borders, I guess to an extent, right? We want to let some people in, not everyone though.
But like if you have any borders, you have some restriction on the free market, and you think that's bad, right?
If you have, what are you trying to say? What's the grander statement you're trying to make?
If you have any borders, that is a greater restriction on the market. Therefore, you'd be against it because you're pro free market.
That's not necessarily true. In fact, I think that in order to have any amount of freedom, you have to actually have borders. Think of it in the, very basic sense of school, cafeteria, economics. We've got kids being fed by all of the cafeteria. But if you want to turn a profit inside of that as a student, you've obviously got to set up your own, which I know this doesn't happen, but I'm using a vague example to say that you have to have borders in order to have a free market.
Okay. So no, because it would be a restriction on the market. I just want to let you know. There's no sense of you have to restrict the market in order to have a free market.
Hold on.
That's pretty contradictory.
Sorry, go ahead.
So then what you're saying is that you're okay with some restrictions on the market, which is totally fine.
No, not at all.
So no restrictions on the market? You think there should be no minimum wage laws?
No, sorry. Yeah. Keep going.
Should there be minimum wage laws?
Am I against minimum wage? No.
Should there be
laws, meaning like, should there be a minimum wage?
You're lagging, man. You're lagging.
I don't know what you're trying to say. Oh, my fault. Sorry. Are you asking if I believe there should be minimum wage? Because I don't really know what you mean by minimum wage laws.
Damn it, dude. It's just like, you know what a fucking minimum wage law is. Don't act like you don't know what a minimum wage law is. Okay? It's a minimum amount you can pay a worker in wage.
Hey, if so you're asking, okay, yeah. Hey, first of all, I know this is your stream, respectfully, but I'm not a fan of profanity. So yes, I do believe there should be minimum wage laws. Sure.
Okay, so then that's a restriction on the market, am I right?
If that's, yeah, sure.
Hey man, you're lagging too much.
Do you think that
4 seconds? It takes 3 to 4 seconds to get a message to you, man. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
It's more, I'm not a huge fan of Donald Trump. I'll start out plainly. I'm more of not a fan of Kamala Harris.
Kamala, why so?
Simply put, the Democrats have shown a history of giving out more money than what they should. So how our government operates is people are taxed. Those taxes are used to buy things. Of course, the two different parties spend on different things, different priorities. Democrats seem to have a priority of giving money out to literally everyone, like no filter. Example, Ukraine.
There was a filter on the money that went to Ukraine. They had to specifically use it to give to American defense contractors when they produced particular goods to then utilize in the context of Ukraine. Secondly, it is the case that they just transported things we already bought, right, to Ukraine. So it's obviously within certain restrictions. There are plenty of restrictions, especially on foreign aid, that are put in place. So I don't know why you'd say that there's no restrictions on what Democrats give out in terms of funding. But Donald Trump actually signed off on more debt-related spending. Did you know that?
Debt-related spending, as in raising the debt ceiling?
No, more debt. He signed off on more debt-related spending.
I did not know that. I have to fact check you, but
Yeah, it's according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. He signed off on 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
But what is that money being spent on?
So that money being spent on, you're talking about Donald Trump is doing mainly tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires and people who are rich, whereas Kamala Harris is going to advocate, under the Biden-Harris administration, they passed a infrastructure bill, a Chips and Science Act, a PACT Act, an Inflation Reduction Act, right? Things that benefit the American working class.
So sorry, I didn't catch. I don't mean to be rude, but like what? So you said Donald Trump is making so that we're spending more money, we're getting more into debt. Is that what you said? Just to clarify.
Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. Yeah.
Okay, so what is that spending going towards? Is what I'm curious. Like what you said, what Kamala's spending is going towards. But, sorry, Harris is
mainly going towards tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, and also you can see the specifics if you want to look at every single where the dollars went to under the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Look up Trump versus Biden, the national debt.
Oh, so you said tax cuts. Is that you mean like tax like credits? Because like you can't, a tax cut isn't spending money. You don't spend money on a tax cut, from what I understand.
Yeah, you do, because you get less revenue in the federal government. That's spending money from a federal government budget perspective.
Okay, I see what's. So there's more debt because we're getting less money because we're handing out tax cuts to the rich.
Because you mitigated taxes comparative to how much they were previously.
I understand. So, well, I think I do agree with those tax cuts are probably not ideal. What I think is worse is giving out money to other countries when we need it more. I think right now, if you look at like the homeless state of the United States, it seems like the money in Ukraine, yes, it is towards a good cause. I would agree. I think we should be looking after ourselves more than giving it to another country, which I know they are in a worse state than us. But I think at the end of the day, my moral belief is that we should be looking after ourselves first, regardless of how bad the state is for other countries.
Can you name me a Donald Trump policy that reduced homelessness?
I do believe the same tax cuts that reduced the tax cuts that we received that the rich received. Sorry, I'm not very articulate. That I do believe there was notable tax cuts to the lower class as well. It's just tax cuts across the board.
I asked you what policy of Trump's benefit homeless people.
I know tax cuts. Well, I guess, are you inferring that homeless people don't have jobs? I mean, some of them very much do.
So you're saying that
tax cuts would benefit them.
So you're saying the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act reduced homelessness?
I mean, I don't know if it reduced homelessness, but I do know is it benefited homeless people.
So it didn't reduce homelessness because it is the case that we spent $190 billion of debt-related spending every single year through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And again, in terms of the growth for the economy, we only saw $8 to $16 billion in growth. So if that money were to be taken and to get rid of homelessness, that would have done way better, right? The opportunity cost on that was unbelievable.
Sorry, that went right over my head. Can you explain that a little bit?
With the cost of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, you could have gotten rid of homelessness plus had extra money. And the effect that it had on homelessness was marginal because it was only $8 to $16 billion in GDP growth for $190 billion of debt-related spending per year due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Well, couldn't you say the same thing about Ukraine support, where if that money would be put towards homelessness, it would have made it better?
Most of the funding that went to Ukraine, right, specifically was stuff that was already bought. So no, the weapons can't decrease homelessness. And it was part of the military budget.
I'm going to challenge you on that point.
If you want to cut the military budget, go for it. And it is true.
I mean, I don't have the facts like to verify that, but I'm just going to go on one. I'm going to move past that. Do you think this is all irrelevant at the end of the day. Not the conversation we're having, but I'm saying the premise of this whole debate. Sorry. Do you believe taxation is moral?
Yeah.
To the extent that we have today.
I think we could do more.
You think we could do more?
Yeah, absolutely.
So why do you believe people have an obligation to pay their work for things that they won't receive? There are always going to be people under the system.
The things I'm advocating for, they will receive. They'll receive health care and childcare access, and
they might not need health care. They might not need.
They might not need health care. Really? Name a single person that's never needed health care.
Well, there are plenty of. Okay, you keep getting these gotchas before you let me finish what I'm saying.
You can't answer that question. That's the reason why I brought it up.
I can't. So
exactly, there is no response to that question. Everyone knows there's not a response. Everyone uses healthcare.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, stated for the record, I haven't had healthcare in years.
But you have used healthcare, and that's
that's
bad for you, by the way.
But this is so. I think the very beginning of this argument or debate. So I keep saying argument because I get heated, flustered easily. To the extent that we have now is what I had said at the very beginning of this, and I do believe yes, maybe some basic things like healthcare people do need. But why is it are other people obligated to help others? Why can't they just fend for themselves? Why are they obligated? Because some people are going to need a lot more.
We live in society, bro. Welcome to society. Why do you need stuff to help other people? I'm sorry. Do you think that there should be no social services?
Yes.
There should be absolutely zero.
Yes.
No Medicare, no Medicaid, no Social Security, no food stamps, no police officers, no military, no streets.
I'm still at the roll here. Firstly, let me say I do not represent the entire Republican base here, so I am aware that I'm far out there. I'm more here as an independent, but I just voted. I still voted.
I was asking you: are you saying no firefighters, no police officers?
I think they should exist, but I don't think they should be forcibly funded through taxation. I know personally, I would individually contribute voluntarily if there were no taxes.
Do you use public roads?
No. I used to. So if you want to go down this route, go ahead.
You don't use any public roads?
No.
How?
What do you mean how?
What state do you live in, dude?
Georgia.
What do you use, a horse?
No, I don't. I just don't go anywhere. I'm like
Crystal,
a hermit.
think of the membership subscription. You have to go to the grocery store, bro.
I get my food delivered.
You never leave your house.
No.
And you getting your food delivered, you know how they deliver your food to you?
Yeah, by road.
They utilize the public roads.
Which would mean,
so you do utilize the public roads. You just don't go on them yourself.
Well, I don't use them. Someone else uses them.
Yes, you do. You utilize them because you order food. But dude, that's diabolical, bro.
That's irrelevant. I would still voluntarily contribute to your road, which negates this.
Okay. So would you voluntarily? So are you saying that if you don't contribute towards police, no one should protect you?
Yes. I think that it should be on an individual basis.
Yeah, dude, you didn't pay your cop dues, therefore someone could just murder you.
I mean, you're responsible for yourself at the end of the day. So that's how this world works. You're responsible for yourself.
Then should abortion be illegal?
Should abortion be illegal? I think. I'm not on the Republicans on this. I definitely think abortion should be completely legal, 100%. I'm more extreme.
I was gonna say, how are the fetuses gonna pay for the police?
The Republicans are stupid for that. That's their dumbest issue. I can agree with you on that. Let's agree on that, because we aren't gonna agree with anything else.
If there's a disabled person that can't work and there's no private charity that will take care of them, what do you do?
It's their parents' responsibility.
What if they don't have parents? What if their parents are
They
dead?
don't have parents?
Yeah, their parents are dead.
Oh, so like they got disabled after their parents died.
Yeah.
Life sucks. I mean, that's why you need to build up.
Life sucks is your response? You are diabolically insane.
Let me finish.
You have no empathy.
Let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Says every woman you've ever encountered with in your life. Go ahead.
No, I haven't encountered any woman. People, to prevent that exact situation of what you just described, people should be building up a savings and community around them so that they can look after them if something goes wrong.
Okay. And again, if there is no one, you just say tough shit.
Well, that's their own fault at that point. You can't
Okay,
just
so I have a question.
you
If
can't
someone
obligated to help someone that's never done anything for you.
Okay,
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if someone hits you in a car accident,
Yes.
right? And they die in that car accident, but
Okay.
you survive and you are
Okay.
paralyzed, right? And if you have no more money left over, what should we just let you die?
Wait, sorry, whose fault was it?
It
Was
wasn't
it-
your fault. You got hit by someone else.
Well, it wasn't my fault. Someone else. I mean,
But they're
life
dead.
happens, bro. Like,
Life happens, so just let them die.
yes, that's a very unfortunate.
It's okay. It's okay. If that happened to you, we should just
Yes.
let you die.
100%, but it's not going to happen to me because, like I already said, I'm not on the roads. We already established that fact.
Dude, this guy, bro. This guy, dude. I can't even, bro. This guy, man.
Are you not entertained?
This guy just said we should let him die. Him. Seriously.
They don't
dude.
have an obligation to me. I don't have an
Really?
obligation to them.
Really. No societal obligation. So I have a question. If a bunch of people just came to murder you right now, right? Like, would you be okay with that if you didn't have any money to
Would I
fend
be
for yourself?
okay with that? What do
Yeah,
you
would
mean?
you be okay with not having any police to protect you?
I mean, so that's two different things. So, or you're saying both of those things in conjunction? So, are you saying, would I be okay with people coming to come kill me
Yeah.
with no
and-
police?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want anyone to come kill me, but if I were in that situation, like, okay, let me backpedal here.
Yeah.
I am okay with only paying for what I get. So I would pay for the police. So
That's it.
there's
Okay.
no situation where I don't
Can
pay
you
the
just
police.
afford everything, bro? Do you have no income issues, like at all, ever in your life?
No, I'm very frugal.
Okay, so if like for example, right? What if you have parents who are poor, and they say, like, I'll give you an example. Your
my
parent
parents are
is-
gone. My parents
your-
are gone.
I'm sorry to hear that. Right? You have a parent that is, let's say you're a kid, and you have a parent that is an addict, right? And they're not taking care of you, right? No other charity has the ability to take care of the kid. Should we just let the kid die?
No, I don't think we should let the kid die, but I also don't think there's an obligation to help the kid. I think
society does not have an obligation to save that kid's life.
No,
to
they
give that
don't have
kid
an
food.
obligation, but they will choose to save them. There's not a lot of people out there who are so
No.
heartless to like
you
look on that. No, okay. Why are we calling into personal attacks here? But I'm trying to.
You kind of are heartless. You don't think there should be Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps? You don't think there should be
No.
police officers, firefighters?
No, I think there
or
should be
military?
police officers. Just
Private police.
Private-
If you can't pay for it, tough shit. That's what you
Yes.
said.
yes.
That's heartless.
No, it's not, because
Yes, it
people
is.
should be building a community around them. If you want to be a hermit, then be a hermit like me. Yeah, that's fine. But you can't expect people to help you if you don't engage in a community.
So again, right? If you were dying and you
Yes.
didn't have the ability to pay for it, we should just let you die, given that we could have prevented it.
100%. But that won't happen because I'll be engaging the community in that circumstance. Right now, I know I'm fine. But in a situation where there was less taxes,
the reason why we have laws is to get people to engage in community, right? If you don't want to live in community, go live in the woods. No one's stopping you. Go live in
Yes,
the woods.
yes, people are stopping you because if you try to do jack shit, let's say you want to like fire a gun. Oh, you're 3 miles from the road. You can't do that, and now you're gonna get your shit taken away or some shit. There's always gonna be like if you try to do like if you just want to live off the
plenty of
grid.
places where you can just live off the grid. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, you have to buy like $1 million property in like Wyoming. Yeah, but you can't like
Just go do it. Tough shit. Life sucks. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, okay? Stop expecting handouts from the federal government.
I'm not. I don't get paid anything by the federal.
Then go. If everything else is already owned by society, go to the middle of nowhere and live there. If you don't want to live with rules, if you don't want to live with taxation,
No,
go
they will
live
collect property taxes. If I don't pay my property tax, then they will come and take my land.
There are places where you don't have to pay property tax.
Where?
In the United Wait, let me find a state.
There's federal. Is there not federal tax on like everything?
Do you think everyone pays taxes?
Everyone who owns property, yes. I know there's no income tax in some states, but property taxes.
Actually, wait, no, it is possible to pay. Okay, there are some exemptions for veterans and seniors and people who have disabilities, but most states do have property tax, so I do take that back.
Okay.
I do take that back. My bad. So go to Antarctica.
Go to Antarctica. You
Yeah.
can't. It's government owned, I'm pretty sure.
Then go find somewhere where you can. I guarantee there's a place
Go
around
find
the world.
there is
I
nowhere.
guarantee there's a place around the world you could go to, right, where you don't need to pay for the land.
I mean, I'm willing to hear you out. You could find one, but I haven't found
So
one.
if I can find one, would you go?
I mean, depends. Like, let's say you find an island that's worth $500 million. I mean, I can't afford that.
No,
so like,
no, I meant like a place that's not owned.
oh,
Ask
it's just
yourself,
like
think of the $5. Thank you.
completely uninhabited. Like,
Yeah.
well, then I lose the sense of community that I have currently.
Oh,
I'm not talking about social services. I'm talking about community.
that's within the context of society. So because you want to live with society, you got to do these things. If you don't want to live in society, go to the middle of fucking nowhere.
You can have a society without taxation. That's not mutually exclusive.
You can have a society without taxation. I understand. We live in a society with taxation.
Yes.
And a society without taxation is horrible. Zach, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What am I, a disabled person, meant to do in this caller's opinion?
Oh, you want me to respond to that?
Yeah.
What am I? You rely on those close to you. That's what you should be doing.
What if they don't have those close to them?
That's fucking sucks. I get. Oh, sorry, pardon my language. I'm very sorry.
Why don't you go live with people who are Amish?
What do you mean?
You gonna get taxed there?
Are they? Let me search this up. Yes, Amish people do pay taxes.
But if you live in the community, not necessarily do you have to in every circumstance.
Well, what circumstance do they not?
Wait.
You
Do all Amish
like,
people pay taxes?
You keep picking examples, and
I don't think it's true that all Amish people pay taxes.
I mean, that's all I did was Google search, and it says that yes, Amish people do pay taxes.
Wait, by the way, did you just swear?
I swear a few minutes ago.
I thought you just said you don't like swear words.
I think you're. What do you mean?
You said that at the beginning of the live?
That.
Hey, you did. Hannah, think of the $5.
Maybe I did, but like I know I did swear a minute ago. I did apologize gravely for it.
Yeah, I want tears next time, and a little ukulele that you play.
So like, I've been trying to engage in an argument like in good faith this entire time, but you've been doing.
No,
I can't say you've been doing the same.
seriously, I want you to get on your hands and knees and say you're sorry for swearing on my live stream. Repent, you demon.
Okay, you're clearly not being serious.
Obviously, no. Just come on.
So, okay.
So then, why is Donald Trump better?
Why is Donald Trump better?
He didn't do the largest tax cut increase in U.S. history.
Tax increase?
Yeah, the tariffs.
I thought you were talking about tax cuts. I thought he was. Did he not just?
He did the largest tax increase in U.S. history. Sam, think of the $2. Thank you.
I don't think that's true.
He did. The Liberation Day tariffs are the largest tax increase in U.S. history.
Do you remember, Parker? Do you remember that conversation that we had like 2 days ago where that guy said, what's the difference between the two parties, between liberals and conservatives? And I said empathy, right? And like ever since then, all I can say is that everybody that they've had on, they've been like, yeah, fuck people, like, let's just not care about anybody. Like, who cares? Like this is a sociopathic lack of empathy. Like I've met more sociopaths this week than I have in my entire life, and I just don't understand it. Like,
there's a difference. Oh, come on! Can we stop name calling? Just
no.
Let me justify myself.
No. I'm sorry. No. I think that the last guy who I talked to like 2 days ago showed signs of that, and I think you're showing signs of it. Like, I'm sorry, you might not be like to be called that, but I'm gonna call a spade a spade. You have a lack of empathy and a lack of serious compassion to where you would tell somebody that
hear me out.
Why would I want to hear you
out? Hear me out one. Just let me say like one sentence before you continue. I'll let you finish, but please let me just one sentence in.
Fine.
It's not. All I'm saying is people aren't obligated to. If I saw someone in need of help them. It's just I don't think I'm obligated to, but I would still help them. So why are you calling me heartless? Because I would help people.
Because you're talking a lot about community, right? What is government but a larger community? The whole
forced,
reason,
though. There's a difference between forced and unforced.
Yes, it's because every society has people like you who do not care about others and who are going to be a detriment to the larger tribe, to the larger society. Yes, it is. Because people, if you look at a small tribe, for example, what do they do to people who lack compassion for other members of that tribe, right? They like cast them out. They just get rid of them, right? Because they know that that's
so now I'm tribal.
We are all tribal. Human beings are tribal. That's one of the reasons why we made a government. It's because we are tribal by nature and we try to do better, right? We do better by trying to make government better to provide for those who are the least among us. That's one of the things that makes, I think, human beings
who have the least, like access to resources.
Yeah. And so like the government is there to protect for a overall common defense from both the inside and the outside, because we banded together and we recognize that when we uplift people who need uplifting, that will benefit the larger community. That's one of the fundamentals of government ever since like government first came about. And so you might say, well, I want to rely on my local type of community. That only works for very, very small groups of people, right? We are not actually there anymore. Like, I'm sorry, we live in a global society now where you can't just rely on those things. If that's what you want, move to some tribe in Africa or like Asia where they actually have those small type of things. But here, you're not going to get it. Because I guarantee you at some point in your life, you will need the help of society. And I want society to be there for you, even though I think what you believe in is absolutely outrageous and just like lacking in all basic humanity.
Do you think it's impossible for me to prepare enough support for when I do need help?
No,
I'll have it covered.
No, you know what? There are millionaires today, right, who get cancer and go into debt because they can't afford their fucking cancer treatment, right? Okay. There are people today who make very, very good money, and all it takes is one event to completely wipe them out.
Okay.
Right? So no, you cannot plan for every type of situation. And one of the things that I want my
Welcome to
government to
life.
do is I want my government to be able to uplift those people when those things happen, right? And so yes, it would be great if like I could pay for my own healthcare, right? But at some point in my life, if I can't, I want the government to be there to be able to help me so that I don't go destitute and I have to like die or something, because we all recognize that that's a bad thing.
I agree that's a bad thing, but you're asking, in my opinion, in that situation, you're asking too much if you don't contribute anything.
What?
What do you mean?
Wait, you're the one saying that you don't want to contribute anything to society.
When did I say that?
Because you don't want to do taxation.
I still contribute to society. I would still voluntarily pay for the roads, voluntarily pay for police, voluntarily help community members in need.
Wait, hold on. Let's say that your perfect world is actually implemented, right? Okay.
That's impossible, but yeah.
And then okay, but let's say what you're describing, right, is in some way implemented. Then
Sure.
let's say 10 years from now, right, you lose your job or you lack money and now you have to use public roads or you have to use public systems for something, right? Should we therefore ban you from the system because you didn't pay into them?
I mean, let me add one more hypothetical onto this. It's like my savings is just wiped out because I've already like have a sizable savings that prepares that I'm prepared for any event to set me back, like you're describing, like losing a job.
No, let's give you an example where like you get cancer and then you need to pay for that,
exactly.
and I guarantee you don't have like fucking $2 million.
I don't.
Okay, so like let's say your bills cost $2 million.
I have to.
Do you want society to help you?
I rely on those whose relationships I have with currently, and if they aren't willing to, or I say willing,
Are you really going to be able to get $2
to.
million?
I don't think I would be able to, and that would
So
suck.
what then? So then what?
Then I would die.
You should just die?
Yes.
No.
Why?
No,
This guy's delusional.
Look.
Why? He said, "Why no? Why should I survive?"
Yeah. Why? Why am I?
You don't have an obligation. You don't have an obligation.
I do. I think I do.
I don't have an individualistic obligation, but I have a societal,
we have a societal obligation.
Yes, I have a societal obligation because your life. Well, okay. Your life matters, right? Like, yes, you might not matter to me personally because I don't know you, right? But like to larger society, you matter. You have people in your life that they matter to. Like, I want you to live. Like, there are people in this world who I don't like at all, right? But I don't want them to die. Like, that's why I just don't understand. Like, how can you actually say that your life?
Yeah, you should die in that scenario. Like, that's diabolical.
You're saying
dude.
that like my life just like doesn't matter because I don't have money. Well, then then like just like fuck it. I mean, like, no, that's
he
not
said
how...
life sucks. That's what he said. He literally said life sucks.
Yeah, like I don't understand.
Let's take this to the other extreme here, because you've taken it to my side of the extreme. Let's take it to your side of the extreme. Let's just tax like crazy. Let's do 90% tax. Everyone, every flu cold is now properly treated. Everyone's got the best medicine available, but we only get 10% of our actual income.
Is everything provided?
That's better than your society.
Is everything provided?
Okay, no.
Yeah,
okay.
like, dude. That's I would rather take the.
I want to hear your.
I would rather take the 90% tax society where everything's taken care of than your society that you just advocated.
That's
for.
fine.
I'm asking.
Go ahead.
If the government buys my house, pays for my food, pays for my medical care, pays for everything in my life except for like maybe like one or two things, then yeah, like that would be ideal because all of my needs would have been met.
But like, yeah,
no.
we don't
your
think
housing isn't paid. In this
like,
scenario.
for example, okay, like we would prefer there to be a system where it's not a 90% tax rate, right? But we do prefer a system which has enough of a tax rate we're able to take care of everyone.
Yeah, because we're not arguing for some extreme here, right? I'm not saying, because I mentioned, right? I don't want to
that's subjective. That's subjective.
Yeah, of course, no shit.
Yeah, but like I don't want to have like absolute compassion for every single person every single day of every single minute, right? No, I don't want that because that's taxing on me. But I still have compassion in the sense that I want government to go out there and do what it's supposed to do, which is provide for a common uplifting welfare for the people, right? And so yes, I might not know what's going on in Arizona because I'm so far away from it, but I'm at least comforted by the fact that I know that there's a safety net there in case the
Mhm.
people of Arizona need it. And like, let me give you an example, right? One of the faults, and I think this would work under your idea of a society too. Right now, we have a treatment in works to cure sickle cell. Okay, if you know what that is, so
I'm familiar.
Okay, we are able to edit the genes of people to basically get rid of it, right? Okay, but you know how much it costs?
How much?
$2 to $3 million.
Okay.
Okay, no one can afford it. Like it's unaffordable, right?
Mhm.
I would say this has such a benefit because we can cure a disease, like basically just like get rid of it, right? And I would have the government pay for that. I would say pay for it. If you have sickle cell, the government's going to pay for it. Boom, you are cured and you can live a normal life, right? Under your idea, everybody would have to fend for themselves, and if you can't afford it, then you have to live a life with that disease, and if you die from it, then like, well, oh well, right? That's the two systems, and I think 98% of people would agree with me that my system is much better. Why? Because
it's
I think
subjective,
most people are not sociopathic, and they have compassion,
Oh
and
my
they have empathy. No, look, I'm sorry that like you don't like being called that, right? But like you can look up, like if I was to put what you just said into like Chat GPT or something, right?
I already established that I do care about people. Saying that I have no empathy is disingenuous, and now I'm getting a little bit upset at you for doing that.
You might be getting so now you care, right?
I have always cared. I said it multiple times that I would help my community. It's just I'm not obligated to.
Okay. One, you might be getting upset because we're calling you out on the fact that you are okay with letting people die because you don't want to pay your taxes. I understand how that would upset you because you don't want to be called out on your bullshit. Because people in this live are not going to let you come on this live and say, "Yeah, you're disabled. I don't give a shit about you, and if you can't afford it, I'm not obligated to do anything." That, yes, I'm sorry, but I am going to call you out on that. And if you're going to cry about it, then I don't really give a shit.
Crying, and I didn't.
I don't really care.
Any
I really don't care because as I said, I have had at least 3 or 4 people come on this live in the past like 2 days and describe exactly what you just said. And I'm sorry, it fits. It fits. A spade is a spade, and you might not like it, but that's why I will call it a spade is a spade. And so maybe you should try to look inward and change what you believe rather than say, "Don't call me bad names."
I mean, from my viewpoint, you're saying I have no empathy. I believe I have empathy. Okay, let's just move on from this. Just please.
To
You
recap,
can call me whatever
Parker,
you want. I don't care at this point.
He doesn't
Go
like that I say that he has no empathy and he has no compassion and that he's showing signs of like something that like people
Let me hear
don't
what Parker.
like.
Let me hear what Parker thinks on this. So, Parker, do you believe I am a sociopath if I would help my community, but I just don't think I'm obligated to? Like, even though I'm not obligated, I'd still do it. But just for thinking that I'm not obligated to, that makes me a sociopath and not having empathy, even though I would help them.
You are a sociopath because you're totally okay with people dying if they can't pay for shit that they need.
Exactly what I just said.
I would help them. I would help them.
You cannot help everyone, Kay.
Of course.
You yourself can't help everyone. And you want to ensure that people are taken care of. If you want to ensure people are taken care of, you're going to put a government in place. You want to know why? Because we know that when we did not have a government in place to establish those things, people did die. And I think it's fucked up that knowing that people would die, that you'd still be in support of that. And that's why I say that you have no fucking humanity in yourself, and not enough to say that you fucking have empathy for them and they have compassion for them. And you think that they should be treated in a manner in which will ensure that they will always be taken care of and they will not die because they can't afford it. You literally just said, fuck them.
There is no perfect world, in my opinion. And I believe, let's go even further. I didn't go far enough with the 90%. Let's go 100%. You now get zero money. You will not be able to buy anything. The government will now, full socialism. Let's just 100%. So now
we're not advocating for socialism.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We have never advocated for any of this, by the way.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm just going down a rabbit, or just hear me out here. So you don't, in this scenario, you're not able to buy anything that you don't already have. Essentially, the government will provide and replace things as needed. Let's say you like break a window, the government will come fix it for you. Under that, would you say that, let's say a working man who, let's say a plumber, he works extremely hard and he never gets anything nice in his life, even though he would be making good money in a capitalist society. In this, let's make-believe society, he doesn't get to build wealth. He doesn't get to build anything. He's just in his house living life. Would you not say that's slavery?
Repeat that again, dude. I'm
sorry. I didn't explain that very well, and it was very long. Let's say a plumber. There's a plumber. He works extremely hard, and all of his profits of the business that he does are taken by the government, and he contributes to the world a lot more than he receives. Is that not slavery?
No.
Why?
Because he chooses to engage with society and chooses to live in society.
You think he has an option?
He does.
Okay, where is he going to go?
Is it slavery for me to like have to, as a kid, do chores for my household? Are my parents forcing me to engage in child slavery?
I don't want to. I mean, you may have a point there. I don't want to open up that can of worms yet. Can we please?
I want you to answer that question. Is that child slavery that my parents had me doing chores as a kid?
I need to think on this 1 second. No.
Why not?
Because you have, I believe you have an obligation to your parents up until the point you're an adult. They brought you into this world.
So couldn't someone just say you have an obligation to society?
Wait, hold on. Why do I have an obligation to my parents? They brought me into this world without my consent.
Oh,
like,
yeah, true.
I don't have any consent. I didn't have any say in it.
There's no consent there, bro.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I'm just subjectively believing that's what it is. You're not wrong.
Wait,
what? That just completely got him, actually.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
Like, wait, hold on. Why should I be obligated to my parents when I didn't consent to anything? I didn't ask for anything, but yet I shouldn't be obligated to help other people via the government telling me to.
Why?
Yeah, like what's the difference?
I really don't have a good explanation.
Yeah, it's because obviously like this whole obligation talk is like nonsense. Like it's just nonsense.
Yeah, like having like basic levels of obligations in the context of like a family household or like in the context of a society makes sense. And like we're not going to designate that as slavery. But like if there could be excessive levels that would be designated as slavery.
So 100% isn't excessive to you?
Yeah, like 100% would be excessive. Yeah.
You literally said it wasn't slavery earlier, though.
That's 100%?
No, 100% was the scenario I presented. Not
then
5 minutes ago.
I must have misheard you.
Okay, so 100% of what you
earned. I just heard from you that he provides more for society than he takes from society, which that would be true for me. Like, I don't consider. I provide more to society than society provides for me at this point.
So in my first,
and is that, and I'm totally okay with that.
In my first drawn out scenario where I explained it very poorly, I did say 100%. In my second scenario, I left out the 100% part because I thought you had assumed it from the first attempt at explaining it. That's again my bad. But to clarify,
earlier you said like 90% or something.
Yeah,
and I just said that all I said was that was preferable to your view.
Yeah, I went from.
I also said right after that 90% wasn't preferable in all things considered, comparative to other sorts of tax systems.
Okay.
And I said specifically, I'm willing to tax up to a particular a point which everyone's taken care of, but not something like 90%.
So
Step, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so
100%.
much.
We can agree.
Hit the
100%.
W's for Step in the comment section
Okay.
for Ask Us if you would help
Yeah,
a person.
W guess who that is.
Thank you so much, Step. I really appreciate it. For Ask Us if you would help a person in need if he did not care to look like a sociopath. The reason why we have taxes is because we know that sociopaths don't care about anything else but what they lose when acting selfishly.
And by the
Not
way,
just, I would say it extends not just to sociopaths. I think that we are kind of like when we just say sociopaths, only referencing it in like one sort of perspective. There are plenty of people that wouldn't even designate as sociopaths that just like wouldn't do it to the degree that we'd want, or the optimal level, which we would say as like to a like the baseline for how humans should be treated.
and by
All
the
we're
way,
trying to
I
establish
will-
is a baseline so that human are treated. That's it.
Yeah, and by the way, I will say I don't like this is just part of like how I am. I will apologize to the guy at least in part because I did come on like a little like hot and heavy there. Okay, I don't think that you are a full blown like sociopath. I don't because I don't know you. Right, I'm not going to diagnose you, but I do find your lack of compassion for people outside of your close group to be very concerning. Okay, I just do because I have met so many people this week that have that, and I do think that belief system contributes negatively to larger society, right? And so I do hope that you will look inward and maybe critique it a little bit because I do think that if we had more people like you, then we would have a much worse society. And so that's why I came on so hot and heavy. It's because I have seen people die. I have seen people suffer because of a lack of societal help. And it is my fundamental moral belief that they should get help. And you are contradicting that in such a way that I think it is just absolutely wrong. So that's why I just like really came on so hot and heavy. But I don't think that like you're full blown, whatever. But I hope you understand why we find your lack of compassion in like large societies so like problematic.
Here, before we do it, Dean, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for the Dean raid in the
W,
comment
Dean.
section right now.
Let's go, Dean.
For everyone joining in, make sure to like the stream. It really helps out. Send it out to more people. Like it really means a lot, especially over here on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. I just want to say thank you to some people real quick. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Plausible with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nathan, thank you so much for the $5. Absolutely. And then I do just want to like catch people up who are here, just coming in here right now. For people who are have not been here right now, the person on the live is essentially arguing there should not be any social services. Like literally none. Like no Medicare, no Medicaid, no Social Security, no food stamps, no police officers paid for by the government, no public roads, none of that. That's what the guest is advocating for right now. So just letting everyone know real quick.
Okay, so I was trying to make a point, and then you asked a question, and then it led to another. Can I please? I want to get back to 100%. You believe that is slavery? Yes, 100% income tax.
Gretchen, thank you for the $5. Yes.
Okay.
It's good. Now, again, what we're just going to talk about is that you're going to reach an excessive point.
I believe that excessive point is subjective. Do you agree?
Of course.
Okay.
Terms are subjective. The way you define terms is subjective.
So, my opinion being 0, hell, lower than what we have will make me happy.
Okay, you could say that. Well, then, but like that's not responding to what we're addressing here.
No, I think it's subjective, and I think. Okay, I need to address the bigger issue here. Sorry. I believe I don't know. I didn't see who the other person's name in the call is, but
Matt.
They were Matt.
Hi.
Hello, Matt. You were saying that people like me make society worse on average.
I believe that, yes.
What if I contribute more than I receive? How am I making society worse?
Oh, the reason why you're making you're contributing worse beliefs. Okay, you have horrible beliefs, right? And if
I'm not
everyone
shoving
else
my
had
beliefs
those
down
types
anyone's throat.
If anyone else had those, you're on a call with like 2,700 people
to debate. I'm not saying I'm
I understand, but
objectively right.
I'm telling you that you're exposing your beliefs to other people. right? And that's getting other people, right, to think, oh, maybe, right? And
I don't think
that's
there's a
not good.
single person in the
If
chat.
more people had views like you, that would be bad. Do you agree at least?
No, because I'm contributing more than I'm received. Why would that be bad?
More, I said if more people have views like you.
What do you mean? Oh, so you're saying people on average contribute less than they receive?
No, I'm saying if people had your belief system,
Okay,
society would be worse.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's just look at it this way, right? If more and more people had
That's
what
subjective.
you believe, right? Okay, that the government should not provide these services, right? If more people had it, they would vote in people that also had those beliefs. They would then pass laws that would take away those services. And I believe, and I think the evidence would bear this out, we would see an increase in suffering and death within this country because those people that need it would not get it. I see that as a bad thing. You, as far as I can tell, you do not. You think that if someone is suffering or dying and they can't fix it themselves or by their local community, then it does not concern anybody else. That is concerning to me.
I found the root
I have
of
a
the
question.
issue.
What do you provide to society?
I work a job.
So you're not providing anything else differently than anyone else?
I mean, I served in the military.
Served in the military, but you don't even think the military should exist, bro.
I know you can voluntarily serve in the military.
No, you think it shouldn't be.
You can fight for your country voluntarily.
I understand, but you're not saying publicly, right? A public military should exist. You're saying the private military should exist.
Yes.
So the current public military that you served should not exist.
No, I'm not saying it shouldn't exist. I just think it should have been privatized.
Thank you, Jennifer. Again, which means the current way in which it exists wouldn't exist.
How would a private
Yes, if you
military
change anything about any policy, it's not
Here's
going
what a
to
private
exist as it
military.
exists.
Let me clarify. This is what a private military is. Jeff Bezos decides to own a military to defend Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what private militaries would look like.
Like
Meta has its own military to defend Meta.
What is your point here?
That's what private militaries would inevitably look like, and which means people who have military access to defend themselves are going to be very rich people, not going to be typical Americans. You aren't going to have the military access. Jeff Bezos gets to determine how militaries operate because he has the money. And if he wants to go take over a different area because he has the military to do so, who's the fuck's going to stop him?
His own military members, if they understand that what he's doing is morally wrong.
Ask yourself, think of it $2. Again, that's
He's
like
paying
saying
them.
that he's paying them. Why would they
mercenaries love money. That they're going to give a
Haley,
shit.
think of
about
the
the
$3.
order.
Thank you, Haley.
Mercenaries don't follow the good code of ethics and shit. So as long as they get their money, they don't really give a shit.
Do you have any issues with feudalism?
Sorry, I'm unfamiliar with the term.
Do you have any issues with feudalism?
I'm unfamiliar with the term feudalism. What does that mean?
I don't want to go through historical. We don't have to do that. It's fine. I was only just gonna say it's practically what your view is.
Sorry for my incompetence there.
It's okay.
No, but you said that you found the root of the.
Oh yeah, sorry. He was. Yeah, we got on a sidetrack there.
Okay, so what is it?
Yeah, I believe that under my system there will be less suffering. You believe that under my system there will be more suffering.
Yes.
If under my system there was less suffering, hear me out as to why I think there will be less suffering. Okay. I do think Parker raised a good point with the military. There could be complications. I don't want to go down that path right now. Not saying I'm completely wrong, but the path I do want to go down is if I'm not funding foreign wars, I have more money to send to people that within my community that are, let's say, have some sort of disease like cancer or something. Instead of funding foreign wars, I can now send that money. There's more money to help with local within our United States community.
Wait, hold on.
No, there's
So,
not.
so
Do you think
you're
there's gonna be
saying
more
that
money?
people
He
should.
thinks more people are gonna flow money through the community if they are not
Wait, hold
forced
on.
to do
So,
it.
wait, all he's doing is taking the larger government and making it into a smaller government. He's basically saying the
A
community
voluntary
becomes the government.
Yeah, and also
not
what
by
he
force, but by
also one thing you're not understanding as well is that do you think that more people will decide to spend more of the money, right, that they have on helping people if they are forced to do it or if they're not forced to do it?
Not forced to do it.
That belies all of human
I understand.
history and
Bro
psychology
is
and like
just
everything.
delusional.
Hear me
He
out.
lives in a different
Hear
reality.
Me out. Hear me out. If you
He lives
had
in a
more
different
money,
reality.
because all the money that you got taxed on, let's say you get all of that money back, you now have more money to fight the causes that you want to fight. Let's say you want to fight sickle
Yeah,
cell.
but
raise
listen,
an issue on that.
listen. So
let's
then
say you're passionate about sickle cell. How
so
about
they
you
mu-
send that money straight to sickle cell instead of
Yeah, but it's going to be a smaller portion than what it was prior.
Wait, hold
that
on.
you
That,
sent
that's
to the society
that's not
through
the
taxation.
point. This company charges $2 to $3 million for this treatment. There are millions of people, millions and millions of people just in the United States that have sickle cell anemia, right? And people are born with it. So it's like passed on, right? Because it's like a genetic thing.
Yep.
So you're saying that these small little communities are going to be able to afford tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in like treatments? The math ain't mathing here, dude.
Well, hear me out. Sorry, I keep saying hear me out. That's really redundant. You have more money in my situation than you did under the current system.
Wrong.
Not enough to cover all that.
That's objectively fact. That's not you personally. You would have more money if you aren't taxed. Personally, you have more money if you're not taxed.
No. I thought you were saying more money in terms of societally spent. Right?
Okay.
Within the context
I'm
of
not
our
arguing that.
socials,
I'm not arguing that.
within the context of our social systems, we would have less. People would keep more money to themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
all
like
of
that's
human
obvious.
psychology
That's
tells
obvious.
us that. Yeah, all of human psychology tells us that.
So if you have more money on an individual scale, are you not going to individually contribute more to the causes that you believe that are passionate about?
Not more than what you currently do in terms of what we're already forced to do through taxation. Plausible. Thank you for the
I
20
would.
Canadian. Thank you so much.
I
I really
would.
appreciate that. Thank you so much.
If I had more money, I would contribute more to the community.
That's you.
True.
Okay, then I guess
you
guys have less faith in humanity than I do. I have more faith in humanity.
No. I don't have less faith. I look at history.
That's
and
true. Plausible.
And like human psychology and everything about the human condition that tells me that we are still a somewhat primitive and base tribal species. Like we fight over TVs. Like it wasn't that long ago that people would like steal TVs from Walmart during like Black Friday, right? I mean, like this stuff still happens regularly.
Not even just that. Let's talk about the fact that we fight over land, right? We fight over land. We fight over like where the borders are, right? Like these imaginary things that we created in our heads, right? That's what we fight about. So like
we fight over money,
and we use war. We fight over money. Yeah, like we're not fighting over like what's going to benefit Americans or what's going to benefit people. We're fighting over what's going to be profitable for like big corporations.
Yeah, families fight over money. People get killed over money. People go to court for money. Like, what makes you think that like people aren't going to go to their like base instincts on this stuff?
I believe that humanity, on an individual scale, will optionally choose to help more rather than if they're forced to inefficiently spend their money.
You believe that, but you had no evidence for that belief. That's
I
like
agree.
telling me that like
The truth is the 10. Thank you so much.
That's like saying that, you know, like when we used to debate, you know, that Jesus rose on like this upcoming Sunday, right? What's your belief? Oh, I just have faith, right? Well, that's sorry. You're just putting faith in something that has no evidence. Like, so obviously I'm not going to implement something that is based on faith. What the hell would I do that?
Well, I agree with you on that 100%. I mean, I don't have all the answers, but all I'm saying is I'm entitled to my subjective opinion, and it
no
doesn't
one is
make
saying
me
that you're
a
not
sociopath.
entitled. Well, okay, yes, you are correct. It doesn't make you a full-blown, but it is very concerning. I'm sorry, but like you have not
It is very
demonstrated,
concerning.
you have not demonstrated to us here why your viewpoint makes sense in any way. Like you haven't given us no evidence for it.
Well, you don't have evidence to the contrary. Like what?
We have.
We gave you evidence to the contrary. Like I provided arguments that like you couldn't refute because you're like, yeah, you're right. I haven't thought it all through. Or I haven't like gone through this and that. Like, so what is your reason for believing this? Like who hurt you? Somebody had to hurt you.
Okay, I have a question. Do you do charity work?
What?
No,
Sorry,
I
what
was like
what
kind
was
of
that,
joking
Parker?
about it. Like,
Okay, do you do charity work?
No, but I give to charity. I don't like work like on a like first like
Do you
in-person
have a
basis, but I
remote job?
donate. I donate. What's up?
Do you have a remote job?
Yes.
So you have a remote job. You just do things on your computer all day, and you don't leave society at all. All you do is pay taxes for society, and
Yeah.
you give some amounts of charity. You write that off.
I choose not to write that off, but
Why?
I give to society.
I thought you
am
wanted more money through tax. I thought you wanted to
I
reduce your
agree
taxes.
that I should write that off. I'm just when it comes to taxes, I'm a lazy bastard. Sorry, I don't know if that's a bad word or not.
Hey, you know what? You being lazy makes it better off. That's actually right there is exactly why taxes will provide more revenue for society than if we didn't have taxes, right? And people just had to do it themselves.
What do you what's your point here?
You just proved exactly why we get more revenue for society if we do it through taxation. Though, thank you so much for the $50 for I've been on for 20 minutes and my head hurts. Yeah, thank you so much.
No, there's a
Sid.
difference
I really
between
appreciate the
a write-off
$50. Thank
and
you,
getting
Sid.
the higher tax. That was a horrible argument. I'm being honest. So instead of me not writing the write-off, I'm only going to get so much of that write-off towards my total tax. If
So
I
you
instead
ended
had
up
my
paying more in taxes because you were lazy.
if I instead had my whole tax that I paid instead of just the portion without the write-off or with the write-off, I would have more. Like if I didn't have to pay any of those taxes, I could contribute more. Having the write-off is irrelevant.
You wouldn't contribute more than what you were taxed on. In typical. That is very unlikely to occur. For most people,
if there was
they would contribute less
that's
to
not true at all.
society.
That's not true at
Let me
all.
give an example. All right. People who are taxed, who are lower income, are they going to spend that money, the extra money that they are getting back from the government, on things that their family needs or things that they need themselves, or are they going to put it into society?
They're going to support their family.
Jeff Bezos, is he just going to give all of his money to society, or is he going to reinvest it into his business or put it into himself so he can make more money?
I don't know what Jeff Bezos is going to do, but
Jeff Bezos is going to make himself more money.
What I do know is that on an individual scale, on average, people will contribute more.
No, they won't.
I believe.
Jeff
Where's the
Bezos
evidence for
would
that?
contribute less, given that he is not taxed.
Where's the evidence for that? Where's the evidence that they won't?
They try to avoid taxes,
wait, hold on. No,
and
don't
then they
turn
don't
back on
spend it on
me.
people that need it.
I asked you the question. You're the one making the argument.
Okay, yeah.
So provide
I'm
the
not-
evidence. Like you can't make an argument and then say, "Well, no, you provide the evidence."
If you make a hypothetical regarding your issues with your ideal tax amount, because you guys wanted more taxes than what we have currently, or at least Parker does. If you don't have any evidence for that specific subset, does that make your argument like?
We do. We have countries around the world that have universal healthcare systems, childcare programs, housing affordability programs that we can point to that show us that they are effective. Tobias, think of the $2. And we have history that shows us specifically that like people died when we didn't have those systems in place. Do you think less people die today because Social Security has been implemented? Do you think less people die today because Medicare has been implemented? Do you think less people die today because food stamps exist?
How can you not be sure?
I don't
He's
have.
not sure. Wow.
This is all quantifiable. Like we have
he's
decades
totally
of
bad
study
faith.
on this. Like this is easily like verifiable. Easily verifiable.
Is it though?
Yes. We've had the numbers for decades.
Is it though?
Social Security cut senior poverty in half. Medicare lowered the amount of people who had medical debt by like half. Like, yes, these things have worked. Like
medical debt. Okay, there's a difference between like medical debt and
well,
people
okay,
actually
no.
dying.
No,
'Cause
that was one example, but yes, but also deaths. Like if you only give the numbers on deaths, and fine, I'll give you like the death statistics, right? But it's clear by any metric that like this is true, and it's easily verifiable.
All right, so hold up, Chris, did you vote for Donald Trump? Chris MAGA 2028, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, you should probably. I don't think we're getting anywhere.
Yes,
Yeah. How old are you?
I am 20.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because the trans people.
You're a troll.
I am.
All right, Joe, you're the last one left. Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah,
How's my connection? Is it better this time?
it is a lot better.
I wanted to, because I've only got 10 more minutes on my break. I wanted to get to the heart of this problem. First of all, Parker, appreciate your mind. Thank you for what you're doing. Do you believe that God is real?
No.
Why?
No good evidence.
No good evidence. Okay. Do you believe that 500 people telling me that somebody existed is a fair amount of evidence, even if I never met that person?
You're misremembering where the 500 number comes from, but I don't dispute that Jesus existed. I believe Jesus did exist. I just don't
Great.
believe he was a god.
Do you believe he was resurrected? That's what this all hinges on.
No.
Even though 500 people did witness him after his
Who told
death.
you that?
Who told you that? Do you have any individual accounts of that? No.
Who told me that? The Bible that I read, the same one that you read, maybe.
Yeah, Paul, 1 Corinthians 15. Yeah, you're going to cite that, but Paul says that's what he heard. Paul says, I heard that 500 people saw him, right? So it's somebody telling somebody who told Paul.
So how do you know that George Washington exists?
I can see his teeth. I can see his hair. I can see the things that he has signed. I can see the places that he lived and visited. I can go visit where he's buried, and if I wanted to, I don't have the power to.
Joe.
I could dig him up and say, "Look at those bones."
So
Joe, do you believe that Muhammad had a spiritual experience with the angel Gabriel?
I don't know what that means. I mean, I know who Muhammad is, but let me ask you this: if there was significant evidence, let's say, for example, the strap, quote unquote, of Jesus's sandal, right? Like, let's just say we could identify that it was his. Would you believe?
We would believe he existed, not that he rose from the dead, because that would be evidence of existing, not of rising from the dead. You'd have to provide a specific evidence for him rising from the dead, because we already agree that he existed.
Yeah.
But you just don't agree with his most intimate followers of what they claimed about him.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
I don't believe. Yeah, because it was passed down word of mouth, right? Through
Well, so can I interrupt? Let me ask you this. If I were to ask your 12 and 70 closest friends, because I've heard a lot about you and I've watched a lot about you and I know this, that, and the other of the mass. Just answer the question.
Look at Joseph Smith's closest followers. Look at Prophet Muhammad's closest followers. Right? You're gonna see all these people throughout history that have close followers that you're gonna dispute what they said.
Neither of those people were sinless. Joseph Smith was not sinless.
Jesus was only sinless according to the Bible.
We do know that Jesus was sinless.
No, you don't.
Only by the Bible.
How do you know that he wasn't?
The Quran claims that Prophet Muhammad has never sinned.
But how do you know that Jesus sinned?
How do you know that Prophet Muhammad sinned?
I don't know anything about Muhammad other than that he was
exactly.
No, listen.
So have I ever sinned?
How do I know that you've sinned?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Because I know what sin is.
No.
Okay,
I reject
what is it?
a very concept of sin. So therefore, I can't sin.
Right, exactly. You
Sure,
reject the
same.
concept of sin
Joe, by the way,
because you.
Hey, Joe, can you turn down your mic volume a little bit?
Oh, I don't know how do I do that?
Maybe speak with a little bit less volume.
Yeah, I got you. So you reject. This is what I'm trying to get to. You say there's not significant evidence. Well, we can agree to disagree on evidence. We can't disagree that the amount of evidence that is there is present. So what we have to do is, because like we have these 500 people that Paul claims, and then we obviously have his most intimate disciples. We have the Gospel of John, which is the most theologically present and, arguably the most theologically, profound claims about Christ. So the basic question that I'm trying to get to is, if I can't find out about Parker other than a direct conversation, and I've actually been wanting to talk to you for quite some time, ever since your first Jubilee, but if I can't find out about you through your 3, 12, and 70, and let's go all the way up to 500, but if I can't find out about you through the people that know you best, how else am I supposed to find out about you except through direct conversation?
That would be okay if it was not based on a faulty underlying assumption, because you're assuming that
What is
Matthew,
faulty
Mark,
about
Luke, and John. You're assuming that
I have
Matthew,
a perfect critique of him.
Please, Parker.
Yeah. So Joe, if you ask people in the
It's
chat
Joel,
right
by the way.
now,
Sorry,
Joel. Sorry, it's kind of far away. I can't
No
really see. I
worries.
apologize. So if you ask like a lot of the people in the chat, they're going to tell you that they saw me write fly. Okay, a lot of the people closest to me in the comment section will tell you that they have literally witnessed me fly. Now, do you believe that?
What if I asked your mother?
My mom would say I flew.
So here's the point. Christianity hinges on this miracle, right? The miracle that Jesus resurrected. You even agree that he existed and did all the things he said, taught all the things he said. So let me ask you this. If you think Jesus existed, but you don't believe he rose from the dead, do you believe he rose Lazarus from the dead?
I don't believe in any resurrection.
Do you believe in any supernatural occurrences, period, ever?
No.
Okay. So you disagree with Joe Rogan about UFOs, which I'm not making a statement. You disagree with people
I don't
about
think those are supernatural, even if they are true.
That's a fair statement, but what about Jesus walking on water? So you don't believe that's true either?
Nope.
So essentially you believe that
You believe he turned water into wine?
Do I believe that? What do you think?
I do not believe that he turned water into wine.
No, what do you think I think?
Oh, you definitely believe that.
Of course I do, because it was written in the Bible. The Bible is God's inspired word. It's not like any other book. And what I think is beautiful about it is that the Bible is actually the only book, and it's really the only religion. You could make an argument that the Quran and Muslim is as well, but I think that the Bible and Christianity is the strongest religion and the only religion that rejects all other forms of quote unquote belief. In other words, when Jesus said that I am the way, the truth, and the life, no one comes to the Father except through me. That's Jesus' way of saying that there's no other way to eternity. There's no other way to life after death except through me. And then that would be my final question for you, Parker, is do you believe that when this is all done and then after your life is done, there's nothing? Do you believe this is it?
I have no clue.
Okay, that's completely fair to say. So really what this argument hinges on is if you die and you go to heaven, but instead of going through the gates, you get sent down, that's the only way you'll know for sure. Is that right?
I'll know when I have evidence. Like I have to go one way.
But there is evidence.
I don't have any evidence indicating either way. Hello, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead.
So you'll say that you'll believe it when there is evidence. What piece of evidence? Because I've already listed, and I'm sure you're more than aware of all the evidence that is presented. What would you say is the piece of evidence, the single piece of evidence that could convince you of Jesus's resurrection?
It would be like a single piece. I don't know if a single piece. It would be how every other historical claim has been established, right? That would be like a good evidence. Or there'd have to be specific eyewitnesses, right, that actually existed. There would have to be like continued evidence on top of that, right? Verified claims, not only from the specific individuals there, but also like probably like tertiary sources, right, and secondary sources, right? We'd probably need, right, a consistent story amongst all of those types of things, right?
So
That would be bare minimum.
That is
which
that is
doesn't exist.
great, and I'll just say all of that exists already.
No, it
so
doesn't.
yes, it does. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, all firsthand. Well, sorry, not Luke. Matthew, Mark, and Matthew and John wrote about it firsthand. Mark and Luke wrote about it secondhand. Paul wrote about it third hand. And so what's interesting is that just a moment ago, your buddy said, oh, well, that's just a story of a story of a story. You can't confirm that. But then
you said that it was told from someone else for the resurrection. It was told from someone else to another person to then Paul, right?
So Mary and I forget the other first witness who was a female, Mary, and was it Martha, I think? But they were the first two to witness it via a supernatural visitation from an angel.
But we don't have their accounts, do
It
they?
depends on which account you're talking about.
Yeah,
I think it shows up in John, right?
No, Mary is unique to all of them, right? Mary is in all of them, but depending on which one you read, Mary is only at one, or Mary is the first one, and then in like Luke, it's like Mary plus somebody. Then in John, it's like all. So like yes, they all have Mary, but then after that, then they all like just don't make sense on like who was there first and who was not. So Mary is traditionally seen as the first one to quote unquote find the empty tomb, and in one of them, she actually sees Jesus.
Parker, can I ask you, do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
Yes.
Is there not just as much, if not more, faith to believe in the Big Bang Theory as there is for Jesus's resurrection?
There's way more evidence to believe in the Big Bang Theory.
And by the way,
how so?
I reject.
We can currently today see cosmic background radiation photons.
Well, that's one, but I don't like talking about it in such a way as a belief system. I accept it, but my opinion will change based on new data. If the Big Bang Theory is disconfirmed by new data, then I will go ahead and not accept it anymore. But based on current data, it is the most valid idea.
That's why I believe in it.
Of the.
Well, here's the thing: it's the most valid because it's validated by a worldview. That is the truth.
No,
you say it is
by the data. Like, you gave me the data, you would pop this out anyway.
No, you're saying that radiometric dating and the expansion of the universe, all this, that, and the other, is what confirms the Big Bang Theory. Well, I have, from a creationist / biblical worldview, I have explanations for all of those things too. So the key there is worldview. You guys don't believe in God, and therefore you believe the Big Bang Theory is true, or at the very least most plausible. However, I would say, and I think it's pretty much a fact at this point, that there is just as much faith required, because again, you can say that you have evidence for the Big Bang Theory. I can say I have evidence for the resurrection. We only know one thing for sure, and that's, sorry, go ahead.
It's not the same though.
Yeah,
it is.
It is. How old's the Earth?
How old's the Earth? Well, there's an old Earth versus young Earth debate amongst Christianity. So I don't know for sure, but I would probably lean on young Earth.
So you think it's more likely that the Earth is, what, say 12,000 years old? Is that
Have you seen Ken Ham and Bill Nye's debate?
Oh my God!
Not that specific debate. No.
Yes,
it's good. Go and watch it. Hold on, wait, buddy. Hold on, Parker. Go and watch that debate. It's really good.
Don't watch it, Parker. Don't watch it. It is Ken Ham.
He doesn't want you to turn to faith. He doesn't want you to turn to Jesus.
No. Please listen. Please listen. Even in apologetic circles, Ken Ham is laughed out of the park. He is like I was involved in.
Hey, wait, but can you agree that there is a debate?
Let Matt finish real quick.
Go ahead, Matt.
even in apologetic circles, people like Ken Ham are laughed out of the park. He is not a scholar on anything. Ken Ham knows nothing about what he's talking about.
Hold on.
Please cite another scholar or like
Hold on.
somebody else who's
There
better.
there are creationists all the word. He's the OG. That's why I cited him.
Which is why they're laughed at.
Was Jesus laughed at?
Ken Ham is not Jesus.
Was Donald? No. I'm just asking a question. Was Donald Trump laughed at?
Yes, because he done stupid ass shit. That's
All right. So why is Ken Ham the most successful creationist? Donald Trump is now the 2-time president.
Because people are gullible and will believe
I
stupid ass people. No, I'm sorry, it's true. Like there are better
That's
people.
fine.
who
That's
are
your perspective.
There are people with PhDs.
You're not going to convince very many people with that perspective, though.
No. Like if you gave me one of Ken Ham's arguments, I would then argue against it, and I would use that to convince people. But if you tell me what's my
You can watch the Ken Ham versus Bill Nye debate. It's a beautiful
when
debate.
it first came out. I watched it when it first came out, and it was bullshit
Matt, I think we need a different approach with him here. So he believes in the creationist story, which is not based upon any type of scientific evidence. He disputes scientific evidence. So then here would be my question: if you dispute scientific evidence that indicates that the Earth is
That's not true. That's not, it doesn't dispute. It doesn't dispute.
I would love to
scientific
be able to
evidence.
finish my statement. Is that
sorry? My bad.
Yeah. So if you're going to dispute the scientific evidence that indicates that the Earth is older than 12,000 years old, well, then I'm obviously going to say that, like, what is your standard for like going to the doctor or going to the dentist or brushing your teeth?
My standard? I believe in science.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
You literally just said that you believe that the Earth is probably young, which is antithetical to believing in science.
It's not true. So in the debate, which you should watch, we have two different, what Ken Ham describes as sects of science. We have observational science and historical science. Observational science is the fact that you and I can go plant a tree and see how many layers it takes for that tree to grow 20 years, and then say that, based off of this, we know this tree is 20 years old. That's observational science. That's something that can take place today that you and I can see.
And you agree with that, right?
100%. I disagree that the Earth is millions and billions and however many years old because of that same method. Here's why. Because if God is who he said he is and did what he says he does, which was create the Earth in 6 days and then rest on the 7th, then that means that whatever kind of evidence of the Earth happened did not happen in, and this is where the Christian debate, takes place, is 6 days really 6 24-hour days? Is 6? I happen to just take the word of God literally, and it makes sense to me when I do that. Not in every instance, obviously. 1/3 of the Bible is poetry, if you didn't know, so not everything is supposed to be taken literally. But when the Bible says that God created the earth in 6 days, why is it presupposed that a fully grown tree had to have taken place millions of years or whatever? Do you get the point I'm trying to say? Basically, the debate is what came first, the chicken or the egg? And obviously it's the chicken, because God created the chicken first before the egg. Does this make sense? Or do I need to clarify?
Yeah, so you definitely need to clarify, because it is the case that, like, you saying that observational science disputes it because Christianity is true, and if Christianity is true, this has to be the case.
That's historical science, but yes.
Yeah. So that's not that you're saying that historical science contradicts, right, observational science, and what you're going to do in that circumstance is take historical science over observational science. Am I right?
So I'm going to look at the evidence that's before us. For example, fossils. Did you know that there have been found fossils that have essentially creatures?
Observational science. So you think observational science establishes that the Earth
hold
is
on, can I finish my
12,000 years
point?
old?
So there have been found fossils where a fish is swallowing another fish. I thought fossils were supposed to take thousands of years in order to form. How does a fish found inside of another fish fossilize like that? It would have digested it before it could have fossilized.
So just by
the reason that it, sorry, Matt, the reason that is go ahead.
Just by you saying that tells me you have no idea how fossils form. There's no
Do
one
fossils
way.
not happen over time?
No, there's not one way for fossils to form. There's not one way. There are multiple ways, and a fish, and it takes hours and sometimes days to be
Actually, you're right.
fully digested, and something can be buried very quickly, and then over time be fossilized. And so, yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But there are multiple ways in which something can be like fossilized. Like
You're
this is
right,
not
Matt,
like
and
one
it's
thing.
actually a great evidence for
Joel,
the.
before you go now, I do need to catch up on some donations real quick. I will
Yeah,
let
yeah.
you get into that point. I just need to catch up because I'm a little bit behind. I'm a
No
bit
worries.
behind.
No worries.
Real quick though, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Vinyl, thank you so much for the $5. Tay, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Tay. I really appreciate it. Carrie, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Ask Yourself with the $10? Tay again with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I do think it does, honestly. Gerhard, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For real. Ask Yourself, thank you for the $2. Thank you. That is important. Jamie, thank you for the $5. And then Jay Gerhard, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. All right, go ahead. You continue. Oh, one more before you do. Zach, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That is something I definitely would. And then absolutely, I'll make sure to ask those. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it.
By
Go
the
ahead,
way, Joel, I know what point you're going to make on that. I know what you're going to say because it's a common trope in apologetics, but I'll let you make it. But I know exactly what you're going to say.
That's okay. I'm actually not going to debate as far as creationism, Parker. I really encourage you to watch the first and second Ken Ham debate versus Bill Nye. It's a great debate. Bill Nye is super charismatic, and Ken Ham is not. So it's fun to watch. But let's just say this, Parker.
I actually will write that down because it probably would be good content for the live.
Oh yeah, dude, heck yeah. Let me. Can I ask either of you this quick question, because we already disagree about evolution being a faith stance. I think it's a faith stance. You guys say it's based off of evidence. We disagree on that. Let me ask you this:
It's objectively true. It's based on evidence. Looking for
it. No, it's not objectively based off of evidence.
It is.
We disagree. That's fine. Have either of you ever been to a church?
Yes.
Have either of you ever been hurt by anybody in a church emotionally?
No. I loved my
Good.
church.
That's good. See, because typically a lot of church hurt devises into poor theology and leaving away from the faith. So I'm glad to hear that you guys have come about this by other means. I'm a little skeptical about that still, but I'm grateful for your honesty. So if at the end of the day, you accept, based off of my opinion, you accept a worldview based off of nothing creating everything, right? Everything coming from nothing. Is that not what the Big Bang is?
No. So the Big Bang doesn't make a claim on what came prior to it. The Big Bang is just talking about the expansion of the universe.
So
now,
what did come prior?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's the thing. We're agnostic atheists. We would say we don't know what came prior to that point. And now in terms of like what a naturalist would say, a naturalist could prescribe a natural explanation for what came prior to that, and they're in the same boat as you. There's no distinction between those. So there's not any more of a reason to accept, right, a deistic explanation than a naturalistic explanation, right? But there is a better reason to accept a naturalist or a deist explanation over a theist explanation if they are saying that theist explanation entails all these other attributes like God being all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, perfect, things like that. And I can critique those and I can show you how those are contradictory.
Well, the only thing that you can't prove that's contradictory is is the fact that being agnostic is actually not a worldview that is good for policy and the building of a society.
It's totally fine for building a society.
Can you name me the best? Can you name me the best example of a society larger than just a group of 300 or a cult or something like that? Name me the best example of a society that from its origins to from beginning to end or beginning to present has not acknowledged God as the creator of the universe.
Like an entire society?
Yeah.
I don't have to provide that. Why
That's
do I have
okay,
to provide
because
that
you
to
can't.
be able to, I can, but we live in a society right now that's secular.
Not necessarily 50%. There are some studies that say that 50% of Americans still claim to be Christian.
I'm not disputing that.
No.
What I'm
Not
saying
the-
is that
yeah.
our government is secular. Right?
That's
So it's
not true. We
predicated
still
off of
have in
religious
God
values.
we trust on our money. We still have the Constitution, which
That's still not Christian. That's not how it enforces our laws.
I didn't necessarily say Christian, and yes, there are plenty of judges who still enforce laws based off of their belief in the Bible and what
They
right and
can't.
wrong is.
But they can't use that as the justification for
No,
the
I
actual
hear
law.
what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is that when you look at the fall of many great societies, let's take Europe, for example. I don't know if you do or don't like Europe, but Europe is not doing too great right now. And it's because, in part, that they have walked away from their faith as a society. We obviously know that France is one of the most.
No,
Wait, are you saying that a society that is more Christian is more preferable?
I'm saying that America is the greatest country in the world and ever.
But it's not the most Christian.
It is the most Christian from its conception,
not true,
to the present. Even though we have been falling off for the last 50 years.
Not even true.
What is not true?
That it's you'd have to provide me evidence that it is the most Christian society since birth.
So the Constitution of every single state, this is what Charlie Kirk says, the Constitution of every single state prior to the nation's Constitution claimed that you had to, or it was policy that you had to be a Bible-believing, church-attending Christian before you could be accepted into the government. And then obviously the Constitution itself that we still base all of our, pretty much policy off of, claims, God 4 times, which is a big deal.
Wait, you understand that countries throughout history had religion very prevalent in terms of establish who is the king, right? Who is the clergy? Who is a part of the government? It was established solely by the religion, and that's not in the United States. That's in other countries around the world. So you saying since inception, the most religious society ever is just
I didn't
totally
say it's
fucking
most
wrong.
religious.
Most Christian, sorry.
Most Christianity is, I forget where the reference is, but the Bible says that it was for freedom that Christ set us free. Freedom is a concept that comes from Christianity. Freedom of choice, freedom of speech.
Oh my God, no,
it
it's
is.
not. You don't think freedom pre-existed Christianity?
What'd you say?
You don't think a notion of freedom pre-existed Christianity?
I think a notion did, but what I'm trying to say is that the best example and the reason that America is the only country that which granted, I'll give you that over the past 50 years it has become less and less Christian. But the reason that America is what it is today, or, for the sake of my argument, was what it was because of its embrace of Christianity. If you were an American in the 1950s, there was I don't know the data. There was a good chance that you were a Christian. You believed in the Bible. Not everybody did, but guess what's great about that? The fact that not everybody has to be a Christian is still a product
There
of
are countries
Christianity.
around the world that again have higher rates of Christianity than the United States. Again, this is a non-starter for an argument, right? I can give you a reason why Christianity is false. Would you accept that?
I would accept that you have convinced yourself of something that's not very convincing to the majority, because most people still believe in God at the very least. And
would you like me to go through it rather than just saying people don't believe it, therefore I'm not going to accept it?
I would love to hear you out. Is there any way that, because I have to go pretty soon, is there any way that I could follow up? But regardless, no, there's nothing that you could say that would convince me of Christianity not being true.
That's why this conversation
No, it's not a cult.
not
yeah, it is.
Can I convince you out of evolutionism?
Yes.
No.
I can.
Yes.
Not right now.
What would be the piece of evidence to convince you out of it?
Evidence in general.
What would that be?
You'd be more evidence that indicates it to be most probable.
And I'm trying to say that there is evidence present, and there will be more evidence continuing.
Instead of you just again shifting the topic and not letting me provide my argument for why you're wrong, right? Would you let me provide that?
Well, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so God is perfect. You agree?
Oh yes, he is amazing. He changed my life.
He's flawless. Okay, so again, you would say that a flawless being prefers things that are perfect to things that are imperfect, correct?
Dude, this sucks. Oh, I hate this. I have to go. Ah! I hate this. I really do have to go.
Okay.
Hey, but if there's any way, should I send my email?
I mean, no.
It's up to you. I don't care. It's all good.
All right. Bye.
Hey, wait. Bless you, Parker. Father, I thank you for Parker. Lord, I just pray that you would reveal yourself to him in these conversations. In Jesus' name. Let him know that he loves you. Amen.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, Parker. Peace out, bro.
Peace out. All right. Well, we have no guests right now. If you want to debate me about religion, we can do that. But I'd have no requests right now. We have no one. So we'll wait for someone to join up. We got no one in the guest box. If you want to join up, it's the link that's pinned right above the chat. You can click on that, and you just got to have a YouTube or Facebook account, and you can join as a guest and debate me. If you were either a Christian you want to debate, or if you want to debate me about Trump, your support for Trump. I'll do either of those conversations, to be honest. But for people who are in here, make sure to like the stream. For the 3,200 people who are in here, make sure to like the stream. It helps get it out to more people. I would really appreciate that. As well. Make sure to, if you'd like to, you can always support me through Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, as well as YouTube Super Chat in the context of my description of this YouTube stream. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Did you vote for Donald? Oh, okay. Well, we need a guest. If someone wants to join as a guest, if you are either Christian or did vote for Donald Trump, we can debate.
If you decide to watch the Ken Ham Bill Nye debate, you should let me know, and I should come on because it's something. Oh God,
I
it's
bet.
something.
Agnostic, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hey Parker, I'm here to talk about religion.
Okay. Did you? Are you Christian?
No, but I just want to give a quick comment if you'll let me.
No, I'm sorry. We are just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump and or are Christian and want to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
What's your birth year?
I'm MAGA. I don't know. I'm dumb, man.
All right.
Self-aware king.
Mike, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
How's my mic volume?
It's good. Your mic volume is good.
All right, good. That's what I like to hear.
Yo, B, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. It's diabolical.
W.
It's diabolical, I tell you. Let me bring back up my Gmail. I completely forgot. I literally closed it on accident. So I literally can't even read the whole messages.
Someone said
Mary, thank you for the
satisfactory.
$11. Thank you so much for being such a light out there. So many are out there each and every day, relentlessly fighting to keep the fascist agenda at bay. We greatly appreciate you. Also, wasn't it incredible to finally get to see Garcia live? Yes, absolutely. Hopefully we can get him home soon. Absolutely. Wishing you a great weekend, Parker. We'll be here with you. Yeah, thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly kind of you. W's for Mary in the chat. Fiona, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Fiona. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much. They said, "Hi, Parker. I'm in tonight's live and felt you needed a gift. You're doing a great job in the faces of some real annoying people. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Fiona." W's for Fiona in the chat. W's for Fiona in the chat.
W.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump or are a Christian and want to debate.
Yep. Very true, John. Very true.
John, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I will stay for another about 5 minutes, and then I have to go cook me some dinner because it's
I got
late
you.
here.
And then Tay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I know, for real. Tay, thank you for the $10 as well. Again, 2 times. Ask yourself, thank you for the $2. And then Lowell, thank you so much for the $5. Mark with the $50 for educating and kicking ass. Thank you so much, Mark. Can we get some W's for Mark in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Mark. I really appreciate it. W's for Mark in the chat.
Someone asked what is for dinner, and I said a steak.
Nice. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Wes, team, you there?
Wes. Yeah, it's Wes right here, buddy. What's going on?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course I voted for Donald Trump.
Why so?
Donald Trump is the greatest. How old are you?
I'm 23.
23. Donald Trump is the greatest president in presidential history in your lifetime. You know that?
Okay, why so?
History in my lifetime.
In your lifetime, the greatest president in presidential history. In your
why so?
I'm willing, like, honestly, if he gets this Russia-Ukraine situation settled, the last one, if he gets that
Did you see the news from today, by the way?
I haven't seen news.
Donald Trump is saying that he's very close to giving up on peace. That he's going to wash his hands of it.
That's my question for you. Do you think we should be involved with Ukraine?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
We signed the Budapest Memorandum, an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
That honestly, even in that side of the region of the world, the agreement we signed in 97, right? Where
94.
94, you know what I'm about to talk about. Where the Soviet Union's basically disbanded, and we told them that we are not going to push NATO 1 inch to the east. Since then, how many countries have we accepted into NATO?
You're talking about prior, which they signed over that.
Signed over what? We made
when it collapsed, they signed that over. That was what you're talking about in terms of moving towards the east. Isn't that like that's well before they collapsed?
Regardless, put yourself
in 91.
Put yourself in Russia's shoes, right? Let's pretend Russia's America, and Mexico gets invited to the largest nuclear coalition in the world, right? Do you think that America is going to allow a nuclear nation on their border?
If it's a defensive association, yes.
Let's say.
But secondly, we're on the border of Russia, Latvia, Lithuania, and hold up, I'm trying to make a point.
BRICS, for example, right? If a BRICS nation, if Mexico was accepted into BRICS,
that's economic. That's not military and defense.
BRICS is economic today. What's stopping it from becoming military and defense tomorrow? In fact, North Korea, China, and Russia have a mutual defense agreement today.
If it's totally and 100% defensive, I wouldn't have an issue with that.
If BRICS was a defensive nation, oh, you mean like if they weren't antagonizing the world like America does?
If Mexico joined BRICS and BRICS was a defensive sort of allyship, I'd be totally okay with that.
Okay, so let's say the BRICS nations, China and Russia, the other two world superpowers. There's 3 of them, right? China and Russia are the other 2. They have a mutual defense agreement, and let's say they empower Mexico to be a nuclear nation because they're part of a defense agreement. Hey, Mexico, here's some nukes. Do you think America would allow that for a second?
So would America allow it versus would I, like, if it's defensive, right? If it was necessary in order for them to defend themselves, it would make sense. But like, that's not true. And then we're not like giving nukes to Ukraine.
Hold on. We don't have to.
And can I actually like address the point that I was meaning to address prior?
Go for it.
Yeah, in terms of like these agreements and in keeping people like off the border who are already a part of NATO, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia were already on the border of Russia since the early 2000s. Why didn't that provoke a response then?
Latvia, Lithuania, and these other nations, right? Yes, Russia, the reason we're not in World War III right now is because Russia has been the adult in the room here. We have poked and pushed them right to their borders in how many different countries? Finland, I think, is the most recent one joining.
In 2022, yeah.
Because
they invaded fucking Ukraine. Do you think it's justified?
What do you think? They just woke up one day in 2022 and said, "Time to invade Ukraine"?
Practically, like, can you tell me why they? Can you tell me what? Do you think that's justified for them to invade Ukraine?
A week before the Ukrainian invasion, what did Kamala Harris go in to say over there?
Kamala, that's a lie.
No, she went and said
that.
What do you mean?
You're gonna cite the same thing Charlie Kirk did, which was a lie. She did not try to get Ukraine to join NATO.
She said Ukraine is welcome to join NATO. Along those lines, I can't quote her word for word.
Go ahead, go provide me that source.
I've looked at the video my own self. Hold on.
Go ahead. And in the meantime, everyone, make sure to like the stream if you are here and you're new. Ducky, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope it goes well for you. I hope it goes well for you, Ducky. Thank you so much, though. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Make sure to like the stream, though, everyone. We'll give it a second for him to find a source.
Yeah, and just by the way, the the saying that we agreed to not move a quote 1 inch after the signing of these treaties, that's also not based in the facts. So that's what Putin claims, right? But if you go back and ask the people who were there, they said like no such agreement was met. So the Budapest Memorandum says nothing about NATO, right? It was in 1990 that we actually had anybody talk about possibly moving, and that was between Baker and Gorbachev. And so, I mean, you can ask like one of them, but they're both dead, I think. So, but like we have like
I
all
think
of the
Gorbachev was
notes
still
on
alive.
anything. No,
Really?
It was
I don't think so. No.
in the Munich Security Conference. You spoke on that. Essentially, either way, let's put yourself in Putin's shoes, right?
Did you
If
not
we're
find the
about-
source?
I'm just looking through ChatGPT. I can't share a video here with your audience, right? So there's no point in even tackling that. But put yourself in Russia's shoes.
You wouldn't find it. I promise you. That's like it's a complete and total lie that like she said that.
Put yourself in Putin's shoes, surrounded in NATO. Do you think that's not a national security threat for Russia?
No, because
No.
I think the problem is that Putin thinks in such a way, right? That because he has always been anti-NATO, whereas in the 1990s, the people who were
anti-NATO. Putin's been anti-NATO. Putin's asked to join NATO how many times? What are you talking about?
Russia cannot join NATO. That would defeat the purpose.
So why can't Russia join NATO?
Because the whole idea of NATO is a new common defense. At first, that was against Russia. Now they would have to change the
common defense. You said a common defense against Russia. Wouldn't the best defense against Russia be they're your friend?
Sid, thank you for the $10. I'm so glad you did that, Sid.
NATO has requirements for who can join. Russia has not met those requirements. Ukraine has also not met those requirements. Why are you interrupting me?
Go ahead and tell me what the requirements.
I'm talking.
Why
are you interrupting me?
What are Russia's requirements to join NATO? Go ahead and tell me.
It's not requirements for NATO. It's requirements for every country that does wish to join NATO.
Okay, what are the requirements that Russia hasn't met? Go ahead and tell me.
Low corruption, full-fledged democracy, and there's like 2 or 3 more. Both Ukraine and Russia do not meet those. That's why Ukraine, which has asked in the past, has been denied. It's because they do not meet those requirements.
So just by your own definition, you're saying we're funding a corrupt nation with Ukraine?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, that's what you would be saying, right? Because they don't meet the
I
requirements.
have never denied that there is corruption in the Ukraine. What I have said is one of the reasons why we fund them is because we want to promote democracy and root out that corruption.
Promote democracy, yeah, because we deliver democracy to Afghanistan and Iraq like a care package, right?
Wait. So we're not advocating there because there was no agreement signed with them in particular to ensure that we would defend them in that context in which they wanted us to be there. There was no claim from that. Secondly, like again, you're not responding to the Budapest Memorandum acknowledgement. You're not responding to the fact that us not defending Ukraine literally gives Russia more power within the region. You didn't answer the question specifically about whether or not it was justified to invade Ukraine from Russia's standpoint. Do you think that was justified?
Do you think our invasion of Afghanistan was justified?
No. Do you think it was justified for the United States to invade, or not for the United States, for Russia to invade Ukraine?
Yes, I do think it was justified. But before I elaborate on that,
You think it was justified? That's crazy, bro.
Talk about why. Was it justified for Afghanistan to be invaded?
No, I said no.
No, it wasn't, right? So why is it that we can do what we want, but Russia, as soon as they do what they want...
I said it was wrong for the United States to do that.
And
I'm against that.
That's all we have to say, right? We killed 1.5 million children over a 20-year war, and we can
and you say it's wrong.
And we can get on YouTube and say it's wrong, and then that's it. And that's the end of that.
What do you mean? I'm not the person who fucking did that.
Put yourself in other people's shoes. When the rest of the world watches what
Why can't wait? Russians can say that what they did in Ukraine was wrong. You should be able to say what they did in Ukraine is wrong. They killed women, they killed children. Just because the United States did it does not justify you doing it.
Mate, we did. It's not that we did it and we said oops, and now we're all on YouTube. That's not what happened.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
No, you're 22 or 23 or whatever.
Yeah, so then why are you acting like, oh, I did it and I just said oops after? Like, what? What are you talking about?
You're 3 years old, and the majority of your life we spent in Afghanistan. Do you understand?
And I think that was wrong.
Yes, and most of the world would agree with you. But you can't.
Then how am I wrong for saying that was wrong? And it's also wrong for Russia to invade Ukraine.
You're thinking I'm trying to get you in a gotcha and say you're wrong and your thinking is wrong. That's not what I'm saying. I want you to put yourself in the other part of the world's shoes. If the world, think of some Lithuanian country, some shit country that can't say anything in any of this conflict. Canada. Think of Canada, right? If Canada was sitting there and watching it, and we go off into Afghanistan, we kill 1.5 million over 20 years and pull out in that goddamn way we did, right? Just a world embarrassment. Do you think they're gonna have a different opinion when Russia does something similar?
They would call it bad in both scenarios, right? If it is the case that they were consistent.
We've been calling it bad since World War II, mate. We've been calling it bad since Vietnam.
I don't see how this is a response to anything I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, do I think Russia should be able to do, if America can wake up one day and just bomb 1.5 million children?
Do you think it was wrong for the US to invade Afghanistan?
Of course I think it was wrong.
Why was that wrong, but not Russia invading Ukraine?
I'm saying it was wrong to do it, but the fact it's ugly.
Oh, so it was wrong. So you just contradicted yourself?
It's an ugly fact of the superpowers today. The superpowers of the world decide when to go to war and when not to. Not just when to go to war. When other countries go to war.
So you agree that it's not justified for Russia to invade Ukraine, correct?
I think it's ugly.
Is it unjustified or justified?
I don't think there's a moral horse or moral point to stand on as an American. I don't think
that makes no sense. That's the dumbest statement I've ever heard. Can you say that? Wait, I have a question. Are you an American? Are you an American?
I'm staying in Canada.
Are you an American?
I'm an American.
Okay, I have a question. Was the Holocaust wrong?
Well, you have to ask, did the Holocaust happen first? Got to start there. You want to talk about it?
One, yes, it did. Do you say no? Do you say no, Wes?
Who's the grandfather of NASA?
Did the Holocaust happen?
Grandfather of NASA.
Wes, did the Holocaust happen?
Grandfather of NASA.
I want you to answer my question before I kick you. Did the Holocaust happen?
The literal.
Did the Holocaust happen, Wes?
Get muted.
You will get muted, yeah, because you're a fucking Nazi. If you deny the Holocaust happened, you're a fucking Nazi.
You just call a black guy a Nazi? Is that what
yes, black people can be Nazis. Do you think Kanye West is a Nazi? He called himself a Nazi.
This is why Kamala could never win, guy.
Kamala. So Wes, would you like to respond? Did the Holocaust happen?
If you're calling
Wes, did the Holocaust happen?
I'm going to
wait, is Kanye West a Nazi?
Kanye West is a self-admitted Nazi. He's an iced out Nazi.
But he's a black person. What are you talking about, dude?
Not Kanye West, right? But you can't then go and start calling black people Nazis. First of all, the Nazis are notorious.
What are you talking about? You literally just denied the Holocaust happened.
The Nazis are notorious.
Wes, did the Holocaust happen?
Wes,
did the Holocaust happen? You're muted. Did the Holocaust happen? Did the Holocaust happen?
It's your house. I'll let you keep muting, but it's not a progressive.
I'm asking you, did the Holocaust happen and you can't fucking answer the question?
Democrats are supposed to be the party of speed.
Nope, you're on my live stream. I'll mute you whenever I want. Go ahead, tell me. Did the Holocaust happen? I'm waiting.
There's something I like about you, man. Hey,
did the Holocaust happen? Is it possible for you to answer that question?
Your turn to go and do a little.
You're not going to be able to speak on my platform if you don't answer the questions. Wes, welcome to my platform. I determine what speech is allowed. That's how this platform works. If you're not willing to engage in a productive dialogue, I'm not going to let you just say whatever the fuck you want after you just denied the Holocaust. So do you believe the Holocaust happened?
Mate, this is tyranny is what you're doing. That's the mute name.
Good. I am very tyrannical towards people who deny the Holocaust. So answer the fucking question.
Ironic, because it's exactly what the Nazis did. Exactly what the Nazis did.
What? Me denying Nazis from speaking is not what the Nazis did, you fucking idiot. You moron, you think Nazis prevented Nazis from speaking, you absolute idiot? Dude, can you answer the question? What did the Holocaust happen?
Nazis prevented people from speaking. Just
wow, he's still not answering. I have a question. Did they prevent Nazis from speaking?
You are missing the point, guy.
Did Nazis prevent Nazis from speaking?
Whether you make the Jews stop talking, stop talking.
You stupid piece of shit. You're so fucking stupid. It's actually unbelievable, dude.
This is why you lost.
Did the Nazis prevent Nazis from speaking?
This is how you lost.
Dude, you act like you've won. You fucking denied the Holocaust. You've lost so much. How much have you lost?
You're president, right? So everybody's crazy but you, right?
Wait. No. Donald Trump is crazy.
Oh, okay. Everybody's crazy but you, right? You figured it out.
No, not everyone's crazy. Matt isn't crazy.
Grandfather of NASA. How do we get to the moon?
I like how instead of answering, wait, do you believe the Earth is flat?
Oh, the Nazis are so bad, right? But Ford.
Wes, do you believe the Earth is flat?
How do you think the Nazis drove their trucks? Ford engines.
Wes.
Lumber that
Wes. Why is he not responding? So now you do you think the Holocaust happened? He's currently muted. Yes, I will mute you if you don't answer a question. Wes, I want to debate with you, but you're not even engaging. You're seriously not engaging. He's like speaking. Who are you speaking to? Are you recording? Are you streaming? He's just yapping. You're still muted. You're still yapping. You're still yapping. You done? You gonna answer my question yet? Yeah, walk away, because you can't answer if the Holocaust happened. What a fucking weirdo, dude. He can't answer if the Holocaust happened, so he walks away, dude. It's actually unbelievable, dude. This person's such a joke. And also, everyone, remember, the Nazis did prevent Nazis from speaking. You know, they were known for stopping the free speech of Nazis.
Your audience isn't that stupid, man. You know that. They know what I'm saying.
What? That's literally what you just did. Did the Holocaust happen?
One word, Operation Paperclip.
Did the Holocaust happen? I'm going to ask you 2 more times. If you do not answer, I'll kick you from the live. Did the Holocaust happen?
Technology we're talking on, Operation Paperclip.
Did the Holocaust happen?
Go ahead and kick me, lad. Your audience isn't stupid.
Yeah, they're not stupid, and that's why they say to not engage with you.
As if that's some like gotcha. I don't know what.
Dude, he thinks he got a gotcha, but he won't answer whether or not the Holocaust happened. What a fucking insane person, dude. He definitely doesn't believe the Holocaust happened. He's a literal fucking Nazi, and is like, oh my god, you are calling me a Nazi. Yes, you denied the Holocaust happened.
Yeah, that was insane. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get off because it's late and I went past. So thanks for having me on. And,
Appreciate you, man. As always.
I want to say before I leave, there was a person in the comments named Josh. Just for you, Josh. For you, I'm calling you out only because I will be back tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day for all of time just to annoy you. Because he doesn't like my stuttering. He thinks it's like annoying and stuff. So I'm gonna come back just to annoy you because that's what I do here. So I'll be back tomorrow and the next day, and I hope you're there to hear my annoying ass stutter. So thank you. Goodbye, everybody. Have a wonderful night.
Heavens, thank you for $2. Good night, man.
The
Wes, you're stupid as fuck. You are stupid as fuck. You are a dumbass. Absolute moron. Absolute idiot. Absolute idiot. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 30.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Do you agree with me that West team is an absolute idiot?
Yeah, I mean...
I'm sorry. I just had to do it while he's still here. Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate you for that. Go ahead. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump? Hello?
Hello?
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I think you got to dress for success, and I think Trump looks better in a suit than Kamala.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shit. Wait, can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, are you still doing religion?
Yeah. Are you Christian? You want to debate?
Yes, I am. I'm actually leaning towards agnostic atheism, whatever you call it. But I do have a question though.
Go ahead.
So my question is like everything that you said is like the past couple months since I've been following and supporting you. Like I believe like one thing I'm like still struggling to like understand is like the Holy Ghost stuff. And like, have you ever seen videos of people in church like can you explain that at all? Like I don't know if that stuff is fake. Like I don't want to call my mom and dad faking, everybody in my church faking, but like I don't know, you know what I'm saying?
The Trinity, you mean?
Yeah, well, like have you ever seen like when people like get like quote the Holy Ghost or whatever, and they're like shouting and talking this unintelligible language and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, like I mean, I think that's like unintelligible. Like I don't think there's any basis for that. So I mean, I'm gonna be like someone who's like I think Christianity is false, right? Like across the board, I think Christianity is false. Or I'm pretty like I really like progressive Christians. I think they're cool. I think the Christianity is false, but I like progressive Christians typically. Like that's what I typically say.
Yeah, that's where I feel like I definitely fall in line because I started like catching wind of like how they act and like how they can be really greedy with money. And then also it seems like there's like a lot of like emotional and a manipulation of words that they say is to obviously make you feel a certain way, feel sad, make you cry and whatnot. So I feel like a lot of it is delusion. That's something I always had a question about. But again, for the love of God, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a big supporter of you and Dean. I've been watching you guys for months.
Appreciate
You literally
you so much.
helped change my decision to vote for Kamala because I was uneducated. I honestly heard the Trump's good at business. Let me, go with him. Realize he has 6 bedrooms. So like everything you've been able to list off, I can tell my family man and whatnot. And now they're not Trump supporters anymore. So thank you for everything you do.
Yo, I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. Of course.
Have a great day. Have a great day.
You as well.
Yeah, W for them. W for them. Wes, you're still stupid as fuck. Why is he still there, bro? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Royal, thank you for the $2.
Wait,
Thank you so much.
wait, am I
Royalty.
on here?
Yeah, did you vote for Donald
Am I
Trump?
on here right now?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I did.
How old are
Yep. 19,
you? What's your birth year?
2006.
2006? Really?
Yep. Yeah.
What month?
March 17th.
I just don't believe him at all. I don't believe. Can we get some W's for Lauren in the comment section for the $10? Thank you so much. Just tried honey on pizza. Game changer. WU. I know it. I told you. And Gerard, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much for. Please give half to Matt. I absolutely will. I'll make sure to give him $50 in person when I see him. Or you know what? How about I take Matt out to get food when I see him? How about that? How about I do that? That sounds like a great idea. We're gonna get Matt like $50 worth of food and alcohol. Okay, I tell you, it's gonna be a great night. I promise you. Honey on pizza. It sounds great. Yes, hot honey. Oh, it's so good. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait, am I on?
Yeah. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Okay. What's your birth year?
2005.
And how old are you?
20.
And what's your what month?
February 9th.
Okay, for sure. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because he's gonna identify Albuquerque Jane Doe.
Total troll. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And Gerard, thank you for the $25 for some pork tenderloins. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Gerard. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
What's good, Parker? I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Yeah? Do you think Wes was stupid?
Obviously, bro. What is he talking about?
Okay, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because the tariffs are the most wonderful thing he's done in this country. Like,
Oh, you're totally trolling.
no, I
I can
love you,
hear it in
Parker.
your voice.
Please keep me. I love you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait, you think I'm a kid?
What'd you say, Claire? Okay. What's up, Wes? Or not Wes, sorry, Claire. Claire, you there?
Wait, you thought I was a minor because you think I'm a little boy, but I'm actually a girl with a deep voice.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I said you thought I was a minor because you thought I was a little boy, but I'm
It's
a woman
cutting-
with a
it's-
deep voice.
It's cutting out, sorry. Erica, think of the $2. Thank you so much.
It's okay.
All right, well, we have no guest requests, y'all. Would Parker debate an actual leftist who thinks his 3 arguments are shit? No, because I'm not debating leftists right now. Wes, why are you just sitting there, bro? I can see you sitting there. What is wrong with you? Why are you still there? You can type in the comments. Are you streaming, Wes? Let us know. I'm not gonna let you speak on the live, but Joel, you back?
I'm back. I hope you're okay with me possibly having to come in and out.
Yeah, so I wanted to run the argument that I was running on you earlier. So God being perfect can't create a perfect world because it is the case that it would entail that he desired a state which is imperfect over a state which was perfect of him existing alone. Because God's existence alone is perfection. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no flaws. God plus human beings in creation has some flaws in it, so it's going to be imperfect. A state of imperfection is always less preferable than a state of perfection.
You had the
cut out now. Oh, Joel, you're cutting out.
No. How's it going right now?
I hear you now.
Check. All right. I said you had that in your chamber.
Yeah, I used to debate religion all the time.
Did you come from a Christian background?
Yeah.
What kind?
I grew up in a non-denominational church, sort of like progressive Christian type of church.
Okay. Good bet. Yeah, I grew up more so Pentecostal, but also non-denominational. So you're familiar with John 3:16, right?
Yep.
So God plus humans equals God's love for them. Now, the question is, the ultimate question is, why did God have to do that? You know, if God is perfectly existent on his own, what was the point of making us? What is this human experiment? Well, the reality is that there is something about us that is very admirable to God, and more so, what's the word? Attractive. And the reason that it's attractive is because he created us. You don't have any kids, do you?
No, I do not.
When do you plan on it?
Yeah, I do.
When you have that child, no matter what the outcome of that child's existence, is there anything that is going to take away the fundamental love that you have for that kid? Be honest.
Anything that could take away, yeah.
Like what?
Like they could commit mass murder.
Okay. You're familiar with Paul, right? The character of Paul, the person of Paul.
Mm-hmm.
What did Paul do in the early stages of his biblical life? Obviously, he was older, but what did he do as a character in the narrative of the Bible?
You'd have to be more specific than that.
It's okay. Basically, Paul was a murderer, or the Bible doesn't say that he directly murdered, but it says that he was responsible for the murder not only of people but actually of Christians in the early movement of Christianity. So the reality is that we have this person of Paul who not only does God love so much, thanks to John 3:16, but God actually used him to write most of the New Testament, which is where we get a lot of our doctrine and belief and evidence as to what Jesus's will and intentions are for his church in today. So the point I'm trying to say is that you say there is something that your child could do to lose your love for them. And what I'm trying to say is that God, who is perfect, created beings who were perfect, but with the ability to choose and forfeit their goodness as they did in the garden, which is why all sin and all evil and all suffering exists. I am a full believer that there was no suffering, no death. We were all vegetarians prior to the fall and prior to sin. So the reason that the simple answer to your question is God plus human, it equals God's love. And that is ultimately what his second return, Jesus' second coming, will all be about, is to reunite the original God plus human equals God's love. It's beautiful when you look at it in that lens.
So again, what I'm acknowledging is that like God, when he creates human beings, acknowledges that the creation that would exist would then have some flaws. So God decides to go from a state where there are no flaws, a state that's perfect, to a state in which there are flaws. A state in which there are flaws is less preferable than a state in which there are no flaws, right? Clearly, God would never desire to create a state in which there are flaws, right? Or would be flaws in the future. You said, oh, they created them perfectly, but then they decided to like do all these things that are imperfect. That's again means they were created imperfectly.
That's not true. Do you plan? Are you going to plan out your child's entire life for them like they do in China? Just kidding.
So again, when we talk about planning out, I'm not in the capacity where I could do something like that. right? In terms of
Sure you could.
God, in terms of, no, it's not. God, right, for example, is all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good. God could send us all directly to heaven. You agree that heaven is better than earth?
I actually think that this time of heaven, we are in the capacity of God in such a
cutting out
way
now.
that we won't. Oh, sorry. Check.
I was have written down.
Check. You good?
Thank you.
So I actually think there is something very unique and special about this side of heaven. I don't want to die tomorrow. I actually want to experience a lot of life and be able to help people experience it on earth, which is Jesus
Joel,
came
you
to
are
do.
lagging a lot. You are lagging a lot.
I'm sorry, bro. How much longer are you gonna be on?
I'll be on probably for another hour and a half.
Okay. Yeah, I'm off at that time. If I can catch you at the very end, but I mean, if you've got me now, then
I'll bring you up if I see
okay.
you. Okay. Peace. Zach, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Zach in the comment section. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that is a question you could definitely ask there. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You seem old
24,
enough.
dude.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Did I? Yes. Do I regret it? A little bit, almost. But I've heard from some people on my other end that you, for some reason, don't like the ability of, illegal immigrants being deported, right? Like, what's the deal about that one?
Yeah, if someone's undocumented and they haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, I would like them to not be deported. But if they have committed a violent crime, be deported on the condition that they would be put in a prison in a different country.
Okay, so if they did a bad crime, let's say they want to overthrow the government or they want to go and hurt somebody else that's an American citizen, where it may be, which could be, I'm not into the fucking laws of this bullshit with, visa statuses, immigration statuses, or whatever. But I would assume that if you want to cause harm to the public, which is the American public, right, you would think that you would have to be deported at that point because you're a risk to other people around you, right?
Yeah, if you committed violent crimes or you have a violent history, absolutely, you should be deported on the condition that you're going to be put in a prison in a different country.
Right. Also, let me see if I could pull this up, because there was this Kilmar guy, right, that got deported into this, maximum security prison. Was it Venezuela, I believe? If I'm not mistaken, or was fucking
that was without due
Philippines
process.
Yeah,
it's in El Salvador.
El Salvador, right? The question is to you: if the woman in the past complained about her husband and haven't put a restraining order on this Kilmar guy to stay away from her and her family and shit, why the fuck does she want this guy back into the country in the first place?
You'd have to ask her.
That makes no sense to me at that point.
Wait,
would that make sense to you?
You can talk to her and see how she would have those views. She hasn't made those public, so I wouldn't be able to answer that for you.
Or was it on what was it, a fucking GMA or whatever? She was questioning about that on public, live television about that shit. And she came back, froze up and was saying that same exact line over and over again. It's like some tape recording almost. It's very strange to me. I don't know.
Okay. I'm confused what your point is from this.
The point is, right, do you believe that some people that are complaining about their loved ones being deported or whatever, are they being, I would say, maybe disingenuous with the public because they want some kind of fame out of this? They out of the situation. They want money or some sort out of this or whatever.
Probably not. No. Most likely would not be because they just want money. Are you saying that she's just doing this because she wants money? That's kind of crazy.
Sounds like it to me, because the moment that, let's think about this, right, dude? If you have somebody that is a really, bad person in your life, right? Don't get me wrong. You have kids with a person, where it may be, certain circumstances happens where you guys make up or whatever it may be, or all that shit, right? But you would think that somebody that was violent to you in the past, that wanted to physically hurt you or threaten you or whatever it may be, and and the moment they get deported and shit, now you want them back for some reason. It's very strange unless there's some type of financial like gain they want to get out of this, or some kind of fame afterwards, or some shit. I don't know.
You don't think that people could have their minds change over time? Are you Christian?
No, I'm not Christian at all, man.
Could you understand how maybe a Christian could view it that way?
Here's the thing: I'm Roman Catholic, man. So how do the Christians?
You are Christian.
I'm Roman Catholic.
That's Christian.
Yeah, and it's like a subspecies of fucking Christian, but they're not really Christian. If you say to a Roman Catholic they're a Christian, they'll probably fucking want to hit you with a slipper at that point, dude. I'm just
You're a denomination of Christianity.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, I was forced to learn the religion and shit. You know, I didn't choose to.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question?
Sure, no problem. Ask away.
Do you think that like when you do communion that you're like drinking the real blood of Christ and eating the real body of Christ?
Well, I mean, honestly, to me, hey, listen, for me, I saw it as drinking, fake blood, which is like some grape juice, maybe a little bit of wine if they want to get you a little tipsy, and the body of Christ or whatever, it's just a cracker. It's not really
symbolic, right?
It's symbolic.
Okay, I was just
makes no
sure.
sense though, but
it's like transubstantiation, right? Like,
right,
probably got to believe that's literal,
I don't know, man. I think to me, a lot of these religions are just completely like made up in a way just to keep some type of anarchy type of system in place.
You're
right?
Roman Catholic though, right?
Like practicing anymore? Not really. No. I mean, like I said, I was
okay.
forced into learning the religion. Just because
so
you were a
you don't
Roman
believe that
Catholic
anymore.
doesn't
Okay,
mean
that's fine.
that you love being a Roman Catholic religion. I mean, shit. If your parents are
If
like
you're not
ready with a
Christian
slipper
anymore,
to
it's
get into the Sunday schools every single Sunday and shit, you're supposed to sit there and be like all happy about it, even though you're not. That's fucked up. That's just me. But what do I know?
All right, Marcus, I have a question.
Yes, go right ahead.
Can you name me like a wait, so do you fully regret voting for Donald Trump, or like would you have voted otherwise if you could go back?
Here's the thing, right? I would say it's better than Kamala. Definitely better than Kamala. It was Bernie though.
Why is he better than Kamala?
Let's put it this way. If you have a person that is flopping on certain subject matters, like constantly afraid to go on a Joe Rogan podcast, God forbid, to get more exposure, to get, the true side of her. And she's like putting all of these roadblocks in place so Joe had no choice but not to do the interview with her. It's kind of.
I'm sorry, you're not voting for Kamala Harris because she didn't go on Joe Rogan's podcast.
It's not just about Joe Rogan's podcast. I mean, the guy's great. Don't get me wrong, but it's more like she's looking like she's trying to hide something from the American people. They're supposed to be potential voters.
Why didn't Trump do 60? Why didn't Trump do 60 Minutes? He wasn't very transparent, not doing 60 Minutes.
I mean, honestly, because the people there are all fake news. They're like legit. I mean, like they sit there. The only thing they do is like instead of asking legit questions, they're just sitting there trying to find some way to like, "Oh, got you" moment or some shit. Like
Why
like
do you do it in 2020
on social media or whatever, expecting people to say, "Wow, that is." It's like the guy. It's like the game of telephone. They take a snippet, be like, "Oh, look at this guy. This guy is racist." And then people don't look at the full context. They're like, "Oh yeah, this guy is actually racist." So they'll go to the next guy, and so on and so forth. It goes like a whole by the time somebody actually takes the time to look into, hey, this is not the full context. Probably so many people, like thousands of people, have seen this shit already, believing that Trump is a racist because of saying this shit. But
Trump
they
is
don't
a
see the full
racist.
context from it.
Do you think that Trump is not racist?
I don't. Has he done some bad shit? I would assume, yeah. Otherwise, they wouldn't put the guy in fucking handcuffs and shit, put a mugshot on his ass, and
But I ask you, is he racist, bro?
What?
Is he racist?
Racist in what way?
In the way that he denied black people housing, like didn't give housing to them, but would literally house everyone else, right? Just because of the fact that they're black. We can mention the fact that he said that black people have a trait of laziness, right? We can mention the fact that he specifically called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though there was DNA evidence exonerating them. We can talk about the fact that he popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya with no evidence when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States to undermine him being president of the United States. We can talk about how he said that Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that she wasn't black prior. We could talk about the fact that Donald Trump said that Haitian migrants were eating cats and dogs because he saw a video.
But that was kind of funny, though. I ain't gonna lie, that was pretty hilarious.
But it led to greater levels of harm targeted towards the Haitian community and higher rates of violence targeted towards them.
I
because
mean,
it
a
is
lot
the
of
case that
cultures
he was
eat out
associating.
that, so it's not just Haitians as well, right?
But
And we
that
have
that led to violence. So
too.
it's racism that he was associating it that they were Haitian just because he saw a video of a woman who's black from Canton, Ohio, that was a natural born U.S. citizen, right?
Mhm.
Right, going through a
So,
mental breakdown.
so then again, also Trump has some things too, like helping out the black community, such as I think he did he help out a couple like black churches too at some point. Did he do that?
How so?
Funding, I guess.
I never saw that funding anywhere.
Never.
And can you name one thing he did that helped the black community?
Honestly, I can't. I wish I can, but I cannot.
Okay.
Right.
So can you name one policy of Donald Trump's that's good?
Well, deporting, MS-13 gang members, that works.
Do
Yeah,
you
like
think
that.
that the Democrats wouldn't have done that?
Probably not. They love them.
Oh, come on, you're
I
trolling.
mean, they treat them all as like, oh, they're perfect and shit. But I'm like, wait a minute. There's some that done bad.
Marcus, Democrats would absolutely deport someone if they were part of MS-13.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question, right? During Joe Biden's administration, right, you would think they have all of this time to get rid of the guy, right? You would think. Like, all these people, all these MS-13 gang members, why didn't they do it a lot sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did it take until Trump to come in,
That's not true.
snatch him up, put him in fucking cars, send him over to whatever?
Marcus,
That makes no sense to me.
disproportionately, Trump is deporting people who are not violent criminals. The Biden-Harris administration deported people at a disproportionate rate compared to the Trump administration that were violent criminals.
Okay. So, I mean, like I said, it took forever to get a bunch of people that were like, for no fact, criminals, and also they know their address, they knew everything for a long time. Then all of a sudden, like when Trump finally comes in, they finally getting rid of these people for once. Like, it's kind of crazy. Makes no sense to me, dude. At all. I'm just looking at it again. I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
The deportation numbers aren't like higher, right? And also, like, when we're talking about like the deportations in terms of the percentage of people who are deported, predominantly the people who are deported under the Biden-Harris administration, violent criminals or people who have committed violent crimes in the past. Under Trump's administration, more of them that are being deported are not violent criminals.
Okay. But the question is, are they still a criminal for jumping over the border illegally, despite there are many people that, this is the truth. I agree with this as well. I think you can agree with me on
Apparently,
this
you
as well.
don't have an issue with
path to
violating the law.
citizenship is absolutely horrendous. We don't
It takes too
know.
long.
It's just there's no clear path. It's not like just one way of going in and being like, hey, I want to become a United States citizen eventually. Like, can I get some kind of visa status or whatever it may be to get into the country in a legal way? But if you have somebody like myself that has a mother that was a Portuguese immigrant, very broke, by the way, and also too, a lot of her family members as well went through the proper channels of becoming I would say, somewhat type of a citizen of the United States and working their way up until they become a finally American citizen of the United States. So why is it so difficult for somebody that wants to become a United States citizen just go through the proper channels of trying to become a United States citizen? It makes no sense to me.
Well, the issue is that just because people in the past were not treated to the degree in which we would like them to be treated doesn't mean people now should be treated in that same way, right? So,
Okay.
let's think about it this way. We believe in the American dream. We believe that it should be better for our children than it's been for us. So if we believe in that, well, then obviously it should be better for immigrants in the future than it was for immigrants in the past.
The question is, what is the American dream to you? What do you see as the American dream?
It's better for the people in America in the future than it has been in the past.
No, I'm saying about you. If you are somebody that is a person that has nothing at all, that wants to start a new life, right? What would you think be the American dream for you? What would you want to obtain? What would you want to see that you would not be able to see in the country you're coming from?
My children to be better off than I was.
Like, how so? Like education wise?
Greater access to healthcare, childcare, education, housing affordability, technology.
And how would you get that healthcare though for that child?
Better healthcare?
Yeah, how would you get that better healthcare?
Better
How would that
healthcare
work?
access. That's what I was saying.
Okay, how would that work? Like from what channel are we
Well, how
talking
would we have
about?
better healthcare
Legislature?
technology? How would we have better healthcare access?
I mean, usually most, I would say jobs, right? If you're working at a certain job, whatever it may be, for example, let's say you work at, I don't know.
Medicare for all.
No.
That's what I believe in.
the question is, where does that money come from to pay for all these medical expenses?
Where does the money right now come from to be able to pay for our private healthcare system? Medicare for all would save $450 billion, right, each year.
Okay, but there's
Compared
got to
to
be
our system.
there's got to be a bank somewhere to keep all this money and shit to be distributing it
Marcus,
to medical needs,
you know
right?
how
For
we do
people that
pri-
have sicknesses
you
and
know,
shit.
you know how we currently do health insurance, and it
Please
goes to a
explain how we
private
do it.
company.
Right, private company, of course.
Yeah,
They pay a
I
certain
want that
percentage.
insurance to be through the government
Why?
because it's more efficient that way. Because they're not for profit, and it is the case that they are going to be able to provide baseline standards for the American public, right? Like plenty of insurance companies are able to deny people care that is life saving because they don't want to pay for it. And I
Right.
don't think that should be allowed. And I think that we should provide basic standards for everyone so that people aren't dying because of lack of access to healthcare or health insurance or the ability to be able to pay for it. I think that
Question
is a baseline of security that every American deserves in the richest country in the history of the world.
But the question is the healthcare that we're going to give to people, is going to be like some type of delay for the healthcare, or is it going to be instant healthcare for these people if they really need it right away?
Our system right now isn't instant healthcare.
No, I'm talking about other like your vision of it. Do you like you want
That
free
I
healthcare?
want-
Do you
I want
want
the-
is the fastest,
I want-
quickest way to get healthcare?
Yeah, I want healthcare access to be applicable to everyone. Everyone has access to it, and I want the wait times to be as quick as possible.
Do you think Canada has that right now on the bag right now? Do you
I
think
know
they
that
have it?
I know that Canada has issues with wait times, but that's going to be plenty of places that are relevant. I mean, when I'm referencing that, you're going to be referencing the fact that plenty of people live in rural areas in Canada where it's hard to get those resources to rural communities with that respect, which is the same thing would be true if it is the case that you had a private healthcare system. But I would actually say it's
Would
gonna
that be the
worse.
same case too with us because we have a lot of rural areas as well in the United States as well?
And
That could be
that's
a
exactly
problematic
what you
issue
see in
too.
rural areas.
So how do you think that we're going to be able to have healthcare for all as being as quick and accessible as possible if even Canada can't even fucking muster that up right?
They're
for their
doing it way
system?
better than us. They have better health outcomes than us.
But other times where there are people just want to get like a X-ray or some sort of like, let's say, I don't know, like a muscle or bone or whatever. Maybe some medical procedure they have to like if
a
it's not
non-necessary medical procedure and it takes a little bit extra long. Yes,
like months on end, like 7 months, 8 months. Do you think that is
not on
appropriate?
average. No.
But do you think it should
But
be
can
quick
it
as possible
happen?
though,
If
right?
it-
Should
Yes, we want it to be as quick as possible, and we want to maintain a system that makes it as quick as possible, but also provides that system to everyone. Plenty of those types of people in the United States aren't able to get it, and the wait times are indefinite for them because they can't pay for it. They
But
never
what would you
go.
do to make that happen where it's quickly as possible for the lowest end procedures to the highest end procedures that a person needs for medical needs? What would you do?
Medicare for all.
No, but exactly how would you do it? Not just funding. You can't just throw money at something to make it work. You gotta
That's
have some
how
type of
this
plan that
works.
makes it so where the money that you're putting into something actually works. It actually does what it's supposed to do. Help the people that actually needs to help, and that's it. You can't just have a legit system where it's like, oh, you throw money at something. Oh, here's money for you, money for you, money for you, money for you. The question is, where's the checks and balances that this funding and shit that like you're throwing at these people
Dan, anything for
is not
$5?
wasteful spending and shit? Because again, we can definitely agree with this. The medical care system is absolutely horrendous when it comes to how expensive it can be. You know, because they rely on a lot of people having insurance in order to pay for this shit. It's like
Marcus, the current system we have right now is more wasteful.
How
That's
is it
what
more
I'm saying.
wasteful?
Medicare for all would save $450 billion a year for American citizens. 4.5 trillion over 10 years.
But is it because the private system basically is
For
the
profit.
majority
It's
of how people can get healthcare at this point?
It's running for profit, and because it's for profit, they're able to exploit the fact that people need these types of services, right? And if they need these types of services, they will pay more for those, right? Because of how
Okay.
demand operates in the context of healthcare, because of the type of good that people are receiving in that context, right? Changing how demand is affected, right?
Okay, so then here, let me ask you another question, if you don't mind me asking, right? So if you're looking at a hospital, right? You need to pay for things like you have to pay for the electricity to run the building, you gotta pay for the water, they gotta pay for the fucking medical staff, they gotta pay for the new necessary tools coming in or whatever, they gotta replace tools at times, you know, like equipment, all that shit, right? They gotta make some profit to be able to upgrade though that equipment, I would assume, right? You would have to. To a
That
degree,
wouldn't be profit.
you know, and then
that would be cost of production.
okay, then also, right? Because you talk about expanding, you know, like rural areas too and shit, right? I would assume so they can have the same healthcare needs. You would think that if the profit that they make from their I would say medical, people coming in for medical procedures or whatever it may be, or doctor visits or whatever, could be saved up, right? You would think it's a business. You save up a little bit of funds, you pay your staff and all that shit that you have right now, but you just put it away, right? Like an actual business. You invest, you just keep on just saving until then you can have enough to fucking build more facilities and shit, right? It makes sense. I would assume, right? You would think. So
I really didn't follow you there. Can you restate what you were saying?
All I'm saying is that basically a business, I would think, would piggy up fucking money down the line. They save up so that they can invest in another rural area that needs that medical needs. Let's say in a rural area of America. I don't know where it may be, but somewhere. They finally invested in a hospital and shit. Now people can have fucking medical fucking care happening in that area and shit. Right? I would assume. Right? Because I mean, you can't really say that a communist type of system where everybody gets free healthcare and shit.
A communist type of system that's not communist. Do you think that Canada has a communist system?
Well, I mean, you got fucking China spying its own Chinese citizens shit. I mean, I would have seen that maybe they have some type of fucking Chinese influence.
No,
already.
Is Canada communist?
If they allow China to fucking spy on their own Chinese citizens and shit, yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
It's very communist. What? I'm just saying, dude. Come on, man.
Marcus. Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. Okay. That's what communism is.
Okay. Well, dictatorship, communism, whatever. It's still fucked up. Wherever you want to call it, still fucked up.
China's run by
you don't want to be like China, do you? I don't think so. Do we rely on China for a lot of shit? Yeah, we kind of do.
China is run by the Chinese Communist Party, but their economy is not even communist. Their system is not communist.
Capitalist.
Yeah, they have a capitalist system. Same thing with Canada, and it's also not communist to get healthcare. The same way it's not communist to have firefighters or to have police or private or public roads or Medicare or Medicaid or Social Security. That's not communism.
Okay. All right. Fuck, man. Listen, you seem like a very nice guy, very chill dude. I just want to get your fucking perspective on shit.
And I can still convince you. I got you. Watch. Would you vote for someone that said they would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
That would be Mr. Trump. You're probably assuming correct.
Yeah.
It's kind of fucked up. I agree. Now the question is, let me ask you this too: did Joe Biden, if he would stay on the fucking on the race to become president again, do you think that having instances of talk about how he loves having kids, feel his fucking pubic hairs and all that shit or whatever?
He did not say pubic hair.
Fucking his hair particles around his legs
hair.
and shit. I mean,
his leg hair.
It's still fucked up though. It's still
it's a weird thing, but you cannot compare that to. It is a weird thing, but you cannot compare that to saying you would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. You cannot compare that to Donald Trump bragging about walking in the changing rooms of girls in the CSA because he quote unquote.
So again, there's people. People have there's good traits of people. There's their bad traits in people. There's good, bad, and ugly with every fucking person you know.
Let's clarify. Right. Kids coming up and touching his leg hair.
It's fucking weird, dude.
You think that's anywhere near comparable to sexualizing a 10-year-old?
It's fucked up too. That's my point. The point is both.
They're not even comparable.
Suck. Both ends fucking suck. That both choices really suck. They suck, dude.
Kamala Harris, did she do that?
No.
So then, what's your argument there?
Whole kind in jail though because of little weed charges here and there. God forbid somebody wants to be a little happy for once for our society.
Donald Trump wants it to be federally illegal. He wants weed to be federally illegal.
Federally illegal.
Yes. Kamala Harris wants to be federally legal.
But why did she lock up people for simple weed charges all those years ago?
You're talking about people that were she never locked anyone up for possession of weed. You're talking about people that were on probation, and it was just following through with the law. She didn't put anyone in for possession, though. At least to my knowledge. And again, even if she did, that's still not as bad as Donald Trump.
Ass backwards a little bit almost.
That's still not as bad as Donald Trump. And you say it's ass backwards. Donald Trump, again, wants it to be federally illegal. Kamala Harris wanted it to be federally legal. And as an elevator myself, bro, I think that's pretty fucked up.
Oh man, listen, dude. You seem like a smart guy. I'm gonna shit on you for that. You seem like a very intelligent guy, 100%. Kumbaya to talk to me still after how many minutes? Like 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Shit, it's crazy. Type shit. All right. Fuck, man. What else? Fuck.
I can keep going. I have plenty of time left. Like we can go over the policies you support of Trump's. Like, we can talk about the fact that Donald Trump is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He undermined the Constitution.
Yeah,
the rule of
touching a woman,
law,
pussy and
democratic
shit, saying that.
elections.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. I agree with that one. I agree with you on that. See, we can agree on disagree on shit. That's kind of
Parker
fucked up.
time. Thank you the $5. But like, dude, that's heavy extent. Like, if he undermines our democracy, our rule of law, our Constitution, our court system, right? Is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Wants to cut taxes on rich people by increasing taxes on people who are lower and middle income by using tariffs, which are regressive, and replacing the income tax with that. Right. That's horrible. Like, that's not good policy. It's harmful to the middle class. He has nothing to do to fight climate change. He's a horrible person. Undermines
Question
our
is climate
democracy.
change. Let me say this: climate change. So when AOC at one point, way back, I don't remember what fucking bullshit piece of paper she was fucking writing down one day for policy, right? Did she talk about one point about how farting cows was like a major cause of fucking global warming? Because I guess their farts intensifies the air and shit, and pollutes the air and stuff where you can't breathe anymore.
Marcus, that's actually a real thing.
Wait a minute. So what do you want to do about the cows?
So I mean, I think that it makes most sense for us to move like towards like plant-based or non, like I don't think it's sustainable like long term for us to have like that type of factory farming. I don't think that's sustainable at all. So we'd obviously like to move to plant-based alternatives.
Okay. So let me ask you this, right? So you want to move to plant-based alternatives. So when
I'm not even saying I'm there yet. I'm not to the degree that I'd like to be myself as well. Like, I want to be able to switch to that in the future. I'm not quite there yet, but I think it makes most sense.
Okay, let me ask you this one. Do you think that Bill Gates should have any involvement in this whole meat alternative at all? Like,
If he wants to help fund it, that'd be great. But yeah, I do think meat alternatives are a great thing. Like, wouldn't you want meat that you don't have to kill an animal for, yet tastes the same and is amazing? I mean, we're not quite there yet.
I mean, Mr. Burger King kind of fucked that up a little bit. Ain't gonna lie to you. It was kind of
Marcus, I agree. We're not like completely there in terms of the plant-based meat alternatives, but I would definitely prefer that we have plant-based meat alternatives that taste the same, right? So that people aren't killing animals.
Burger, right? Does that work?
In the future, I would like that. I would like that we can do that. Yeah.
I mean, I thought we had the veggie burger
$2 as well as plausible. I think the 5 Canadian. What's that?
Hold on. Let me say this, right? We have veggie burgers out there, right? I mean, that's an alternative. Why can we just stop there instead of just trying to just
plausible said you can feed cows seaweed and reduce their methane? That's actually crazy. I'd have to see that.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I don't think it would completely get rid of it, but like the point still stands that like clearly like a vegetarian or like or typically considered vegan diet would be preferable to like what we currently have in terms of global emissions. Like that is a fact. That is absolutely.
Do you think a red eating American is gonna really listen to a guy? They're trying to explain how, how a fake imaginary burger is gonna be better than the real thing?
Yes, because it's more ethical.
How would you try to explain it to them, and how would you try to convince them?
Yeah,
like in the way they can understand it and shit, and maybe hopefully accept it.
You think dogs are morally valuable?
Some countries they love them. They love eating that dog.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you as a person. Do you think you should be able to factory farm dogs?
No.
Okay, that'd be pretty insane to believe, right?
Not especially the Chihuahuas. We don't want to do that. If we love those dogs, despite them being really, really nasty creatures.
What's the fucking difference between? What's the difference between a dog and a pig? A dog and a cow. There's really not much of a difference.
Why you ask the foreign countries that question? When they see a dog as a delicacy, like I think was it in South Korea or wherever they do eat dogs or some shit.
Yeah,
like,
but you think that's? Do you think that's wrong?
Well, is it wrong for our culture of the United States? Yes. For them, is it wrong for them? They see it as definitely not. Different cultures work different ways. Like I mean, some things are
So listen here,
comparable.
if you could have a steak that tastes the same, right, without killing a cow, would you prefer that?
Honestly, I'd rather have the cow, dude. I mean, I don't want honest with you, man. I don't trust what's in that.
If it tastes the same, if it's honestly healthier for you, it'd probably be healthier for you, and it smells the same, it looks the same, everything like that. Why the hell would you ever want the cow to die?
Because I don't trust Bill Gates, dude. I don't trust Bill Gates getting into my food, man.
No, it's not Bill Gates. It's science.
Bill Gates is kind of funding this kind of science.
Charlie, think of the $5. Thank you. And then plausible, think of the 5 Canadian. Thank you so much. I'll have to check that. That's actually 82% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. That's nuts, plausible. That's nuts. That's like an alternative then as well. But as well, let me thank you some people real quick. Matt, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Amber with the $20. Thank you so much. Emma with the $2. Sam with the $20. Iron with the $5. Thank you so much. And Parker, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. So like again, it's science. It's science that would establish it to be like healthier and whatnot.
Right.
And it might be tastier. Like it might be better meat. Like typically, like you can get some meat like it was a little too chewy or whatnot. If we're doing it through some sort of plant-based alternative in the future, we could probably create it so that it's made right just every time. So it's like it's going to taste better. It's going to be healthier for you.
Chemicals that you try to manipulate it to make it taste like a burger, right? Like in some way.
Absolutely, and that is so much fucking better.
I thought we tried that with the COVID vaccine and it didn't work out very well. We had the
COVID
baby
vaccine is great.
Johnson try to fucking
Wait,
give
COVID
the jab and shit. Gave the
mRNA.
like,
wait, do you think the mRNA vaccines were safe and effective?
I think any vaccine. I think if you fucking took the vaccine, I was the retard who took the thing.
Oh, use a slur is crazy, bro. Dude, unbelievable. Beth, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Absolutely nothing wrong with being vegan. Absolutely nothing wrong. Former meat eaters, and it's awesome. Vegan food has come a long way. Yes, that's true. That is true. And I mean, it's something I want to move towards in the future. I've gotten to a point where like that's what makes the most sense to me, but it's just like it's hard for me to switch over. David, think of the $10. Thank you so much. I'm like there's a lot of issues I have with food. In terms of appetite and plenty of other things like that, specific types of food, textures. There's so many specific things with me I'd have to go over and talk about, but it's definitely something I want to move towards in the future. I've definitely got to that point, but yeah, I have issues with how we define veganism and stuff, but like definitely not preferable to like fucking kill animals, Yo, what's up? How old are you? Matt, you there?
Oh, yeah.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just needed to know what time you're debating Charlie Kirk on A&M University.
Yeah, 6:30.
6:30 p.m.?
Yes, it should be. Or it's not. That's not like okay, sorry. Let me clarify. I'm not like debating Charlie Kirk, right? Specifically, we're going and showing up to the event that Charlie Kirk is at, and we have our own like booth, like podium.
Yeah.
That we're going to be on right next to it, and we're going to try to talk to Charlie. But that might not happen. It might happen. I don't know. But like the podium, me and Dean will have our own podium, and a bunch of other Democratic influencers will be there as well.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be there. I just wanted to make sure I had the right like time frame to be there.
Yeah, check out our Instagram. Go to Unfuck America Tour on Instagram, or you can look up unfuckamericatour.com. All of the information is there. I'd just rather just go to the website, unfuckamericatour.com.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see y'all there. I can't wait to see y'all there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how you doing? I'm 27.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Harris, but now that Trump's president, I kind of see the vision in some of the things that he's doing.
So do you regret your vote?
No, not that I regret my vote. So I feel like I'm kind of like in a different space. I look at like what AOC and what Bernie are doing right now, and a lot of the ideas do sound pretty good. I guess I just kind of want to like pick your brain a little bit on this if I can. If you want to go to someone that's completely opposition, like I don't mind you kicking me.
Yeah, I'll do it while we're in the meantime, while we're waiting for someone. But I just want to let everyone know for the future again, just only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump or you're Christian, you want to debate. We have no other guest requests right now, just letting y'all know. But yeah, go for it.
Okay, so how do you feel about like I understand like a lot of people in the Democratic Party right now, they're trying to say there should be a separation between like liberals and the rest of the party.
You mean liberals and leftists?
Between liberals and left. So it was I don't know if it was John Cornyn that I was seeing say it recently.
I'm confused, kind of like what you're referencing here. Let me try to clarify. Are you saying you like progressives like Bernie?
I do like progressives like Bernie, but I feel like a progressive like Bernie, if he was to come in like immediately after Biden, there would still be a lot of pushback from, I guess you like the less progressive side of the Democratic Party. This may sound like, oh, you have to burn the establishment before you rebuild it, and
Are
that's
you kind of arguing? You're kind of arguing accelerationism, where you're saying like we needed Trump in order to be able to get more progressive candidates.
I think that's exactly what I mean.
I don't think that's true at all. And the reason why I don't think that's true at all is because plenty of Democrats have taken a right shift since then. If we got Bernie after or someone
Biden.
like AOC after Biden, that would be great. That would be incredible for the country. And I don't think that we would have seen a bunch of pushback from. I mean, sure, we would have seen pushback from moderates, but we're going to see pushback from moderates anyway.
Okay, so let me give you an example. Let's say now someone like AOC. I look at I look at like the tariff situation, and if I'm like a little bit slow with my delivery, my bad, I'm a little nervous. I've never been live before,
It's okay.
but I look at like the tariff situation. Obviously, I don't like the way that they're being like employed, but for example, I have a lot of like I used to live in Dearborn, Michigan. So I have a lot of like Muslim friends and everything. And I hear about like the situation that's going on in China with like the Uyghur Muslims and like
Yeah.
basically the concentration camps and everything.
Yeah.
So someone like an AOC or anyone that'd be more progressive, I would like something like a tool like tariffs to be used against like a place like China
He's not
where
even but Donald Trump hasn't even recognized that. That's not like the reason why Donald Trump's doing tariffs.
no, it's not the reason that he's doing. But so if we're kind of going into like the acceleration argument that you said, I feel like being able to use trade against other countries to have better human rights is something that probably wouldn't have been done or thought of except for if Trump, except now that Trump has used it kind of to try and like isolate China, it does spark an idea in my head like, how come these things haven't been used to better human rights? If that makes sense.
No, I'm sorry. I'm responding to my girlfriend. I did not get you there. Go ahead and restate.
Okay, no, all right. So I think I could better explain it now. Tariffs being used right now, like I feel, okay, during Biden's administration, I've heard you talk about the tariffs that were like on electric vehicles and different things like that, but I've never really heard of, or especially during like Biden, Kamala's campaign, I've never heard of it being used as like a negotiating tool for like human rights or like other things. So like seeing a new idea like that, or maybe it's not a new idea. I feel like Trump is breaking down some barriers that obviously they're not being used for good by him, but in the future.
Are you saying we could use tariffs to do that? I mean, we don't need Trump in order to be able to do that.
Correct. But what I'm saying is in the future, it'll be more palatable.
I think it puts a worse we're in a worse position now. We're in a constitutional crisis. Right.
Okay.
It puts us in a circumstance where we're less likely to have like a candidate like that in the future be able to do this. Also, like we're at a point where like our democracy is heavily threatened. We have a huge portion of the Republican Party that literally believes Trump won the 2020 election. Okay, I mean, these are fundamental issues, right, that are going to plague the future of this country's democracy.
I'm gonna be honest. How do you feel that's gonna? Because I feel like right now the Democrats and the progressives, they're like well, at least the ones that look at AOC and Bernie as like a good option for the future, they're as like um, enthusiastic as ever.
We
So
would have
how
been
does
there.
it how does
We
it hurt the
would have been there to
democracy?
fight anyway. Progressives would have been there if Kamala won. Progressives would have been there to fight, and we would have been there to push the party more left. That's what we would have been doing over and over and over again. We would have been critiquing our side.
But
We
where
would
were
have been
these? But like, where were the people during 2020? I went to the Bernie rally at Cobo Hall in Detroit,
They were
but
huge. What do you mean? Bernie was a huge candidate in 2020.
okay, I feel like he was a huge candidate in 2020, but still, at the end of the day, the Democratic Party gave it to the other person. Like
Biden, because
again,
the entire party coalesced against Bernie, and we didn't have enough people. Oh wait, did I just get banned on? I just got chat. I just got banned on my fucking second account for harassment and bullying. What?
bro, I always feel bad whenever I see you get banned. I'm always looking at it like this guy put so much
That's
of
on
his work
TikTok.
into TikTok.
Yeah, and I wasn't even doing anything on TikTok. They can't even hear you.
Yeah, I think there's just someone over there that just doesn't like you. But all right, so let me get back to what it is. Um Unfortunately, also like in the Democratic Party, there is some truths that need to like be faced. And I just feel like, all right, I love what AOC and Bernie are doing right now. I love like what you and Dean are about to do also like with your own tour. And I feel like, yeah, like more Democrats do need to go out and be able to like challenge ideas, and it's great like this whole community of like a debate like streams and TikToks, it's great. But when I see some of these things, I just feel like progressives would not have been able to do it without us seeing like the negative effects. Like I almost feel like this vote had to show people
I
how
was doing
important.
this prior to the election. I was going to do this after the election, right? Maybe not as much politics oriented, but I would have definitely been doing this.
But after the election, let's say now Donald Trump, he's done, he gets arrested, he goes away, he's out of our political world. Because like even for example, when the next election comes, hopefully he leaves, let's say a Democrat wins. He's probably still going to be trying to control the Republican Party from Florida, right?
Hold up 1 second, real quick. I just needed to talk to the person in chat. Yo, Marcus, I will absolutely kick you out for saying the R slur. What the fuck? Like, obviously you'll get kicked out. Like, bro, whine about it. Now continue.
Ooh, I lost my train of thought. Okay, so
So I
what I was saying,
apologize.
yeah, what I was saying was after the next election, hopefully Trump leaves, right? But he's still gonna be like controlling the Republican Party from wherever he is, like just still through his voice, his influence. Now, if he would have lost, let's say if he would have lost, he would have got arrested and he just like would have went away. Then Kamala Harris did she really look like what you would consider as like a progressive candidate like an AOC, or do you think that she would have been able to go that left in her presidency?
It depends on how many people within the context of the Democratic Party are left wing. So this is what I tell people on the left all the time. If we increase the amount of people who are, voting and involved who are progressive, we will get more progressive candidates. That's how democracy works. That's how voting in candidates works. If 60 to 70% of the Democratic Party was pro a progressive candidate, that the DNC can't stop that. No matter how much the DNC disagrees with it, that will have to get pushed through. So we need to get people on board with the progressive message. That's what we need to be focused on, right?
And obviously that involves
that does not involve supporting people like Trump. That involves supporting people like Kamala Harris to ease the burden, right, on the working class while continuing to fight and push for more. Like your view here could be reduced down to saying like, oh, we should just be voting for right-wing candidates all the time until we possibly get a greater left wing, or we should vote for the most right-wing person possible to be able to bring up the most pain for people. So maybe you'll be able to bring people further to the left. I want to bring people further to the left through positive vibes, through making the country better off, right? Not through fear and through death and through pain.
And I want to get closer to that view. So you live in California, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like when you were voting and everything, like who'd you vote for like your Senate race and like your Republican seats?
I'd have to go look back and remember. I can't say specifically like House seats or anything like that because it would tell people like where I live, tell me my district. For what I can say, like who I vote for the primaries, is that kind of what you're asking for? Like against? I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I voted for Marianne Williamson.
Okay.
And I disagree with Marianne. I think Marianne Williamson is kind of crazy now. Like I even had her on my live once.
Fair enough.
But yeah,
fair.
no, like she said some crazy shit.
Yeah, I think I remember there was a time that you had her for not like a kind of like a TikTok town hall type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I guess I just really came on here to just say that I feel like the progressive movement is great and all, but I feel like the more like less progressive Democrats would have put down a lot of those ideas. But now that people see because these court cases and like the Supreme Court, it really does play like an effect. Yeah, like we have a Republican president now, but in the future when we have a Democratic president, without a doubt, some of these things are going to be used to our advantage. Of course, when Biden was president, he tried to strike down student loans. The Supreme Court rejected it, if I'm not mistaken. The Supreme Court rejected it. He found different
the
ways.
student loans, yeah.
Yeah, he found different ways to be able to implement forgiveness. I think like if you studied, and I could be wrong with this one, but I think it was something like for people that studied like in education, I think there was someone I knew, I mean, that was a teacher and her loans got forgiven. Now I don't know if it's because that like if it's like a certain category of people or what you got your degree in that you would get your you wouldn't have to pay your loans. But an example now, the way the Supreme Court behaves, I feel like Biden would have known better ways to use this presidential power in order to get more things through. The work mandate, the vaccine mandate during like COVID, another thing that was struck down. So it's like now we're actually.
I'm gonna agree with a lot of critiques here with Biden. I do have people in the guest box that I can bring up, so I was gonna kind of like end this conversation.
Yeah,
real quick,
yeah,
but
of course.
I
man.
do just want to say like I have huge critiques of the Democratic Party, especially moderates in the Democratic Party. I would like there to be more progressive candidates. I don't think that we're gonna get more progressive candidates by fighting in the way that you did, right? Specifically in terms of like voting for Donald Trump.
No, I did vote Harris. I said that now that I've
or
seen
supporting Trump. Sorry, I mean,
Okay,
I
go ahead.
apologize. Like I don't think that Trump being in office will bring us further to the left, like all things considered. I think it's done irreparable harm to the social fabric of our country. Irreparable harm. Like we wouldn't have had to deal with so many issues if we had a Democrat in office, right?
Do you
Compared
think
to this.
do you think do you think there has been a time like this before in American history, or you think this is the first time?
I think this is a unique time in American history, but I think that like I obviously like it hasn't happened like this, but like we're
So
dealing with different issues now than we've dealt
what
with in the
makes you say
past.
that's why I'm asking what makes you say that it's
But we're
irreparable
dealing
harm.
with some of the same issues with irreparable harm. I mean, like we will never be able to come back from this in the modern era or in our timeline from the amount of conspiracy brain rot that has affected this country. Like
Do
I'm
you
serious.
do you relate that all
Donald
to the
Trump?
big lie or to
I
external
relate that
factors?
to Donald Trump. I relate that to the election. Yeah, I think a huge basis of like the COVID conspiracy shit came from Trump.
You don't think that came from African Americans also having less faith in the Tuskegee Airmen experiment or things like that?
That's existed for like decades. Why would
I
that
know, but
uniquely be applicable now?
what I'm saying is like
I don't think that relates to the COVID conspiracies. I think there is
okay, when you say
real reasons. I think there's real reasons for
COVID conspiracy, like lab leak or anti-vax.
I believe in systemic racism, which is applicable in the context of like the medical industry. There are real reasons to be skeptical and to like and whatnot when it comes to things like racism. Now, when it comes to things like vaccines and applying the COVID vaccine, right, we know we have very good evidence indicating it's effective.
Of course,
right?
but
That the
I,
conspiracy was not rooted right in the fact that there were concerns because of Tuskegee Airmen, because that's been true for decades.
no, but what I'm saying is when let's say like the African American community, when they see things like what happened with the Tuskegee Airmen, and then
Yeah.
they now see a new vaccine that's being presented to them, which is like for most people, maybe like their
Are you
vaccine.
saying COVID conspiracies related to the vaccine, right, are from Black people?
No, I'm not saying no, I am black, by the way, but I'm not saying that it's from black people. What I'm saying is that the black community already had low faith in the pharmaceutical industry because of what they've seen happen in the black community with
Yeah, and I say
yeah.
that's totally valid, right? I don't think that's related to the COVID conspiracies in general. Like, I think those are totally valid concerns, right?
I
And
think
that's why
whoever
we
was
need
president,
international agencies that are verifying things coming from the pharmaceutical industry. I also believe in nationalization of the pharmaceutical industry within plenty of respects, not completely and totally, but within plenty of respects enough to establish like a Medicare for all system.
I agree with that as well. But no, what I'm saying is I think whoever was president, that those fears still would have been there.
Not to the same degree.
Why do you say so?
I because of all the conspiracies that were normalized because of Donald Trump.
Okay, name one. Other than like
You think
because
that
I'm trying to
there
get
would
an
have been,
idea of which ones you mean.
like, to clarify, you think that there would have been just as many conspiracies about COVID if it was the case that Donald Trump didn't undermine the 2020 election results?
I don't know if it at what level would be, but even in some churches were telling their churchgoers not to get the vaccine because the vaccine was the mark of the beast. That's like,
I know that would have existed. I totally agree.
I
I'm not
know. So what
disputing
I'm
you
saying
there.
is I just
But
named
I
two
think that was even more likely to happen because of Trump.
because you feel like a lot of people that are like strong MAGA
Again,
are also
normalized
very
conspiracy. Yeah, and they're within the evangelical church.
yeah.
They're within the context of the churches, right? And if it becomes more normalized, they're more normalized to put it within the churches even. So it's like we also have to look at, like, when it is the case that you promote more like right-wing candidates, who is more likely to be negatively impacted because of the normalization of that type of behavior, of those types of views. And it's going to be marginalized communities. And that's not what we want. That's exactly what we don't want as progressives, right? So there's just like so many types of things that can come out and harm the public that are unforeseen things that can happen as a result of like accelerationism.
Okay. I've heard that from one other person. So I mean, like I said, I'm just really trying to like battle my ideas and everything so that I can get to like where you are. But
Totally valid.
I'm gonna let you go ahead and go to the next person. But before I do, this is the last one that I did want to bring up. When obviously, like, I know you've had some critiques of like Biden and everything, but in 2024, leading up to like the debates, you still had a lot of people that were coming out and saying that like his health is diminished cognitively, he wasn't all the way there, his former chief of staff. And then even now, obviously, he's lost the election. You have so many people that are like writing books and doing op-eds and doing interviews talking about like how he wasn't all the way there. So do you think something like that does need to like be investigated, or what should be the resolution for that? For people looking at it like, okay, we had a president that wasn't all the way there, apparently, from these like aides and people now coming out that now that he's left, like, how do we prevent that from happening in the future? Because nobody really wants that to be the case.
Sorry, restate that one more. I want to
So,
clarify that.
so
Sorry.
okay, so this is why I'm asking. Should there be some type of investigation into why everyone is now coming out and saying that Biden was cognitively diminished, and there was people also during the campaign that were saying that? Should there be some investigation into why that wasn't just like give it like told to the American people, or why the cabinet?
We knew. Come on. I'm sorry.
But
We
okay, all right.
knew.
So what is it that the cabinet can like? What amendment is it that the cabinet can invoke to get the
I don't think
president?
there needs to be an investigation around Biden's cognitive health. Like, everyone knows that like Biden was in cognitive decline
But why was it okay though?
because Donald Trump's in cognitive decline, and he's better than Donald Trump. I would take a
No,
cognitive decline Joe Biden over Donald Trump any day.
No, no, no. Of course,
I can acknowledge that Joe Biden had cognitive decline. There's no issue with me there.
no, of course, and no. That's why I'm saying it's like I can't remember what amendment it is, but isn't there something where the president's cabinet can vote to like basically impeach the president? If you give me a second, I could look it up actually. Because the reason why I'm asking is why didn't Kamala Harris do that? If she sees that her boss, the president, is cognitively declined, why wouldn't she let him know to get out of that position?
I mean, I don't know what their private communication was looking like. They can't, even if she did tell him privately, she can't say that because that could affect the Democrats' election results.
I know. And then when you say something like that, it's like, so what's more important? The person that's running the country, like not being a decline, or the Democratic Party's vote?
The most important thing is getting Trump out of office. So if that's what they're taking into account, it would make sense why they acted that way.
What I'm saying is he wasn't in office at the time. Like this
What
is
do you
I'm talking about prior to the debate. There was already conversation about, because obviously the first debate between Trump and Biden,
that still is going to affect their election results. I don't think they thought it was so bad that it was gonna end up like it did. Right. I think that they realized that there was some cognitive decline, but they did not think it was so bad. Right. And I mean, I think that like even then, like if I saw that level of cognitive decline and I was around Joe, I'd still take that over Trump. I know what type of cognitive decline we're dealing with here. I'm very aware of what's going on.
You're the vice president. Yeah,
I would. Yeah, as the vice president, I probably like as it relates to the cognitive decline, I probably would have acted similarly to Kamala Harris on that. Like I wouldn't have brought it up specifically like to the American people, right? In that type of way. Like I don't think that would have been the best way of looking at it, because what you say as a vice president is so much more impactful in terms of the vote than like what I say as a person. I can describe that as a TikToker, right? I can just say things like that, right? But as a vice president, you have to be a little bit more careful with that type of stuff, right? But like I think he could have acknowledged that, like, yes, Joe Biden is older, which is what they did, right? But like that doesn't mean that Donald Trump's a better candidate, you know? They can say that.
No,
but,
yeah.
But like I don't think it's some really big conspiracy, or like I don't think it's some really big issue. I think that obviously he should have dropped out earlier. I would have liked that, and I think that would have been a better circumstance looking back on it. But with the information they had at the time, I don't know how they would have made that same determination.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like they made the determination because like the elites of the party basically told him to leave eventually. Nancy Pelosi, we're waiting on him to make a decision. He already said that he wasn't going to drop out of the race. So it just looks like there was a precedent that was diminished. If the vice president didn't want to talk about it, fine. They talked about it behind closed doors. Nobody knows what that conversation would have been. So we had a president that had people around him telling him that he's declined and it could be affecting the way that he's running the country. And then he still took it upon himself to say, no, I'm going to stay. That's what a king would do.
A king? Restate what you're saying. Sorry.
Okay. You're the vice president. You can't bring it out into the public. So you have these private conversations with the president. And then now obviously we heard it from Ron Klain. We heard it from George Clooney. We've heard it from multiple people. Obviously George Clooney is not an aide, but what I'm saying is like, we've just heard it from multiple people. And let's say these things are being said to the president behind closed doors. He still refuses to leave. Even after the debate, when the American people had seen and a majority of the party was looking at him like, what's going on? It still required the power of like the elites in the Democratic Party to still kind of like push him out. So what was his response to these conversations like in the beginning? Why wouldn't he leave? Because the only thing that I'm seeing is just like the fear of it hurting the Democrats.
I'm not going to have an explanation for this. I don't know, but like I don't justify his position there. I think his position was unjustified. I was talking about from Kamala Harris's perspective. From
Yeah,
Kamala
I just
Harris's perspective, it's going to be different from Joe Biden's. Joe Biden's perspective, he clearly has responsibility for like that. I think he should have dropped out earlier. I don't think he should have run again. That was insane for him
yeah
to run
no,
again.
so what I'm saying is with Kamala Harris, I felt like it was more of like a fear thing where if I'm talking to this guy, letting him know like this isn't a good idea, he's not listening. Everybody else is saying it, and I'm scared to say it to the American people because I'm afraid how it's going to hurt the Democratic Party.
That could have been his thoughts. Sure, I don't know. He thinks it could have hurt the Democratic Party. Sure, I'm confused what we get out of this conversation.
What I'm trying to get out of this conversation is how do we prevent the party from being in such control of the president? Because what it was, in my opinion, this wasn't brought out because there was a fear of this is going to hurt the party and it's going to automatically elect Donald Trump. Because whenever these people were also like in the media, he's fine, he's great, he's working all day. Why are they saying those things if it's not true? It's different than not saying like, oh, he isn't diminished, but then going out and telling the people he's great, he's strong, he can do all of these things, like he works like throughout all the time. I mean, they said that the guy had to shorten his work days and things like that, but then it just seems weird. And I feel like if it's able to happen before, then it can happen again. It's probably happening right now with Donald Trump, but it's not
Yeah,
something
how do we
that
address it in the
Democrats
party?
should
We
keep
we
up.
get new people in power in the party.
Sorry, I think I cut out. But
we get new people in power in the party.
I see you got the Bernie flag in the back, man. I'm hoping so. But all right. Thanks
All
for
right.
talking to me. I
Appreciate
really
you, man.
appreciate the conversation. Have a good rest of your day.
You as well. You as well. All right. I'm gonna thank someone real quick, and then I'm gonna move on to the next person, and I probably have to get off here pretty soon. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $50. For I've been vegan for 10 years. Thank you for having this conversation. It's so important. Love watching your lives. Keep fighting the good fight. Is that what keep fighting the good fight? If you ever want any more tips on eating more plant-based, reach out to me. Absolutely. Yo, thank you so much. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, I literally just accidentally clicked on that. All right, let's get someone up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up with your name? Dean has a bowl cut? That's diabolical.
It's not diabolical. It's his hair, bro.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
He literally has a bowl cut. Have you not seen it on? Like, I was on his live yesterday, bro. I see like the shit coming down the front, bro. Is that not a bowl cut? Like
No.
it's pretty damn close if you tell me.
No, that's not a bowl cut.
You don't think so?
Can you turn your camera on and show me your hair real quick?
No, I'm good.
You
bro.
don't have to show the chat. It'll just be me because no one else can see you but me.
No one else can see me?
Yeah, but me. Bro, you got a bowl cut. What are you
This is
talking
not a
about?
bowl cut,
That is a
bro.
bowl cut, bro.
No, it's not, bro.
Dude, based on what you just said, that's a bowl cut.
It's not a bowl
Wait,
cut.
people in the private chat, do you think that he has a bowl cut?
Yo,
Because it's not just
have my back,
me. The
bro.
people in the private chat. Do you think he has a bowl cut?
No. Say no.
Timmy, Samuel,
Bro, I
Maga.
can see the chat. You're lying if they say yes, bro.
I know. I'm serious. I none of them have said anything yet. He said yeah. Yo, dude.
This is
They
not a
said
bowl cut,
yes. Yes. They both said yes.
Brother, yes,
Lily
bro.
said
Who
that
are
they
you?
can't see
Sam,
you.
who are you, bro?
They said that Lily said that they can't see you, but I'm pretty sure that they can in the bottom.
Well, I don't have my camera on right now, so.
You did though.
Yes, I did. I know.
You do have a bowl cut though. So how does it feel?
Like if you put your hair down, you'd have a bowl cut. That's basically what you're saying to me, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying to Dean.
No, but his hair is cut in a ball, bro. There's no way of fixing that.
It's not.
He's
All right.
due.
Now
He's
go
due.
ahead. Did
And
you
his
vote for
hair's
Donald
due.
Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you do that?
I just wanted to ask one question. Who do you think, like, how do I phrase this question? Who is the Democratic candidate, not necessarily like being on the left, who do you think has the best chance of beating JD Vance in 2028? Because JD Vance is definitely probably going to be the nominee. So who do you think has the best chance?
Like AOC?
You think AOC has a better chance?
Probably.
Even with like her far left like economic ideology, like
That's
socialism.
great.
Like socialism.
That's not socialism.
I mean, Bernie's a socialist.
Neither of them are socialists.
I mean, he like universal healthcare. That's like socialist. I mean, he's a
That's not
democratic socialist,
socialism.
but it's pretty close.
Hannah, think of the $5. What they're advocating for is social democracy. And Hannah, I've not seen that. Erica, think of the $2.48.
All right, that was my only question.
All right, okay. Yo, did you vote for Donald Trump? Timmy, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes. Yo, cool. I'm talking to you. What's up, Parker?
What's up? So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I just I liked him as a person. You know, he took a bullet. I'll say this: when he first ran, I didn't support him because of Hillary. I supported Hillary. But then once he became our president, I supported him because I live abroad, and I think it's important that we as Americans do support our president on like a international stage, you know. But yeah, in this previous round, I supported him as well. Yeah, because he took a bullet, and I think that's a good character to have as your leader. It's a good representation.
Okay, so if he didn't, take a bullet, you wouldn't have voted for him.
No, that's the primary reason I voted for him. I would have voted for him for other reasons as well. I do feel like Kamala kind of came in as a backup for Biden on a kind of emergency basis that the Democratic Party didn't really get a chance to pull together the right candidate. Also, I just felt that I do like the idea of make America great again, you know, and I like the idea of focusing on our country and doing what's better for us. Yeah, these are some of the reasons. I'm sorry?
Is that what Donald Trump's doing, though? I don't think he's putting America first. I don't think the tariffs are America first. I don't think that he's putting America first when he literally wants to cut taxes on people who are rich while increasing taxes on people who are lower and middle income, because he's replacing a progressive tax system, income tax, with regressive tax tariffs.
Okay. I think I understand your perspective in regards to cutting taxes for the rich and not necessarily helping the poor. But in regards to the tariffs, I would say that, so if you look at America from many other countries' perspective, they tend to take us for granted in a lot of ways. Often just because you're an American, you're not intelligent, or anything that we've done is usually the credit is taken away from us, at least when you're dealing in a social way and communicating with others. So I think it's, I'm sorry?
Who cares?
Well, the reason being, I would say that higher tariffs are important so that we actually start to benefit from it, because we have lots of problems in our country, benefit from our international relationships and kind of balance our relationships with respect.
They don't. The tariffs do not benefit our international relationships. They actually are going to make our international relationships worse. Not only will they make our international relationships worse, and they've destroyed relations with our allies, but it is the case that they harm American business, businesses that rely on aspects of the production process that come from countries around the world. Right? This is within the context of the products they make. Their companies now less profitable, right? Because they have to source their materials from other places, right? Are now going to make less money. And if their businesses make less money, right, that means less jobs, right? For those American businesses.
Yes, I mean, undoubtedly, if the business is making less money, and I do believe that many companies, I do know, as a matter of fact, many companies, American companies, are going to suffer over the short term. But over the long term, I do hope that by having higher tariffs, we as Americans buy more American-made products and things like that. So, for example, in China, there's a lot of products that we buy in the United States from people who get paid salaries that wouldn't fit any description of human rights that we have. Meanwhile, we continue to buy those products. But if we actually start manufacturing those in the United States, we'll see new companies, new jobs, and we'll actually be able to fit more of the values that we believe in, more into those values, I would say. But
more into the values. Can you be clear on that?
I'm sorry. Yeah, of course. So human rights, right? We purchase from China. the reason we're able to get such a huge profit margin on those things we purchased is because the people are paid so little to make those things that they can barely live a healthy life. So we make them in America, right?
So then why don't you
For
put it
example.
on? So why don't you put tariffs on the businesses that are engaging in that particular type of labor, then rather than putting it on the entire country? Because then you're going to disincentivize them to increase labor standards because they want to compete with American firms, even given the imposition of the tariff.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that for me?
Yeah. So again, why don't you put tariffs specifically on the businesses that are engaging in that bad, or they're sourcing their labor from that particular means, right? Rather than putting on every business that comes from China, because then it is the case that you're going to disincentivize them to increase labor standards because they want to compete with the American businesses given the imposition of the tariff. Glizzy, think of the membership subscription. Thank you so much. And Terry, think of the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Lily with the $5. Thank you so much. And Hannah with the $5.
By the way, it's really cool to talk to you, Parker. I've seen your debates. I watched you on Middle Ground, and I also watched you go to Charlie Kirk's tent at a university. And although I don't agree with everything you say, I've learned a lot from you, and it's really fun to talk with you. In regards to tariffs, I do think it is a good step in the right direction as far as letting the world know that, you know, we as America, we do care about ourselves, and we do want to grow ourselves. We're not necessarily interested in going out and seizing the rest of the world. And more importantly, though, I do think the fact that I think a lot of the things we're going to see in the media, whether it's Fox or CNN, it's going to be skewed, and it's best to look at things from an objective perspective. You know, if focus on what's right instead of who's right. And in this case, I found, you know, with Donald Trump having taken the bullet, as far as I can logically conclude, that he would be the best character for the presidency in comparison to.
Good question. So what does it change about his character that he got shot? Like he didn't, nothing changed. He just accidentally got shot, right? Like,
right. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I wouldn't say necessarily, that's a good point, that his character did change, but I do think it kind of unveiled something about his character. Because if it had been me running for president and somebody shot at me, I don't know about you, probably not you, to be fair, but I would have immediately stopped running. I would not have continued to have tried to be the president from that moment forward. So
why?
I think
you have the Secret Service either way.
Well, he almost died. I mean, that bullet hit his ear. That's crazy. You know, just 1 inch, and now they're going.
I understand, but they do harsher things to keep him safe then.
You mean like Secret Service dying? Secret Service members dying?
No, I know. I meant like they do harsher things, like harsher, stricter security guidelines to ensure that someone's safe after that. Like, you understand that, like they would never take him to an open space like that again.
Well, I mean, I would hope so, but I don't know that it would have. I could see why it would make you brave enough, Parker. You know, I understand, but I can't say that, you know, anyone and everyone who was running for president, having been that close to losing their life, would have continued to run. So in regards to character, I don't know that I'd necessarily say it changed, but that it did show me something that I could credit to this person running for president, as opposed to anything that I did see from Kamala as a person. Although I would like to add that I just think it would have been really cool to have a black lady as a president finally in American history. I think that would have been really great. Although that wouldn't have been the merit, I would have voted for Kamala. That still would have been cool nonetheless. President Trump did almost lose his life and continued to run, though, and that was enough for me to decide to vote for him. Matt,
again, so it has nothing to do with his policy, or if we look at his character, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking the changing rooms of girls to Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said he had sex in common with his daughter. He said he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. I mean, that's the character that you think is like good for president?
Well, like I said, based off of the information I had available and based off of what I was able to formulate logically from alternative sources, CNN, Fox, this is what I was able to deduce. The things you've said there, I've not been able to find credible sources for, or even be able to see them anywhere for that matter. May I ask what your sources are? I'd be happy to look at them.
For which claims?
Let's say the sexual. Did you say sexual assault? Was that correct?
He was held civilly liable for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Look up Trump liable essay AP News.
Essay AP News.
Yep.
All right.
It was a unanimous decision of a jury of 9 people.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, do you know this SAAP News? Would you know a good contrary source I could also look up as well, in order to deduce the best argument?
I gave you independent. I think that's the best way to look at it. Is just giving you independent. I gave you AP. You can find it from NPR. You can find it from PBS. You can find it from Reuters. Those are the typical 4 places I go to that are like news media.
Awesome, man. What is your opinion of Charlie Kirk, if you don't mind me asking?
I think he's incredibly disingenuous. I think that he lies a lot to people. I think that he's not a genuine actor. He's not looking for good faith debate. He's looking to push like a Republican propaganda message to be able to get Republicans elected. Like he literally lies purposefully, I think.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. I probably am, but please correct me if I am. When I saw you do your debate with Charlie Kirk, it was a brief, not necessarily a debate, I should say. I feel like maybe he didn't give you the mic long enough and asked you to leave too early or something unfair like that. But it seemed to me that you and he actually, you guys kind of connect on a certain level. In a good way, I mean. Like when you went to talk to him at the tent at the university, he seemed very happy to see you, and you also seemed happy to see him. I imagine it must be nice to have at least logical debates with people as opposed to just dealing with endless nonsense in everyone's opinion. No?
I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not like happy to see him. I'm happy to be able to hold him accountable. That's what I'm happy to see, because I really do not like Charlie Kirk's opinions. I think he's incredibly disingenuous. I don't think he's open to criticism from my side. He's more open to criticism from fucking racists. Like, I'm not trolling. He literally, right after a conversation with a racist named Ospill, right, like literally went on Twitter and talked about how he changed his view, right, and that like, oh, America is a people, right, is a stock of people. It's not just a set of values, because the guy was asking like, oh, if the country was 90% Indian Christian, would it still be America? And he said yes, because it's based on values. But then he said, it's not based on that. It's now it's a type of people. Oh, so what does he mean by that? They're literally just racists. They're literally just racists. Like, so it's like, that's what Charlie Kirk is, right? That's what he's willing to take into account. He's not willing to take into account me as an atheist, right? As a liberal, right? As a progressive. He's not willing to take that into account. He's not even willing to sit down for an hour-and-a-half conversation with me after literally he knows that it would make him, it would get lots of views. Like, it would get insane views, right? If you were to do that, it would be able to push his message in his eyes, but he's not willing to do it because it holds him accountable and because he's wrong and because it makes him look bad.
I see. Well, you are...
attention's not good for him.
Your arguments are, even as someone from the opposite side, I could say, your arguments are really great to hear and very enlightening, and I appreciate them. I have another question for you. Earlier, there was a gentleman on with you. He mentioned something, I don't remember specifically what it was, but you mentioned something about China not being a communist society. And then moments later, your TikTok was banned. You're familiar with...
But like, okay, so
no,
it's
not banned.
It's not. So communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society, right? And so there is no like major society we're referencing that is communist right now, right? None of them. Now they're run by communists, right? The Chinese Communist Party. So they want to achieve, I think, socialism by like 2050 or something. That's what they say. But they even admit themselves they utilize capitalism. So it's important to acknowledge that capitalism is utilized, right, around the entire world, right? And that like, there's no like socialist or communist system within that respect that we could reference today.
I see. Okay. Well, that's a really powerful point. It is very important to acknowledge that capitalism is used worldwide. I completely agree with you on that. And I do wonder if perhaps if communism, saying that it is it is possible to say that it is in some respects a communist society in relation to how communism affects the society and the Chinese Communist Party. In your opinion, I mean.
Yeah, I think you can say their government is communist in a certain sense, like they're like run by ideological communists, right? That's the best way to refer to it, because like in a certain sense, again, communism is without a state, right? So it's like to say that there even would be a government in communism that has like an enforcement of the law, or like the ability to restrict people within those certain sense is not what communism would be. The only existence of a government in a communist society, a true communist society, would just be the distribution of goods.
I see.
It's not an enforcement mechanism.
I see. I'm curious. What would you? And this is not a disagreement with you. Again, I'm literally having my pen here. I'm taking notes. What would you say? Let's say, for example, that your TikTok did get not banned, but for a moment taken down because of something related to the Uyghurs and something related to communism. What would you say
No, it has
that?
nothing to do with that. Yeah. Also, by the way, they couldn't hear you, so like they can't hear my guest. So the guest bringing it up, right? Like they wouldn't have had enough context to ban me on TikTok.
I should tell you. This is not fair. I live in China. I should have mentioned this earlier. I live in Beijing. It is quite frequent that if you are have any sort of credibility, they'll have people watching your accounts. Literally, like they'll sit and they'll watch your video and they wait for something. And oh, there it is. Okay, we're just going to stop it at this point. And just out of curiosity, what I meant to ask you was, what part of the Chinese society, or I guess you could say the PRC society, would that fall under? Would that be socialist, communist, or just pure oppression? How would that apply? If they did monitor you and then take your voice away because you were saying something.
You're talking about economic models. That's nothing to do with economic models. That just relates to authoritarianism. But like, if there was a specific like person out there that is limiting me on TikTok because I'm saying critical things, that's very authoritarian. That's not good. I don't like that, of course. But like, I don't think that they are doing that. What I think it's an AI system. TikTok. And that's one of the biggest concerns I have with TikTok, is that when I try to contact any people to be able to get my account back or anything like that, all of them are banned. Right? It's just AI responses. It's nothing legitimate.
Right. Okay. I see. Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate this conversation. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. I'll let the next person go. Thanks again, Parker.
I actually have to get off, but I appreciate you coming up.
It's a pleasure speaking with you, man.
Appreciate it. All right, everyone. I actually have to get off. I've got plans with my girlfriend. We are going to do stuff. Ariana, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. So I've got to go, everyone. I've got to go. Make sure to go check out my video from today, everyone. Make sure to go check out my video from today. Video's actually posted the second one should be posted, so you can check that out. Go like them. I would really appreciate it. Also, like the stream, everyone. Let me see how many likes we have. Oh no. Let me see how many likes. I gotta run downstairs. Oh no. Let me see. I can't even check. Oh no. Okay. The videos are doing great from today. Okay. Oh no. We have 1,700 likes. Try to get to 2,000, everyone. 2,000. Let's get 300 likes, y'all. There's 2,800 people. Let's get 2,000 likes at least. 2,000. I mean, if y'all, we can get 2,500. No. There's a lot of people in this live right now that have not liked the live. I tell you, get 2,500. We're at we have 2,500 people. Okay, 300 people already left. Okay, all right. I guess we're not getting there. I love y'all so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming up. We're not even near 2,000. I love y'all so much. All right, everyone. Have a great night, everyone, and peace out, y'all.